A very good morning to all of you. Chalo, let's start with the session. So, due to some technical issue that came in between, it got little bit delayed. My apologies for that thing. Okay, guys. So, first of all, a brief introduction about myself. So, myself Sahil, and I am the faculty for Ethics, Integrity, and Aptitude here at Shubhra Ranjan IAS. Okay. My apologies for that. Okay. First of all, what is the agenda of this particular session? So, in this particular session, we are going to discuss UPSC 2023 ethics paper. That is the GS paper number 4. In this particular session, we are going to take up all the questions of the theory section A that has come in the ethics paper. And in this particular session, we are going to understand that what should be the approach, how you should approach the UPSC. Now, understand this particular thing, that when we talk about the GS paper number 4, you all might be knowing that this particular paper is one which have a potential that with a decent preparation, you can score triple digit marks here in this particular paper. Fine. You might be knowing about the previous toppers, for example, Vishakha Yadav, Mr. Pradeep Kumar. Okay. They have scored, and you can go and check that in UPSC scores 162 marks have also been scored. 162 marks, 141 marks, 157 marks. These are the numbers that have been scored in GS paper number 4. Now, I am not saying that you also have to score 160. You can say that this could be an exceptional thing, that one of an aspirant scored 162. But point is that with a decent preparation, we can at least score 130 plus. 130 plus at least we can score. 120 plus at least we can score. And you know this particular thing, that 1 mark, how does it makes a big difference in your final merit list? So our approach is that we need to prepare to such an extent that at least GS paper number 4, which is one of the most scoring paper, at least there we don't leave any mark which could have we could have got, but we are not getting that. So we need to understand all those particular nuances. And one more thing, as many of the students sitting in this session have been the one who have already covered the ethics with me. So to authenticate that whether we were successful in that endeavor or not, I have also attached the sources from where the questions have been in there in UPSC and whether we have completed in our class or not. So you will find all these things in your notes if you have covered already the session. These are in your notes. We'll be starting now with the session. First of all, one very basic thing, what was the level of this particular year's paper? So this particular year's paper I will rate as moderate. I will not say it was a very difficult paper. Also, I will not say that it was a very decent paper, because UPSC has asked the questions on few of those themes which were not asked earlier. For example, international aid, it was not asked earlier. Much has not been asked from this particular area. So I will rate that the paper was moderate. Okay. And now let's start with the discussion. Now guys, understand few things, that as we talk about GS paper number 4, the theory questions, they are of 10 marks and you have to write in 150 words. And often what aspirants are doing, and as I have seen hundreds and hundreds of copies of the aspirants who are writing mains, one problem is that in ethics paper, they are writing too much and often they are not able to complete the paper on time, and this is a very big problem. I come across the students and they say that, sir, I was not able to complete 2 questions or 1 question. Why? Maybe because you have written too much in your theory questions where it was not needed. Okay, and another thing, many number of times when we take discussions, those discussions are taken in such a way that it is humanly not possible to write that much content in exam, and we have tried to avoid that particular thing. Here in this particular session, we are going to see the questions, we'll understand the demand of the question, and precisely what I have done, I have divided the answer in 3 parts which you need to write in your exam, that is introduction, body and conclusion. Because you need to have, understand this particular thing, many number of times it is not possible that you will be able to write ideal answers in exam. Fine, के formal introduction होगा ही होगा, conclusion होगा ही होगा, ठीक है. Many number of times you skip conclusion, many number of time you skip introduction. Fine, but ideal answer is that it should have three parts, and we are going to see that what we need to address in all these three parts here. Fine. So first of all, is the screen visible to all of you? Okay. Now, okay, I am also audible till the last. Yes, I am audible till the last. Yes, no. Okay, fine. So first question, what do you understand by moral integrity and professional efficiency in the context of corporate governance of India? Illustrate with suitable examples. Illustrate with suitable examples. Now, this particular question has been picked from topic number 6 of our syllabus, corporate governance and issues related to the corporate governance. So, directly from the topic 6, this particular question has been picked up. Now, basically, guys, understand this thing that when we talk about the questions in which a particular value is given, there are two type of patterns in which UPSC asks a question. Pattern 1 is that they will ask you to define a particular value, or pattern number 2 is that what they'll do, they'll talk about some value, and on the basis of value they will ask some another question, that what is the implication of this particular value in public administration. Are you getting it or not? How you can see the crisis of this value in modern context. So these are the two approaches in which value based questions are asked in UPSC exam. Now when we talk about this particular question is of type 1, where they are specifically asking the value. Are you getting it or not? What they are asking specifically, they are asking the value of moral integrity and professional efficiency in the context of corporate governance. Now understand this particular thing. When directly value is being asked, will not define value in introduction, because value is the main thing that is being asked. It will come in the main body of your answer. But when in the exam they have given a value, and on the basis of that value some implications or some other application they have asked, then what you can do in introduction, you can define value crisply in one line or one and a half line, and then main body will be devoted to that particular section which is the core demand of the question. Are you understanding this particular thing or not? Now here specifically they are asking the value. So what we can do, we will be defining this particular value in main body part, but in introduction, what we can do in introduction, just a minute. Okay, so in introduction what we can do, we can specify just in 2 lines that why these 2 values are important for the corporate governance. Now you might be knowing this particular thing. There have been multiple corporate scams in the past year. There was this NSE scam that also happened last year. Okay, so simply what you will be going to do, moral integrity. Now we are not defining the value because that will be our main body part. So moral integrity and professional efficiency, they are the core components of corporate governance. Why? Because they bring ethical culture, accountability and long-term success of a corporation. Are you getting it or not? My point is this, guys, that when you are writing this particular answer, your answer should be different from GS paper number 2 and GS paper number 3. You need to emphasize on ethical terminologies, ethical key terms that are there. Okay, so very crisp introduction, moral integrity and professional efficiency. Why they are important? They are important for ethical culture, accountability and long-term success of a corporation. Now we will be talking about these particular values, what these values are. Okay, now as we talk about these particular values, what moral integrity is. Now integrity simply means, what integrity is? Integrity is to number one uphold the highest standards of morality and ethicality. Highest standards of morality and ethicality. And secondly, integrity means that your thought, your speech and your action should be aligned. Many number of times, what I think and what I speak, they are different. I will be preaching a lot of good things to you, that you should do this, this should happen, but I am not doing the same thing. Are you getting it or not? Or simply I am thinking something else, but for the social acceptance, I am speaking something else. This is the lack of integrity. So integrity includes 2 things. Number one, integrity means to uphold the highest standards of ethicality and morality. Also, integrity means not to uphold the highest standard, but those highest standard of ethicality and morality should also be reflected in your actions. Should also be reflected in your actions. Now, as we talk about moral integrity in the context of corporate governance. So what moral integrity is in the context of corporate governance? It refers to the principles of honesty, fairness and transparency that should guide the conduct of a corporate and all the stakeholders of a corporate. Now, what will be the stakeholders in a corporate? In a corporate, top management will be a stakeholder, employees will be the stakeholder, shareholders will be the stakeholder. So what is integrity on the behalf of corporate governance? On the behalf of corporate governance, integrity means to uphold the highest standards of integrity and honesty, and those highest standards should be reflected into the corporate behavior, corporate practice and corporate governance. Is it clear or not? Very simple question, simple thing. Then the second comes is what is professional efficiency. Now understand this particular thing, guys, that when we talk about a corporate, what is the objective of corporate? Okay, what is the objective of a corporate? A corporate exists for the maximization of wealth of shareholder. A corporate exists for a commercial purpose. And what is that commercial purpose? Commercial purpose is to maximize wealth and to do the production with highest efficiency. So what professional efficiency is all about? What professional efficiency is all about? So professional efficiency in the context of corporate governance refers to ability of directors and managers to make sound decisions, and to govern the matters of company in cost effective manner so that it achieves its commercial goals, also it achieves its stated vision and mission. Are you getting it or not? So what is professional efficiency? Professional efficiency simply refers the ability of directors, top managers, okay, to make sound decisions which helps in achieving the company's goal in timely manner as well as in the cost effective manner. Is it clear or not? For example, we have taken this particular goal that we need to start a manufacturing plant, and that deadline to start that manufacturing plant is 2024, and we have allocated 500 crore rupees of budget for that. Two things: it should get started in 2024 and should be completed within 500 crore rupees, should not exceed to 700 crore, and timeline should also not be shifted to 2006, 2007, 26, 27. So what this is the professional efficiency. Are you getting it or not? Now, next demand of the question is that illustrate these particular things with the help of suitable examples. Illustrate with the help of suitable examples. Now, you need to give contemporary examples. Are you getting it or not? So what suitable examples of integrity and professional efficiency we can give? We can give the example of compassionate capitalism. We give the example of compassionate capitalism. Now, when we talk about compassionate capitalism, so idea of compassionate capitalism was given by Mr. Narayan Murthy of Infosys. Now, what Mr. Narayan Murthy provides in the compassionate capitalism? So he provides that the perception of a capitalist has been very much negative, that capitalists thrive on sucking the blood of the laborers and they never share their wealth with the larger society. So they provide this thing that the capitalists need to show a compassionate heart. Capitalists need to have a compassionate heart. So capitalism and compassion needs to be combined. Capitalism and compassion needs to be combined. Now, when we talk about the compassionate capitalism, what are the components of compassionate capitalism? Social responsibility. So it means a corporate needs to carry the philanthropic activities, for example, carrying forward the CSR. Second is employee-centric approach. Clear, minimum wage should be given, congenial working conditions should be given to the employee. Then ethical governance, corporate malpractices, mispractices should not be there. Transparency should be there in the corporate affairs. Fair auditing norms should be followed by a corporate. And then wealth distribution. Now, when we talk about the wealth distribution, the owners or the corporate managers They should not behave as the owners of the wealth. Rather, that particular wealth should be distributed in the society for a larger context. Are you getting it or not? You can equate it also with the trusteeship theory of Gandhiji. So Gandhiji provides this particular thing, that the people having wealth should not behave as the owners of the wealth. Rather, they should behave as the trustees of the wealth. And wealth should be used, or wealth should be held in trust of the public and should be used for the public welfare. So these are the components of compassionate capitalism, which is given by Mr. Narayan Murthy of Infosys: social responsibility, employee-centric approach, ethical governance, and wealth distribution amongst the society. And second example in this particular direction that we can take is of Tata. Now what has happened? Tata Enterprise, we know, has governed its matter with ethicality, and because of the highest standards of ethics, Tata, here we see this particular thing, that Tata Power. So here Tata Power, it has been given world's most ethical company award in 2016 by Ethisphere Institute, US. So world's most ethical company award was given to the Tata Power, and for consequently 3 years this particular most ethical company award has been given to Tata. Now you see these particular things, that because of the integrity and because of the ethics that have been reflected, for example, by Infosys and Tata, how it has helped these corporates. It has created goodwill and reputation of these corporates, and owing to this reputation and goodwill, what has happened? Employees have a credible image of these companies. Employees want to get associated for long term, and what has happened? Shareholders' wealth has also been increased because of the stellar reputation and stellar goodwill of the corporate. So automatically this moral integrity improves your reputation, improves your goodwill, and through that improved goodwill, what happened? A company reaps profit, company reaps economic dividends in the long run. Are you getting it or not? On the other hand, we see this particular thing, that lack of moral integrity has also led to a crisis for some other corporate. For example, here we can give example, Satyam scam, Chanda Kochar scam, Videocon ICICI deal where the scam has happened, Kingfisher's unethical business conduct. It reflects the lack of moral integrity in corporate sphere. So we have seen both examples, presence of moral integrity as well as the lack of moral integrity. Presence of moral integrity, compassionate capitalism, as well as the Tata Power getting the award of the most ethical company because of their good corporate governance standards that have been there. And on the other hand, we have seen that their decline became evident. Are you getting it or not? So this is about this question. And when we talk about conclusion, now what you are going to add in conclusion of this particular answer? So in conclusion, we can simply mention Gandhiji's 7 social sins. So Gandhiji has given the 7 social sin, and in the 7 social sin theory of Gandhiji has talked about one sin, that is commerce without morality is a sin. Commerce without morality is a sin, it is a vice. Are you getting it or not? So simply corporates not having the moral integrity are committing a deadly sin as per the Gandhiji, that is the commerce without morality. If ethics are not there, morality is not there, you have no right to do business, to do commerce as per Gandhiji. So therefore, moral integrity becomes a sine qua non. Moral integrity becomes an indispensable. Moral integrity becomes the incompromisable attribute of a corporate governance. Are you getting it or not? So in introduction, what we are going to talk, we are going to give importance of the value. In body, we will be talking on these values. Okay, example also we will be giving. These are the 2 requirements in the body. And in introduction, conclusion, you can talk about the Gandhiji's 7 social sins. Are you getting it or not? And the students who have already taken up the ethics, you might be knowing also that we have discussed, for example, integrity was discussed into the chapter of foundational value, integrity, moral integrity, professional integrity, as well as the compassionate capitalism's idea also be discussed into the corporate governance, where directly compassionate capitalism of Narayan Murthy you can write here. Are you getting it or not? So this was the question number 1A. Are you getting it or not? So from here, directly this particular answer could have been extracted, already we have taken up. Then moving to the question number 1B, second question. Question number 1B, that is the second question. So the second question, question number 1B, now it talks about international aid is an accepted form of helping resource challenged nations. Comment on ethics of contemporary international aid. Comment on ethics in contemporary international aid. Support your answer with suitable example. Now focus on this word, suitable example in both the questions. My point is that the nature of ethics has been changed since 2013 and 14. They were asking the question where contemporary dimension were not being asked that much, but now you have to equate your answers with the contemporary dimensions. If you are not putting contemporary examples, it means you will not be able to score that top of the notch marks. समझ में आ रहा है? My point, देखो दो चीजें समझिए. Directly UPSC is giving you a directive, give the suitable example, or even if they are not giving, make it a rule that every dimension that you are mentioning, you have to substantiate it with the empirical or the real world examples. Do that particular thing and you will see a sudden jump in your marks. Let's talk about this particular question. First of all, what we are going to do here, in introduction, very simple. We will define in 2-3 lines what is international aid. Now, by the way, what is international aid? International aid is a type of a voluntary transfer that is made by a donor nation to a recipient nation. This aid could be in cash. For example, USA directly, let's say, giving money to Kenya. It could be in the form of kind transfer. For example, a country has given to other country desalinization plant. It has given to another country some vaccine. It has given to some another country some another kind of equipment. So it could be in cash, it could be in kind. These international aid, they have also been called as voluntary, also they have been called as ODAs, official developmental assistance. Are you getting? So OECD, Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, define these international aid as ODA, official development assistance, and they are transferred from a donor to a recipient nation. Now we see that the quantum of this international aid has increased a lot after the World War II. Why after the World War II this international aid has increased? Two developments. Number one development, Marshall Plan. Now Marshall Plan of US specifically emphasized the redevelopment of Europe, which got damaged because of the World War II. So because of that particular thing, a lot of aid will be transferred from US towards the Europe as a part of a Marshall Plan. And this pattern will get institutionalized over these 70-75 years. Second, what has happened post World War II? Post-war institution, Bretton Woods institution that have come in existence. Okay, developmental institutions such as World Bank and many such other institutions that have come, they institutionalized this aid giving phenomena. So just in 3 lines or 2 lines, we'll mention all these things. For example, how to put it in the words, international aids, also known as official developmental assistance by OECD, are voluntary transfer from a donor nation to a recipient nation. Such aids could be in cash and kind, and we can witness the increase in such international aids post World War II due to Marshall Plan of US and post-war institutions such as Bretton Woods institutions that got instituted. Are you getting it or not? So in 3 lines, we have given the history, we have given the definition, and we have given the trend that they are increasing. Now, when we talk about international aid, what is ethical issue in international aid? On face of it, it will look that such a good thing is happening, such a generous thing is happening. A rich nation is giving money to a poor nation. What bad is this? This is generosity, this is charity. But no, there are many ethical concerns that come in international aid. And for that particular thing, we are going to use the reference of 3 internationally acclaimed books that have been there. Are you getting it or not? In the classes also, we have taken up this particular references. So there are 3 books. Okay, for example, there is this Elusive Quest for Growth, The White Man's Burden, and The Dead Aid. Now, as you are talking about ethical issues, we will, in our body, we will divide it in 2 parts. One, we will talk that how these aids have some moral problem attached with it. how there are some concerns in these ethical aid, these international aids. Second part, we will say that no, international aids, how they can be ethically justified. So first of all, what foreign aids? Now, what is the ethical issue with them? So when we talk about the foreign aid, there is then this one particular problem that has been raised, that often what it does, it makes a recipient nation perpetually dependent on the donor nation. Countries, they don't search for their own solutions. They become perpetually dependent on the donor nation. You take example of Africa. Now, when we talk about Africa as a continent has been the largest recipient of international aid in the last 70 years. But again, Africa is one of the most underdeveloped continent. Why? Because the countries became perpetually dependent on the foreign aid. Is it clear or not? So point is that rather than aid, capacity building approach should be used by the donor nation. Understand one particular thing. There is one saying that it is always better to give a hand, to lend a hand, rather than giving the doles. See, understand this thing. You give a person a fish or a rice, that person's hunger will be satiated for that day. You teach a person how to catch fish or how to grow rice, that person's hunger for entire life would be satiated. So rather than giving these handouts, these countries' capacity building should be done. And according to Dambisa Moyo, this book Dead Aid, they specifically says that there is a vested agenda of the developed countries. They want developing country that they should be dependent on them, so that their resource can be extracted conveniently. Are you getting it or not? Then next, foreign aids, they are often accompanied on quid pro quo basis. What is quid pro quo? Something for something. We will give you aid and we want that you become the part of our military alliance. We give you aid and we want that you give a military base to us. You give a naval base to us. So quid pro quo basis is there, and therefore what has happened through this military aid, military alliance and allegiance under military alliance is seeked. So therefore what happens? It leads to the further antagonization. Okay? Then third, quantum of aid has increased, but according to OECD, the aid that is going to African countries, it has been reduced. Now Africa is a continent which needs the most of the aid, but quantum of aid going to Africa has been reduced as per the OECD data. So it means that there is not a genuine concern. If there would have been genuine concern, the aid would have been directed only at that place where it is needed. Then we have the example of China. Now you might all be knowing about the debt trap diplomacy of China. Now when we talk about China's debt trap diplomacy, what China does? China deliberately gives unsustainable soft loans to the poor countries. And in an expectation, what China expects? That these countries will hand over their national assets to the China when they are not able to service that soft loan that has been given. What China does? China gives aid mixed with the loan. Okay, aid, you keep it, but that soft loan that they are giving, you have to pay back that. But when they are not able to pay back, China seeks to acquire their strategic asset. For example, Hambantota port of Sri Lanka. Hambantota port of Sri Lanka, which was taken for 99-year lease when Sri Lanka faced a difficulty in servicing the China's debt, which was mixed with some amount of aid. Are you understanding it or not? And then last, Economic Survey of India. Economic Survey of India has also, now it has highlighted a very beautiful point. Now what Economic Survey mentions? Economic Survey mentions that the taxation is a glue that binds the citizen and the state together. Taxation is a glue that binds the citizen and state together. Understand this thing. If a state is dependent on taxation, state is accountable to citizens, and citizens will also be responsible, and citizens will also seek the accountability of the state. Are you getting it or not? Now what happens when the state is receiving money from some foreign donor? They need not to depend on citizens' taxation, and therefore what happens? The relation between a state and citizen, it snaps. Citizens are not paying taxes, so citizens को भी फर्क नहीं पड़ता development आ रहा है या नहीं आ रहा. State is not dependent on citizens, so state also doesn't owe any accountability. So taxation is a glue that binds the citizen and state together. And in the case of Africa, now case study of Africa. case study of Africa, it has been seen that as the nations have been dependent on foreign countries for aids, they have reduced the amount of taxation and accountability of state towards the citizen have went down. And you see governance crisis, social justice crisis going on in Africa. Are you getting it or not? Social contract has been broken. लिख सकते हो, ठीक है. Then on the other hand, there are some good examples also that ethical aid is not all bad, it is virtuous also. Now virtuous example आप क्या दे सकते हो? Millennium Village Project of Kenya. Millennium Village Project of Kenya. Now what is this Millennium Village Project of Kenya? Under this Millennium Village Project in Kenya, certain villages, they were selected and they were given an upstart capital. Money was given to them so they can procure fertilizers. Okay, they can establish working health clinics, they can procure computers and all such kind of a thing. And over a period, it has been seen that these villages, they have evaded the poverty trap. So they say that some upfront capital or some ignition capital is often needed for a countries so that they can evade the poverty trap. Understand this particular thing, that if you give me some upfront capital, what I can do? I can invest in those capabilities which will help me to grow in the long run. So in Millennium Village Project of Kenya, it has been seen that the villages that were given the aid, they have evaded the poverty trap and are now prospering. Okay? So conclusion should be, what should be the conclusion? Conclusion is not that कि aid बिल्कुल ही बंद कर दो या aid देने दो. Conclusion will be this, that as we talk about the aids, foreign aids need to focus on three criterias. Foreign aids need to focus on three criteria and should be given keeping three things in mind. Number one, foreign aids should be focused on capacity building. Foreign aid should be given in such a way that it helps the country to gain their economic upliftment. Second, without expectation, foreign aid is to be given so that country is not being pulled in some alliances. And third, foreign aids should be of untied nature. Many number of a time the aid is tied. For example, I am giving you 100 rupees, you have to use this money in this. Now every country has their own unique problems. So the aid needs to be of untied nature, where they should be given a liberty that they should use the aid wherever they want. Are you getting it or not? Okay. So this is the way as how we will be approaching this idea. Clear? Now the question is, see, if you see the wording of the question that has been there, what question says? Question says, international aid is an accepted form of helping. Comment on ethics in contemporary international aid. Don't just write the negative dimension. You also need to write that how ethical aid are virtuous also. How ethical aids have helped also. So example of Kenya, example of Sri Lanka, example of China that we have given. Why? Because answer with this help of suitable examples. Are you getting it or not? Fine. So this topic also we have discussed in the topic number 6, foreign aid. What is foreign aid? What are the ethical issues in the foreign aid? Okay, and the references of these books also. Fine. Elusive quest for growth, white man's burden, etc. That also we have also taken up in the class. So you can see it on this page in your booklet. Okay, then moving on to the next question. Yes. See, aid क्या है? Aid is not to be paid back. It is a generous transfer. No, that will be different. Both are the different things. What China's strategy is, China's strategy of debt trap diplomacy is this, that what it does, it gives the aids mixed with some soft loan component. For example, I will be giving you 500 rupees. In this 500 rupees, 100 rupees aid and 400 rupee is a loan which will be a soft loan, means very marginal interest rate, and you have to pay it over a very long period of time. Are you getting it or not? Now often countries which are being given these aids mixed with soft loan, the money that you are giving, they don't have a capacity to service it back. Are you getting it or not? Yes. What is the core question? China's approach is this. China is what this is the ethical concern that comes. Now, what they do? They are giving a mixed component. Are you getting it or not? Soft aid mixed with the soft loan. Are you getting it or not? So basically, the aid is a cover. In a long term, this is the criticism of China's debt trap diplomacy. Na? This is the strategy. Are you getting it or not? साफ सीधा सीधा लोन लिया, it will become unattractive. इतना पूरा का पूरा एड दे दिया, तो obviously चाइना को क्या मिला? तो what they do? They take this particular route. Yes. नहीं जरूरी नहीं है आप वो मेंशन करो जो आपके आंसर को स्ट्रेंथन कर रहा है. Are you getting it or not? If you mention, you can mention. Yes, listen. One point you can also mention if you want in the last that India also have given the voluntary aid transfers. For example, during the time of COVID, we have given the vaccines under the Vaccine Maitri initiative, but we did not expected anything. And it was purely given on the humanitarian basis. So it can be an example of an ethical aid. वो भी आप लोग, you can use that. Moving to the next question, that is the question number 2A. Yes. लिख सकते हो लेकिन डिमांड क्वेश्चन की नहीं है ना. दो चीजें समझो. पहली बात, इंडिया को भी एड मिली है. क्लियर. Point is that, but that particular dimension is not relevant in this particular question. One thing. Second thing, even we don't have that much space and time to mention that thing, because first thing that I mentioned is that 10 marks 150 words. तो ये सारी चीजें जो आप बोल रहे हो वो है, बट स्कोप नहीं है और डिमांड नहीं है. ठीक है. यस. Yes, you can mention that they are given by the, but my point is that core demand ही नहीं है क्वेश्चन का, तो क्यों जाना है आपको. ठीक है. क्वेश्चन नंबर 2A. यस. यस. दोनों है, मेजरली लोन है, लोन है. ठीक है. ओके. Question number 2A, corruption. Now listen this, understand this particular question. See, read the question very carefully. Corruption is the manifestation of the failure of core values in the society. In your opinion, what measures can be adopted to uplift the core values of the society? Now you tell me, is question talking about corruption or is question talking about value inculcation? Value inculcation. Now in exam what will happen? A panic trigger button will get activated. And the moment you have read the first line where it is mentioning that corruption is the manifestation of failure of core values, what you are going to do? You are going to write about the corruption 2 paragraphs. And for that particular thing, you are not going to get any mark. Why? Because the question starts from here. This is the core demand of the question. This is the core question. In your opinion, what measures can be adopted to uplift the core value of the society? करप्शन के ऊपर में 2 लाइनें लिखो कि दैट वी सी करप्शन टुडे इन द सोसाइटी मेजरली बिकॉज ऑफ द डिक्लाइन ऑफ मॉरल वैल्यूज इन द पीपल, बट बियॉन्ड दैट यू नीड नॉट टू राइट अ लॉट ऑन करप्शन, because a 10 marker question 150 words, you need to keep it in your mind. Time and space is a scarcity here. Time and a space is a scarcity here. Are you understanding it or not? So as we talk about this particular question, what you can do, you can, if you have in your mind, you can write some quotation for corruption. Now why? Because corruption is a very generic topic in our GS and you might be having some quotation about corruption. For example, corruption is paid by poor Pope Francis. But no problem if you don't have any such quotations idea in your mind. Simply you can say that corruption, just in one line you will talk about corruption and value. उसके बाद corruption की बात नहीं करेंगे. Corruption is the symbolic of greed and self-loathing tendency in a society which reflects the crisis of value in a society. What corruption? Corruption क्या symbolize करता है? Corruption symbolizes greed. Corruption symbolizes self-centricism. Corruption symbolizes selfishness, self-loathing tendency. And when the greed, selfishness, self-loathing tendency will come, it will come when there are not the moral values. So corruption directly is coming out of the moral values lack, moral values crisis. Are you getting it or not? Now, little bit of a background. First of all, you need to understand, and then I'll go in this particular question. Little bit of a background. See this particular thing. See, we have values. We have values. By the way, what is a value? In one line, value are the standards or parameters on which we assess the desirability of any action. Okay, I desire honesty. Why? Because I have a value of honesty. I desire XYZ. Why? Because I have a value in that line. So values are the parameters on whose basis we assess the desirability of anything. Understand? One's value will determine your standard of behavior. Your values will determine your standard of behavior. What you want, what you don't want in your life, it will be determined on the help of value. What is acceptable, what is not acceptable will be determined by the help of value. Value shapes your attitudes. Your attitudes in turn influence your choices. And your choices at the end of the day will determine the type of behavior that you are going to do. Yes or no? So at the end of the day, and at the end of the day, how we judge a person as ethical or not? On the basis of behavior, yes or no? Can you know what is going on in the mind of a person? No. Though ethics pertains to intention of a person, but intentions we cannot know. So how we will know whether a person has been ethical or not? By seeing the person's behavior. अब आप ये बताओ, बिहेवियर डायरेक्टली कहां से आ रहा है? वैल्यू. बिहेवियर डायरेक्टली कहां से आ रहा है? वैल्यू. इज करप्शन एन एलिमेंट ऑफ बिहेवियर और नॉट? इज करप्शन अ टाइप ऑफ अ बिहेवियर और नॉट? यस. सो करप्शन इज अ टाइप ऑफ अ बिहेवियर. Every behavior is coming from value. So fundamentally, if you want to take care of corruption, you want to remove corruption, which is a behavior, क्या change करना पड़ेगा? क्या change करना पड़ेगा? Value. So value change करना है, हमको value देना है लोगों को. Ethical values have to be given to the people, and for that, what word we use? Value inculcation. So corruption is a problem because of the lack of ethical value inculcation. Lack of ethical value inculcation. Now see this particular thing. So therefore, what is needed? Therefore, what is needed in the society? In the society, ethical value inculcation is needed. It is must. Are you getting it or not? थोड़ा सा और background समझ लेते हैं. It will clear our concept. This is good. Now understand this thing. One's values, how one's values are formed? One's values are formed on the basis of one's belief. Your beliefs will shape your values. My beliefs will shape my values. Everybody's on the basis of beliefs, one's values are shaped. अभी आपके belief किससे influence होते हैं, आप मेरे को ये बताओ. For example, I say, this is my belief that God exists. This is my belief that God exists. This is my belief that this happens, that happens. Every belief that I have, from where that belief is coming? मेरे belief are coming from my family, yes or no? My belief is coming from the society in which I am living, yes or no? My belief are being formed by my peer group, my friend, etc. or not? Are you getting it or not? आप 4 दिन चोरों के साथ रहो, 5वें दिन आप भी सोचोगे चोरी कहां करनी है. Are you getting it or not? It is said that a man is known by the book he reads and the company he keeps. So therefore, your peers, the type of company you are in, they are always influencing your beliefs. समझ में आ रहा है? Now, how one's beliefs are formed? How one's beliefs are formed? One's beliefs are simply formed by socialization. Yes or no? One's belief will be formed by through the process of socialization. Is it visible to everyone? So how the beliefs will be formed? Beliefs will be formed through the process of socialization. Socialization क्या होता है? Socialization is a complex process by which a person knows how to behave, how to respond in a society. Are you getting it or not? 2 children are born in India. One child was taken to US. 2 twins, one was taken to US and the other brother, he was taken to any, let's say, state of India. Are you getting it or not? 20 साल बाद दोनों मिलते हैं. क्या दोनों का बिहेवियर, बात करने का तरीका सब अलग होगा या नहीं होगा? होगा. Why? Socialization was different. So understand, our beliefs are formed by socialization, beliefs form value. So at the end of the day, socialization will play an important role in value, yes or no? How your socialization is happening, how your, or simple word if you want, how your social upbringingness is happening. Your upbringingness will define the type of beliefs you will have, and your belief will define your values that you will have. And who plays the most important role in socialization? Who plays the most important role in socialization? The role is played by family, educational institution, your teachers, and the society as a whole. Are you getting it or not? In fact, on the same thing, now this is the third time that a question is being asked. Twice UPSC has asked this particular question, 2017 and 2022. How? Listen. This was the quotation of Dr. Kalam that was given. 2 times UPSC has asked. If a country is to be corruption free and become a nation of beautiful mind, देखो corruption free की बात करिए. If a country is to be corruption free and become a nation of beautiful mind, I strongly feel that 3 key societal members can make a difference. Father, mother and teacher. तो डॉक्टर कलाम ने साफ साफ बोला है कि करप्शन फ्री सोसाइटी इफ यू हैव टू मेक 3 people will play the most important role, father, mother and teacher. तो father, mother, family, teacher means educational institution. Are you getting it or not? If now the point is that if you have done the previous year questions, this particular quotation will click in your mind because 2 times this quotation has been asked in UPSC. Usually quotation based questions are not repeated. Questions are repeated, but quotation based questions are not repeated, but 2 times it has been asked. So what we'll do in this particular question, now what we'll do, we will specifically be providing that how these 3 institutions will inculcate value, and by the positive values that are inculcated by these 3 forces, corruption free society can be made, corruption as a social problem can be reduced. Are you getting it or not? समझ में आ रहा है? So for example, family, what family does? Family gives you the early moral education, yes or no? Okay. Educational institution, your teachers, they shape your perceptions, they shape your beliefs by their pedagogy, by the teacher, by their attitudes. They shape your attitudes, yes or no? Are you getting it or not? Secondly, in educational institution, you experience diversity. When you experience diversity, क्या होता है? Listen this thing. Your home is a homogeneous unit. All the people in your home are homogeneous. Same caste, same religion, same belief, everything. When you first time go to an educational institution, you experience diversity. Diversity of religion, diversity of caste, diversity of regions, diversity of viewpoints. And when you experience diversity, you learn tolerance. You learn tolerance. You learn accommodation. So good values are inculcated by educational institution. Family, they are responsible for teaching you good habits. Families are responsible for correcting your ethical perspective. Family through early childhood education teaches you value, yes or no? Okay, and society as a whole. Now, how society as a whole shapes your value system? Batao. Listen this thing. Every time in any year you go in the history, certain things are acceptable and certain things are unacceptable, yes or no? Certain things are acceptable and certain things are unacceptable. Whatever is acceptable in a society, an individual is indirectly getting a signal that this I can do, yes or no? And what is unacceptable in a society, an individual is getting a signal, this I cannot do, yes or no? Sometimes a society allows or normalizes wrong thing. Sometimes society normalizes the unethical things and forbids ethical things, yes or no? Once upon a time, slavery was normalized or not? Are you getting it or not? Many number of times, racism, discrimination, gender oppression, it is normalized in the society. Are you getting it or not? Untouchability was normalized at one point of a time, yes or no? And it doesn't take cognizance of good things. Reformers, at one point of a time, there was a lot of backlash that used to happen against the social reformers, that these people are interfering in our culture. तो सोसाइटी का रोल क्या है? सोसाइटी का रोल ये है, सोसाइटी नीड्स टू नॉर्मलाइज द राइट थिंग्स एंड नीड टू कंडेम द रॉन्ग थिंग्स. Glorification of criminals should not be done. Glorification of evils should not be done. Are you getting it or not? Many number of times glorification of toxic masculinity happens. Glorification of religious exclusivism, it happens. होता है या नहीं होता? तो सोसाइटी का ऐसे रोल है. My point is that you need to write only two lines in this, because तीनों एक्टर पे भी दो लाइन लिखा. Around 7-8 lines you will reach, because exactly दो में तो नहीं रुकोगे. You can quote, yes, you can. Then in introduction, what we are going to do, because now in introduction directly use the quotation of Dr. Kalam, because it is addressing to both the things. So in introduction, conclusion, my mistake, conclusion. So in conclusion, what you can do, you can simply mention that if a country is to be corruption free and to become a nation of beautiful minds, I strongly believe that 3 key societal members can make a difference, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. So therefore, good values can eradicate the corruption from the society. Good values can eradicate the corruption from the society. Are you getting it or not? ठीक है. In the notes also we have taken up, okay, this particular thing also we have taken up in the notes. In notes, if you remember, we have discussed the topic of value inculcation. ठीक है. If you remember, we have discussed the topic of value inculcation here. Okay, so here as we have discussed value inculcation, what is value inculcation, ठीक है, how in value inculcation role will be played by family, role of family in value inculcation, ठीक है, उसके बाद में what is the role of educational institution in value inculcation, case study of Japan. Fine, selected content from here you can mention, and even if you don't remember, very generic basic points. Society आपको कैसे, आपकी family आपको क्या ethics सिखाती है, through mythological stories, through cultural tradition, through moral education, by correcting your habits. Are you getting it or not? So अगर family के point of view से, educational institution के point of view से चीजें ठीक हो जाए, at the end of the day when you'll grow up, you will become an ethical citizen, and an ethical citizen will ensure that corruption is not carried. Are you getting it or not? So question is on value inculcation. Question is on value inculcation. Are you getting it or not? And in value inculcation, 3 actors, their role, and conclusion में डॉक्टर कलाम का कोटेशन डाल दो, या नहीं है तो in the similar words you can add a conclusion.
Because corruption now we are facing that big government corporates are also giving
देखो आप, यस, करप्शन के और भी रीजन है, लेकिन हमको फंडामेंटल प्रेमाइस के अगेंस्ट में नहीं जाना, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, आप लोग बार बार ये वाली बात समझो, क्या हमारे पास में उतना टाइम और इतना एनर्जी है कि दैट हम प्रेमाइस को डिफीट कर दें? आप प्रेमाइस को डिफीट करो, आप बोलो कि दैट नहीं सर करप्शन तो और भी रीजन की वजह से होता है. उसने करप्शन की आपसे बात ही नहीं करी है. आर यू गेटिंग इट और नॉट? वो क्वेश्चन कुछ और ही पूछ रहा है. व्हाट विल हैपन, हमने पूरा अपना एक पेज भी वेस्ट कर दिया, क्वेश्चन की डिमांड भी मीट नहीं हुई और नंबर भी नहीं आए. अंडरस्टैंडिंग माई पॉइंट और नॉट? ठीक है. प्रीमाइस इज टॉकिंग अबाउट करप्शन इज बिकॉज ऑफ वैल्यू इनकलकेशन. दिस इज वन ऑफ अ रीजन व्हाई आई सेड दैट स्टार्टिंग में कि करप्शन पे मत लिखना पूरा, बिकॉज करप्शन पे क्वेश्चन नहीं है. क्वेश्चन इज ऑन वैल्यू इनकलकेशन इफ यू रीड इट अगेन. ठीक है, क्वेश्चन को दोबारा पढ़ते हैं एक बार. क्वेश्चन क्या बात बोल रहा है? Question says, in your opinion, what measures can be adopted to uplift the core value of society? This is the question. Are you getting? Moving on to the next question. Yes. Conclusion. Okay. The next question, in the context of work environment, differentiate between coercion and undue influence with suitable examples. So they have given a very straightforward question from the topic of in the topic of the work premises, work culture, work ethics, coercion and undue influence with suitable examples. Now I don't think you need a very specialized knowledge to write answer on this. What is coercion? You tell me, what is coercion? What is coercion? Coercion is the phenomena of using force against another person to influence another person's behavior. Usage of force. For example, मैंने आपके सामने एक बंदूक रख दी, Do this, otherwise I'll harm you. This is an example of coercion. Are you getting it or not? And we see that in a toxic work culture, in unproductive work culture, often employees, they have to face coercion. They often have to face coercion. Okay. Examples also will take. Now, what we need to do? Introduction will be very straightforward. Now, my point is that body's demand is coercion and undue influence. So, in introduction, we'll not define it, we'll define it in the body. So, introduction will be very straightforward. What should be the introduction? For example, in the course of organizational work culture, coercion and undue influence are the symbolic of toxic work culture. And such toxic work culture often impacts organizational productivity. It often demoralizes the employee. It impacts an organization, and organization is not able to meet its vision, mission and target. So, what हम इसको क्या करेंगे? We'll say that how these values are the part of a toxic work culture. How these two things are impacting the organization's success. Okay, fine. Now, what is coercion? So, coercion is simply using threat or force to compel, to force anyone to do anything against their will. I don't want, but you want me to do that thing against my will, you will use force. That is coercion. Now, when we talk about coercion, there can be multiple different types of coercions that are there. For example, there can be physical coercion. What is physical coercion? Using physical force or giving a threat of physical harm to an employee or to a person. That is a physical coercion. Recently, you might have seen this particular thing. It was reported in the newspaper that a couple who were in aviation, they hired a women house help and they have harassed her physically. Are you getting it or not? To work for long hours. ये किसका example है? This is example of physical coercion. So you can just mention that example without mentioning the name of the people and all such kind of a thing. For example, recently in Delhi, a couple were reported to have used extreme physical torture against a women house help. Example of physical coercion. क्यों बोल रहे हैं? Because question mentions to give the examples. Then next, there can be sexual coercion. Okay, it involves the threat or intimidation to force someone into sexual activity without their consent. For example, holding a person to ransom that if you will not compromise sexually, you will not be given a promotion, or you will be demoted, you will not be given a promotion. That is an example of sexual coercion. Now, example, Vishaka guidelines, they became the basis of prevention of sexual harassment at Workplace Act. Why Vishaka guidelines came? Because to tame sexual coercion. Vishaka guidelines came to reduce or to tame the sexual coercion that has been prevalent to a large number. Yes or no? Okay. Then the next, third could be financial coercion. What is financial coercion? Threatening a person. Now see, a person needs a particular job and it is a financial compulsion of a person that a person cannot leave the job. Clear? Now, forcing a person to work beyond the stated hours or forcing a person to do work beyond his mandate, otherwise his salary will be stopped, otherwise he will be fired. You know that the person needs his job because of his financial circumstances. So, financial coercion. What the financial coercion is? Using threat or intimidation to control someone's financial situation. And then comes the undue influence. What is undue influence? Undue influence में force नहीं है. Undue influence is manipulating another person by using some lie, by using some kind of an fabricated facts. That is undue influence. Is it clear or not? So what is undue influence? Manipulating somebody to do something which is actually not in their best interest. For example, you are a new joinee, and there is a very risky project that is there. I am also is one of a colleague. A risky project has been given to me. I don't want to take that risky project, and you are a new joinee. I am manipulating you that you should take this new project. This will be very good for your career. You don't know anything about that. Okay, and you see that I am a trustworthy person. Are you getting it or not? So this is undue influence. What is undue influence? Using one's position or power or authority to manipulate to do something that is not in their best interest. Are you getting it or not? ठीक है, a manager manipulating a new joinee to undertake a risky project which might hamper his profession. And politicization of bureaucracy is another example. Often we see this particular thing, that politicization of bureaucracy. Ministers, they are the one who can transfer you, who can give you favorable postings, who can give you punishment postings, yes or no? So what happens? Minister will call you that if you will do this thing, it will be good for you. Are you getting it or not? वो बंदूक नहीं रख रहे हैं, वो आपको पीट नहीं रहे हैं. But by using their authority, now minister has called that you should do this. Actually, it goes against your work ethics. But by the virtue of their power, they are trying to influence you. So politicization of bureaucracy is example of undue influence of politicians over bureaucrats. Politicians over bureaucrats. It's fine. So these two examples we can give here. Are you getting it or not? Okay, and then in conclusion, we will simply be mentioning that these tendencies of coercion, undue influences have proven to be ineffective in bringing a productive work culture. It hampers individual as well as collective productivity of an organization. Therefore, adequate measures should be adopted so that these particular tendencies are avoided. These tendencies are avoided. Is it clear or not? Yes. Yes, you can mention, but that is again coercion के अंदर में वो आ जाएगा. Okay, yes. नहीं, little bit overlap is there. Little bit overlap will be there.
So, sir, in conclusion, we can mention this overlap, though these concepts are different, but there is an overlap.
Yes, sometimes undue influence and coercion, they can be.
Sir, means politicization of bureaucracy is also a type of mental coercion on the bureaucracy.
देखो, nature depend करता है आप कैसे कर रहे हो. आप force, threat use कर रहे हो तो coercion है. Force और threat use नहीं कर रहे हो.
सर, बट वो उन्हें ट्रांसफर जो पनिशमेंट पोस्टिंग का थ्रेट ही तो है.
नहीं, थ्रेट नहीं दिया ना. आपको लग रहा है कि दैट यार ये मिनिस्टर बोल रहा तो करना ही चाहिए. आर यू गेटिंग इट और नॉट? मिनिस्टर को इंटरफेयर में भी नहीं करना चाहिए इन कामों में, लेकिन मिनिस्टर इज डूइंग दैट. फाइन, इन अ वे ही इज ट्राइंग टू शोकेस हिज अथॉरिटी.
थैंक यू सर.
नहीं, इतना नहीं है टाइम. फाइन. यस, डाल सकते हो विदाउट पॉलिटिसाइजिंग इट. यस.
Is it necessary that the person who, sir, in undue influence, is it necessary that the person who is influencing the other has more authority and power than the victim?
The person in which coercion or undue influence?
In undue influence.
See, power, authority का मतलब ये नहीं है कि that एक official authority ही है. आप किसी को रिगार्ड में होल्ड करते हो या किसी को आपको लगता है कि that ये ट्रस्टवर्दी है, वो भी कर सकता है.
Yes.
Okay, now the quotation based questions and how to deal these quotation based questions we are going to see. And every year 30 marks worth of question, now it has become a trend. Now it has become a trend. We don't know कि अगले साल क्या होगा, but as of now it seems to be a trend that 30 marks of question on the quotation are being asked. So 3 quotations came. Quotation 1, the simplest acts of kindness are by far more powerful than 1,000 heads bowing in a prayer, Mahatma Gandhi. Okay, now understand this thing that as you have these quotations, how to approach these quotations. Number 1, what you can do in introduction, if you have some similar quotation in your mind, incidentally if that thing was there, you can mention that particular similar quotation in the introduction. For example, a similar quotation is there given by Desmond Tutu. Okay, so Desmond Tutu passed away recently, 1.5 years back. So Desmond Tutu has given this particular quotation that do your little bit of good wherever you are. It is those little bits of good that put together that overwhelms the world. So small acts of kindness he is talking about. Fine, you are able to do small act of compassion, you are able to show a small act of kindness, do that thing, that is sufficient, will overwhelm the entire world. Gandhiji is also saying a similar thing. If you don't have this particular quotation in your mind, not at all a problem. What you can do when a quotation comes in just 2-3 lines, you can give actually a kind of a simplified explanation of that particular quotation and its relevance. Okay, a simplified explanation of this particular quotation, a background of that particular quotation, or what you can do, you can simply define your take on this quotation. What your take on the quotation is. In body, we will elaborate the quotation in detail, point by point. In body, we'll elaborate the quotation. In introduction, we'll give a take or a simplified meaning of that quotation. Now, when we talk about Gandhiji, when we talk about Mahatma Gandhi, so we all know this particular thing that Mahatma Gandhi was a religious person and he was a devout person. But Gandhiji kept humanism above the ritualism and above the religion. According to Gandhiji, humanism is first. Okay, compassion, kindness, this is first. So this particular line of thought you can mention in introduction. What we can say that Mahatma Gandhi was although a religious person, but according to him, acts of compassion and kindness were more important than following ritualism and religious submission. You are going to a religious shrine, spending 2 hours every day in a religious shrine. According to Gandhiji, 1,000 heads bowing for prayer, more important them are the simple act of kindness. That is more important than 1,000 heads bowing in a prayer. So religious submission, following elaborate ritualism, उससे ज़्यादा important है छोटे छोटे act of kindness and छोटे छोटे act of compassion. Are you getting it or not? So you can mention that according to Gandhiji, these acts are more important than religious submissions. And this particular thing has been a timeless idea. This thing has been a timeless idea. It was true at that time, it is true today, and it will be true 100 years laterwards also. Now, अब आपको क्या करना पड़ेगा? You have to demonstrate how this quotation is important and relevant in present times. You need to demonstrate that, how it is relevant and important in present times. Now, how to demonstrate? We will be demonstrating it at the multiple levels. First, we will demonstrate it at the community level. Now, the क्वेश्चन को दोबारा रिवाइव करो, क्वेश्चन को दोबारा से एक बार रिकॉल करो. क्वेश्चन क्या बोल रहा है? स्मॉल एक्ट्स ऑफ काइंडनेस आर फार मोर इंपॉर्टेंट देन 1,000 हेड्स बोइंग इन प्रेयर. तो स्मॉल एक्ट्स ऑफ काइंडनेस की बात कर रहा है. नाउ वी सी टुडे दैट टुडे वी हैव एन इंटरकनेक्टेड वर्ल्ड. And in this interconnected world, even if the small acts of kindness are done by the people, these small acts of kindness will compound. And these small acts of kindness, after compounding, can solve the very big problems of the society, which society is not able to solve. Let's take one example. Here, we can take example of the crowdfunding. We'll take the example of crowdfunding. Now, what is crowdfunding? You might be seeing advertisements on YouTube, Facebook, that a person is suffering from a deadly disease. Okay, spinal muscular atrophy is their condition. Okay, which many children suffer. उसकी ड्रग 16 करोड़ रुपीस की है. 16 करोड़ रुपीस की ड्रग है. Poor families, even middle class families, they cannot afford a 16 crore rupees drug. And what has happened multiple number of times, they, in crowdfunding, petitions have been made to people that please donate 5 rupees, 10 rupees. And just by the donation of 5, 10, 10, 15, 20 rupees, what has happened? Many people's deadly medical conditions have been treated. So these small acts of compassion has overwhelmed. So here we can see this particular thing, that in today's interconnected world, these simple acts of kindness, they can create a big ripple effect and can address the various social, economic and environmental issues. Okay, if everybody plants one tree, environmental problem can be solved. Deforestation, afforestation as a problem can be rectified. Are you getting it or not? Second example, we see that small acts of kindness generates empathy and compassion, which is very much needed in the society. And here we have three examples. Here we have three examples that how small acts of kindness have gone long way to help people. During the time of COVID, what happened? People collectively, but in their limited capacity, distributed food packets. People collectively, but in limited capacity, distributed drugs and small things. And what happened? It helped the poor people in a big way. Yes or no? Now, Khalsa group arranged the free oxygen cylinders. Is it clear or not? Small act, but helped so many people. दूसरा एग्जाम्पल आप देख सकते हैं यहां पे. We can see one more example of Jitendra Kumar Soni, a 2010 batch IAS officer from Rajasthan cadre. What he has done, as of his own, he has taken an initiative, that is Charan Paduka Abhiyan. Charan Paduka Abhiyan. And under this Charan Paduka Abhiyan, free shoes have been given to the underprivileged children who go school without the shoes. Are you getting it or not? Providing shoes to a child, it might look a very small act, but these small acts of compassion is far more important. This is the demand of the question, and we are showing that how at the multiple levels these small acts of compassion have helped, and actually they are creating a big change. They are creating a big change. Okay. Then after that, iska dekho, abhi now coming to the second kind, other type of an examples. Now see, listen. Often why people understand this thing? You will see an ad that a particular person is suffering with a disease and a treatment cost 10 crore rupees. Please donate 10 rupees. Probably you will not donate. Why? You will think that 10 crore rupees are needed. How my 10 rupee contribution will help? मेरे 10 रुपए से क्या हो जाएगा? ठीक है, होता है या नहीं होता? कि that how my 10 rupees are going to help? You will not help. But if we have this quote in the mind, that small acts of compassion, small acts of kindness are more important than grand gestures. Thousand head bowing for prayer, grand gesture उससे ज्यादा important है छोटे छोटे effort. Are you getting it or not? So personal responsibility. People will take personal responsibility. What will happen? By this quotation, people will take personal responsibility, and even in these limited capacities, if people will come forward, it can solve the big problems. And lastly, environmental stewardship. Today we are facing the biggest problem, that is the environmental crisis. And environmental crisis cannot be solved by grand gestures. It cannot be solved by one powerful country or a few group of powerful countries. If collectively we come together and we do our little bit, we can solve the environmental problem. Life movement which India has started. What is the underlying philosophy of life movement? That citizens have to take the active participation in resolving the environmental crisis. So आपको छोटे छोटे capacity के अंदर में effort करना पड़ेगा. Now that quotation will help you take personal responsibility. Environmental problems can be solved. In the society as a whole, compassion and empathy will develop. Are you getting it or not? Fine. So basically, what this quotation emphasizes, this quotation, now in conclusion, what we are going to do, will be talking about that how this quotation is relevant for times to come, in the present times as well as in future. So this quote emphasizes the practical power of kindness and small actions. Practical power of kindness and small actions, it can address all the global challenges of the world. So this is more important rather than ritualism, religious submission, and always waiting that we'll do some grand gesture, only that will do, otherwise we'll not do anything. Is it clear or not? Fine. Then second quotation is there by Jawaharlal Nehru. Nee, see what you are going to do. You are going to write this particular thing that a similar idea has been preferred by other philosophers or other thinkers also. For example, this. नहीं तो quotation तो explain करेंगे. नहीं, understand this thing. We are not saying that हम quotation explain नहीं करेंगे. We are not saying that वो quotation लिख के बस काम खत्म. नहीं. Listen, you missed a one fundamental point. I am not saying. हाँ, listen. हम क्या कर रहे हैं, quotation को हम कैसे use कर रहे हैं? He has raised a very good question. How we are using quotation, you understand this thing. First step is to give a simplified explanation of that quotation and support that. Yes, and support that the idea has been preferred by other philosophers also. For example, Desmond Tutu says this. Yes. ऐसा नहीं करना वो quotation लिखा और खत्म. You will explain what the quotation stands for, and then you will support that the similar ideas have been supported or talked by other philosophers also. For example, Desmond Tutu. Yes. Is it clear or not? Then we have this question particularly on women empowerment. Okay, so question says, to awaken the people, it is the women who must be awakened. Once she is on the move, the family moves, the village moves, the nation moves. Jawaharlal Nehru. So they are talking about women empowerment. Once you empower the women, entire community, entire society, entire family is empowered. Okay. So basically in introduction, now if you want to substantiate the idea with a similar quotation, here we have the quotation from Kofi Annan. So what Kofi Annan says? Kofi Annan says the similar thing. When women thrive, all of the society benefits and succeeding generations are given a better start in life. So by focusing on women development, entire society's development of entire family can be brought together. In this answer, what you need to show, you need to show a link that how women empowerment, how women's status improvement is helping the community at a large and the family at the large. Are you getting it or not? Now, what is the simplified explanation of this particular quotation? We'll be talking about that in introduction first. That we'll be talking about in the introduction first. So when we talk about the empowerment of women, empowerment of women is critical for the holistic development of society as well as family. And all the indicators of social justice, health, education, they can be improved by awakening the women. By empowering the women, what we can do? We can unleash a hidden potential. Are you getting it or not? Fine. Now, how women will act as a catalyst of change? How women, now, अभी क्या करेंगे हम लोग? Through different dimensions. Social dimension, economic dimension, political dimension. We will explain that how empowering women will help on the empowerment of the community as a whole. For example, on social dimension, educating a woman will have a multiplier effect. When we educate women, we have seen in the example of Kerala, that because of the high literacy rates are in Kerala of the women, these educated women spend more in health, education and well-being of the family. And because women are spending more in the health, education of the family, we have seen that the social indicators in Kerala as a whole have been improved. Now, when we talk about the Kerala and Tamil Nadu, because they educated women first, so educating the women has brought these multiplier effects. Now, these women are investing more in health and education of children, and therefore entire family and consequently the society is getting empowered. It is on the move. Okay. Second, when we talk about the now economic empowerment की बात करते हैं. So basically here we have taken the example of the Seva initiative by Ela Bhatt. So what has happened? Ela Bhatt passed away just few months back, and Ela Bhatt was she played a very important role for the women empowerment through her Seva initiative, and multiple other initiatives are also there. Okay. So what actually happened under this Seva initiative, what happened? Ela Bhatt organized the women-led self-help groups. And as these women-led self-help groups were created, what happened? First, economic upliftment of the women happened who were involved in the self-help group. As the economic upliftment of women happened, upliftment of their family happened. And as all the women or a lot of women came together, entire community's economic upliftment happened because of the women-driven economic enterprises. So Seva, what they have done? Seva has empowered women economically. They have been given opportunities. And by that, what has happened? Families and entire societies, poverty rates in the villages, they have went down. Are you getting it or not? So economic empowerment. Then in political sphere. Now, Abhi guys, you need to see this particular thing that, see, listen. Now, I am just giving you a reference from this editorial that came just, I think, day before yesterday. Now, obviously, ये article तब तक नहीं था जब आप paper लिख रहे थे. Obviously, it was not there. My point is that please keep on reading the newspapers, because here and from here or there, you will get one idea in your mind which can help you to substantiate one dimension. Now, understand this thing. See this particular thing. You might be knowing this particular thing that right now this women's reservation bill has been passed. Already in panchayat and local bodies, women are given 33% reservation. But there is a very big criticism. What is criticism? That sarpanch pati or pradhan pati concept prevails in panchayats. Actually, on the behalf of women, their husband are making the law. Okay, so women का empowerment हुआ ही नहीं है. But to counter that particular thing, there are some other studies that are there. For example, this editorial mentioned this particular study of University of New South Wales, which said that women who have been elected in the villages, over time they have started asserting their presence in spite of the interference of the male family members. Understand this thing. Simply because male will interfere will not say that हम women को political sphere में लाएंगे ही नहीं, because at the end of the day तो उनके husband ही interfere करेंगे. You cannot say that. You give women the political power, over a period of time they will assert themselves, and that thing has been justified by this particular study. Obviously article abhi aaya. My point is that if you read the newspapers, some things are there in your mind and they suddenly come out when you are writing the exam. Are you getting it or not? So political sphere, as we talk about the political sphere, so we have seen this particular thing, that by giving political rights and by giving the political representation to the women, women can take up the matters which concerns the women. यहाँ पे एक example यहाँ पे भी लेंगे. We'll take this particular example, that higher representation of women in panchayats. Now women have started focusing on gender equality. They have started focusing on social welfare of the communities at large. Are you getting it or not? And legally empowering women. We have example of Chingari Andolan in Uttar Pradesh. Chingari Andolan in Uttar Pradesh. Now, what is this Chingari Andolan in Uttar Pradesh? It gives legal education to women. And as women have been given legal education by the help of this Chingari Andolan, what is happening now? The entire other people, male also, they are getting to know about their rights. And they raise voices against police atrocities. They raise their voices against some discrimination, some other wrong thing if it is happening to them. तो आप समझो कि that male को भी legal education मिला किससे? Women के through. And how women got legal education? With the help of these organizations such as the Chingari Andolan of Uttar Pradesh. By empowering women, it actually empowered the entire family. They know their legal rights. Are you getting it or not? Fine. Also in newspaper, this article came, if you want, Kollam became the first constitutional literate district in India. Okay. Kollam became the first constitutional literate district in India. And how it has become possible? By the active participation of women. By educating women with respect to constitutional remedies. The families, people, they came to know about the constitution and important provisions. The point is that you empower women economically, family will get empowered. You empower women socially, social indicators of family will improve. You empower women by giving legal education, entire family will learn their legal rights. Political empowerment of women, women will put forward those agendas which impact both men and women. Social agendas. Are we getting it or not? So therefore, empowering women will help in unlocking the true potential of the women and can help country to move on the path of progress. Are we getting it or not? ठीक है. उसके बाद में there is this another question. Do not hate anybody. Do not hate anybody, because the hatredness that comes out from you must in the long run come back to you. If you love, that love will come back to you, completing the circle. What you sow shall you reap. What you give, you will receive. If you generate hate, you will receive hate in the long run. If you generate kindness, if you generate love, you will become the recipient of that love. So, जो आपको चाहिए वो आप करो. Clear?
एग्जाम्पल देना होगा कि एक पॉइंट दे दे और उसका फिर वही सेंटेंस को दोहरा दे कि यार इससे ये कम्युनिटी को बेनिफिट.
यस, देखो यही तो करा है हमने जब सेवा की बात करी तो सेवा से विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप बना और उससे पूरी फैमिली का इकोनॉमिक अपलिफ्टमेंट हो गया. हाँ. हाँ, यस यस. No, that will not be possible and that is not even needed. Because understand this thing, that actually these are the proven facts. Okay, the panchayats where women leaders have led it for a long period of time, what has happened, they have picked up the social issues which have benefited the entire society. So वही चीज हम लोग यहाँ पे बता रहे हैं. Are you getting it or not? You need not to substantiate it with some data or study every time because you will not have that in exam practically.
कितना सशक्त हुई है ये यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ वेल्स कैसे बता देगा.
अब उसके क्वेश्चन पे नहीं जाएंगे, एक स्टडी है, हम देखो रेफरेंस देंगे. आर यू गेटिंग इट और नॉट? ठीक है. ओके, सो व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट दिस कोटेशन, रोंडा ब्रायन सेज whatever you give out in life, whatever you give out in life is what you receive back in life. ठीक है, जस्ट कॉम्प्लीमेंटिंग आइडिया. बट अगेन गोइंग, हम लोग बात क्या करेंगे? We'll be talking about this particular phenomena that whatever you go give, it comes back to you. This is called as the principle of universal reciprocation. This is called as the principle of universal reciprocation. Matlab, the types of vibrations you will generate, the type of influence you will generate, you will receive the same. Even we have the theory of karma. Even we have the theory of karma. Now, when we talk about the theory of karma, what the theory of karma says, a particular type of an actions that you will do, you will receive the same kind of result. You will do the good karmas, you are doing the acts of kindness, you are doing the acts of justice, you are helping other people, you will receive it back. You are putting obstacles in the other people's path, you will receive the same thing. Even the karma theory talks about the karmas, as you sow shall you reap. And principle of universal reciprocation says that whatever you do, it comes back to you. Let's demonstrate that particular thing with the help of examples. For example, at community level, we see this particular thing that there have been the long-standing antagonization, animosity between caste groups, religious groups. There have been the hatredness between the castes and the religions. And you tell me, has it impacted only one or two castes or all the castes and all the religion at the same time? All the religions, all the castes have got equally impacted because of this hatredness that they have generated against each other. You take international arena. So basically we see that during the time of World War II, what happened? Nazis perpetuated hatred against the Jews, yes or no? And that hatred went back to them. What happened? Because of that hatredness, because of the Holocaust of the Jews, what happened? There was an international backlash that came, and that international backlash became the reason for the downfall of entire Nazi regime, yes or no? So Nazi regime carried hatredness against Jews. They received a backlash, and that brought the entire decline of that, the entire Nazi regime. We take the example of colonialism. Entire colonialism shattered because it was based on the hatredness. Mythological example. You take the example from Mahabharata. So Duryodhan's envy, Duryodhan's hate against the Pandavas was received back by the Duryodhans. And what happened? The Kauravas' downfall happened after the battle of Kurukshetra. So whosoever has generated hate, whosoever has generated hate for the others, they have received it back with the equal force or even with the bigger force. And at the same time, if you will generate love, if you will generate compassion, you will receive that also. अब उसका example भी देखेंगे. Here we have example from now see, India has always been the supporter of humanitarian assistance. India has always helped the disaster stricken countries. During the COVID also, India helped the other countries. Fine. How? India carried the vaccine Maitri. India carried vaccine Maitri. And by vaccine Maitri, India helped the countries. So it was an act of compassion, act of love of India. Yes or no? And when the second wave of COVID came in 2021, are we also suffering with medical oxygens or not? So what happened? Entire country in the world came forward for the help of India. Has it happened or not? So we see that because India helped the global community through vaccine Maitri, India received the same help from the other countries when India faced the crisis during the second wave of COVID pandemic. And even Mahatma Gandhi has propagated the same thing, that if you generate love, you will receive love. Today we know these things, that the great leaders, अब सबका नाम आप डाल सकते हो, Mother Teresa, Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, they preached love, compassion for the other people, and because of that, they are also revered, venerated around the world. Yes or no? Is it clear or not? ठीक है. So, conclusion में, we can strengthen the statement given by Swami Vivekananda that it is a timeless reminder, and from time to time, it reminds us to do the ethical conducts and ethical deeds. Is it clear or not? अभी एक बात समझिए, देखो बहुत फंडामेंटल चीज है ये. Listen very carefully. Quotation based questions you can never prepare. Why? Because there are thousands and thousands of quotation. You don't know what UPSC will ask you. Thousands of Indian thinkers are there, thousands of Western thinkers, leaders are there. किसी ने भी कुछ भी quotation दिया, UPSC से कुछ भी बोल सकता है. My idea is that you please strengthen your understanding on the topic 1 as well as the topic number 5, that is the philosophers. Because from there what you can do, you can give the reference of some theories, you can give some philosophical flair in your answers, which can help you to write good answers. So do that particular thing please. Quotation के लिए prepare नहीं कर सकते हो. मैं क्यों बोल रहा हूं ये? Because many of aspirants, what they are just mugging up the 15, 20, 30 quotations. Do that thing, that will help you, but we cannot prepare for that particular thing, and that is a fair idea. So my point is that you develop the fodder points, open points, which you can use whenever the quotation based question is coming. Philosophical flair will be needed there. So develop that particular approach.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
So, if we add both explanation and quotation in the introduction.
एक सेकंड, आप कहाँ पे हैं आप?
Sir, at the back.
पीछे. अच्छा. Okay. Yes.
Sir, if we add both explanation and quotation in the introduction, wouldn't the introduction get too long?
Again, can you speak? Please be silent.
If we add both explanation and quotation in the introduction, wouldn't the introduction be too long?
Yes, a good question. Listen this thing. I have given you the alternative approaches that you have. For example, what you can do, you can give a simplified meaning of that particular quotation in 1.5 line, and then you can complement that a similar idea has been preached by XYZ thinker also and give the quotation. Maximum it will take 4 lines or 3 lines. 3 lines, 4 lines. हमको वो दूसरे quotation को नहीं समझाना है. वो दूसरा quotation we are using to just show that the similar idea have been complemented, थोड़ा सा impression बनाने के लिए. Are you getting it or not? And I am 100%, not 100, 99.9% sure कि that अभी तो हम ये quotation discuss कर रहे हैं, लेकिन exam में ये quotations नहीं आती है दिमाग में. So therefore that alternative idea explain that quotation and relevance of that quotation. That is actually going to be a thing जो आप लोग एग्जाम में करोगे. So इसीलिए quotation is an optional thing that if you have in your mind you can put it, that to complement this idea you can give it. Are you getting it or not? आ जाए तो ऐसे यूज करना है, नहीं आए तो let it be. Yes. फिर वो इन्वर्टेड कॉमास मत लगाना. हाँ, इन्वर्टेड कोमास मत लगाना फिर। यस, नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, मतलब ऐसा कोई पैट, मतलब मॉरल और एथिक्स, कम्युनिटी, फ्रेटर्निटी, इन्हीं पे आते हैं। ऐसा कुछ ये नहीं है कि दैट इसको पकड़ लो और आ जाएगा। ओके, नाउ दिस इज द क्वेश्चन, व्हाट, अभी देखो, व्हाट रियली मैटर्स फॉर सक्सेस, कैरेक्टर, हैप्पीनेस एंड लाइफ लॉन्ग अचीवमेंट इज अ डेफिनेट सेट ऑफ इमोशनल स्किल्स, योर EQ, not just purely cognitive abilities that are measured by conventional IQ test. Do you agree with this view? Give reason in support of your answer. So now this is a question which is from the topic 1 to topic 7. Now the students who have been in the class, you might be knowing that exactly the same topic we discussed, fine, and the question was EQ versus IQ, what is more important? EQ versus IQ, what is more important? Okay, so here we have seen that what Daniel Goleman says, that more important than IQ is your EQ. Fine. So here we have seen that how within the IQ versus EQ, what is more important? EQ is actually more important, and why EQ is needed for the civil servants. ठीक है, तो direct question which we could have addressed from the discussion that we have already taken up. Now coming back to the question. So basically what we are going to do in this particular question, in this question, introduction will be very simple. What we'll do in introduction, we will simply talk about the emotional quotient in 2 or 3 lines. Are you getting it or not? What you will do, identify a keyword which is there in an answer, define that particular keyword in 2-3 lines. It will give you a beautiful introduction, will not take that much time, and will not also seem that it is going away from the question. समझ में आ रहा है? तो पूरा क्वेश्चन में क्या कीवर्ड है? EQ, इंटेलिजेंस और इमोशनल quotient. So what we can say, we can provide that EI, emotional intelligence or emotional quotient, emotional intelligence or emotional quotient is one's ability, it is one's capability to perceive, interpret and understand one's own emotion as well as others emotion. Other component जरूरी है डालना. Perceive, understand this thing. Many people, they are in rage, but they don't know that they are in rage. They are taking decisions in the rage, but उनको पता ही नहीं है कि हमको गुस्सा आ रहा है। लोगों की सड़क पे लड़ाई हो रही है, ठीक है, वो पता नहीं क्या क्या बोल रहा है, सामने वाला सर प्लीज, अरे मेरे को गुस्सा ही नहीं आ रहा। तो many number of a time people don't understand that they are actually in an emotional stage, and whatever they are saying, whatever decision they are saying, they taking, this is under emotion, this is not a rational decision. So first you should be able to perceive your emotion. Second, you should be able to interpret emotion. Understand this thing. A particular type of an emotion, if you have for your wife, good. If same emotion you have for some other women, bad. Are you getting it or not? So emotions, understand कि ऐसा नहीं है कि ये इमोशन गलत है और ये इमोशन अच्छा ही है. Anger often is said as a negative emotion, yes or no? But you tell me, if anger is not there, can there be any revolution for justice? Anger का manifestation खराब है, anger खराब नहीं है. गांधी जी when he was pushed out of a railway compartment in South Africa, do you think कि गांधी जी को गुस्सा ही नहीं आया? He was angry, but he did not bursted that anger in a destructive way. That anger became his force, and that anger was used in the freedom struggle against the British. Are you getting it or not? If you are not outraged, if you are not angered, you can never take up any revolution, you cannot take any social reform movement. तो anger खराब नहीं है, anger का outburst खराब है. Using anger and destroying everything is wrong. Are you getting it or not? Understand? So interpretation and understanding all the emotions, understanding the spectrum of emotions, not only for yourself but also understanding the other people's emotion. Is it clear? This is emotional intelligence, this is emotional quotient. And why it is more important? Why it is more important? Now here if you see Daniel Goleman's reference, you can take. Daniel Goleman is a very basic philosopher. अगर आप EQ, emotional intelligence पढ़ रहे हो, you might have heard his name. Very basic philosopher. So Daniel Goleman specifically have given this particular thing. अभी link line डाल देंगे एक. What is a link line? You can give a reference. Okay, even renowned thinker Daniel Goleman have supported that EQ is far more important than intelligence quotient. Clear or not? Now, how it will help? Why it is important? Now we'll justify why EQ matters for success, character, happiness and lifelong achievement. एक और बात समझो, when you are writing the quotation based answers, you can go little bit here and there, you have freedom. लेकिन जब आप specific questions लिख रहे हो, for example this, okay, there you need not to divert an inch. The moment you are diverting, you are wasting your time and you are reducing your potential to get good marks. तो वहां पे बिल्कुल क्रिस्प एंड पिन पॉइंटेड लेजर शार्प फोकस होना चाहिए आंसर का क्वेश्चन पे. फाइन. व्हाई? कोटेशन में हो सकता है. क्यों हो सकता है कोटेशन में? बिकॉज कोटेशन इज जस्ट अ विजडम दैट हैज बीन गिवन बाय अ पर्सन. उसने नहीं बोला था. देखो, जब कोई कोटेशन देता है ना, तो वो कोटेशन के साथ में 4 पेज का फाइल या हैंडआउट नहीं देता कि मेरे कोटेशन का ये मतलब है. अ पर्सन गिव्स अ कोटेशन और गिव्स एन आइडिया. इट इज ऑन अस कि हम उसको कैसे इंटरप्रेट करते हैं. You can interpret in X way, I can interpret in Y way, other person will interpret in other way. So there is a scope that you can have some different interpretation. But in these questions, no. You have to specifically stick on to the requirement of the question. Now, why it is important? See, high emotional quotient builds high adversity quotient. Okay, adversity quotient we have also discussed. What is adversity quotient? Adversity quotient is your ability to bounce back from the crisis of your life. Now, many people, when crises come in their life, they break, they take extreme steps such as suicide. But some people bounce back from the crisis and they take more, they emerge brightly from the crisis. This is adversity quotient. Now, adversity quotient is directly proportional to emotional quotient. Why? Understand this thing. When a person has faced a crisis, in the situation of a crisis, a person is an emotionally charged up state. A person thinks that these negative emotions which I'm facing because of a setback, this condition will never be rectified. Are you getting it or not? But by very nature, emotions are always temporary. Emotions are always temporary. Emotional state is always temporary. A person will be calm that, okay, right now there is this emotional crisis situation that is there, but it will pass. Will be calm, will be composed, will think logically, rationally, and will take some lessons from that adversity. Are you getting it or not? So adversity quotient directly depends on high IQ. People who understand their emotions properly, know how to respond emotions properly, they also develop consequently the good adversity quotient. They have good resilience and can fight with crisis also effectively. One. Second, interpersonal relationships. Now often when you are angry, you say those things to your friend, to your family, which even you don't want. देखो आप समझो, when you are angry, what is your only intention? Your only intention is to say such a thing to this person that this person is devastated. Does it happens or not? आप ढूंढ के ऐसी बात बोलना चाहते हो कि this person should never be able to recover on this, but then you regret that why I did that, why I said that. And what happens? Because people are not able to manage their emotions, they destroy their relations. So people who have good EQ, they will be able to manage interpersonal relations better. And your network is your net worth. Your network is your network. More people you have in your life to support you, more possible it is your success will come more easily, and there will be more people to celebrate that success. So people with EQ will be able to manage their interpersonal skills effectively and will be able to have good human resource with them. Yes or no? Third, ethical decision making. People commit a murder and justify that. Why they committed a murder? Because they were in rage. When you are in rage, when you are in emotions, you can take a lot of unethical decisions. More emotionally charged up you are, more possibility to take unethical step. So what happens? A person, if has good understanding on emotions, will see the consequences of an action first and might not do that. Fine. Then conflict resolution, okay, and stress management. Fine. Disputes, conflicts can be managed. Many number of times, why we are not able to manage the conflict? Because we think emotionally, not logically. Are you getting it or not? Okay. And here, in conclusion, what you can do, you can talk about that success in life. Success can't just be achieved through high IQ. Success cannot just be achieved through high IQ. Rather, success depends on the golden triangle of IQ, EQ, and AQ. सो EQ इज इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट. अब ये भी नहीं करना कि IQ को आपने बिल्कुल ही रिडिक्यूल कर दिया कि इंटेलिजेंस तो चाहिए ही नहीं है. इंटेलिजेंस चाहिए, लेकिन सिर्फ इंटेलिजेंस इज नॉट नीडेड. इज इट क्लियर और नॉट? वन मोर थिंग, we have not specifically mentioned the EQ for civil servant. Why? Because the question is asking the EQ's need in general. Are you getting it or not? Now see, by these points, will the happy life and whatever the keywords were there, it will come or not? If we just go here, so do you agree? Success, character, happiness, lifelong achievement, will all those come by that EQ? Fine. Then moving to the next question. Okay, differentiate moral intuition from moral reasoning with suitable examples. Differentiate moral intuition from moral reasoning with suitable example. Okay, so in the class, if you remember, we have discussed moral intuition directly. Okay, so if you remember, we have discussed the Michael humor. Okay, so here, if you remember in the class, we have discussed the ethical intuitionism given by the Michael humor. So directly question from there could be tackled up. Yes. 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 तीन चीजें हैं सक्सेस के लिए: एडवर्सिटी कोशेंट, IQ एंड EQ. Okay. Differentiate between moral intuition from moral reasoning with suitable example. Now this question you might not be able to address if you don't understand the basics of ethics. तो हम लोग देखो हमेशा क्या होते हैं कि that ethics को हम लोग इक्वेट कर देते हैं विद अ काइंड ऑफ अ ज्ञान कि बड़ी बड़ी बातें फिलोसॉफिकल जो भी मन में आएगा बोल देंगे और एथिक्स की तैयारी हो गई. बट नो, समटाइम्स यू नीड टू हैव एन अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ द बेसिक कंसेप्ट्स ऑफ एथिक्स, बेसिक थ्योरीज ऑफ एथिक्स, बेसिक व्यू पॉइंट्स दैट आर देयर इन एथिक्स. नाउ व्हाट इज एथिकल इंट्यूशनिज्म? लिसन, ethical intuitionism is a viewpoint. Again, we can give the reference of Michael humor here if we have. Okay, just a minute. Okay. Now what is ethical intuition, moral intuitionism? So moral intuitionism is a past. Now understand this, moral intuitionism ये बोलता है what is ethical, what is unethical. You don't need some special understanding or you don't need some special parameter to understand what is ethical and what is unethical. As an intuition, you will understand that this is ethical, this is unethical. For example, when your classmate has left his wallet on the side chair and he has left and there is nobody in the class, no camera, आपका मन करेगा कि that ये wallet उठा लेते हैं, but अंदर से आ जाएगा ना कि that no, you are doing wrong. So moral intuitionism provides that we learn what is ethical or moral through intuitions. Through intuitions. That is moral intuitionism. Given by whom? Michael Humer. ठीक है? Huemer. Okay? In the notes that we have discussed. Then moral reasoning. What is moral reasoning? Abhi moral reasoning is opposite. In moral reasoning, we'll decide ethical or moral not by intuition. Rather, we will give deliberation. We will think from the multiple angles that X according to deontologist सही है या नहीं है, according to consequentialist सही है या नहीं है, according to that viewpoint is it right or not, according to that viewpoint is it right or not. So what is moral reasoning? Moral reasoning is a deliberate logical thinking based approach to arrive at moral conclusion. To arrive at moral conclusion. We'll just not right away say that according to me it is right or wrong. We'll elaborate, understand it from multiple viewpoints, multiple philosophical viewpoints, and then we'll come to a conclusion. Are you getting it or not? This is the basic difference between moral intuition and moral reasoning. Now understand this particular thing. Then when we talk about intuition and reasoning, abhi question kya hai? Differentiation. Okay, moral intuition, will there be reasoning or not? Will there be justification? No. Prima facie, what you think right or wrong, you will take that. Reasoning process is not there. In moral reasoning, the name very clearly provides that we will reason and will justify X, Y, X, Y, Y, Y. Okay. Then next, listen. Moral reasoning is vulnerable to one's bias, prejudices, and stereotypes. Understand this thing. Now, Vulnerability to biases. Listen this thing. Vulnerability to biases. Now understand this particularly. Listen. Suppose I have been born in a conservative family. I have been born in a conservative traditional family. Okay, and my socialization is of this type. Okay. Now what can happen if a particular question of marriage and live-in relationships comes, cohabitation comes in my front? What I might do? I might on first hand will condemn the live-in relationships. I will call marriage as a more moral relation and live-in relations as an immoral relation. I have claimed maybe live-in relationships as an immoral relation, marriage as a moral relation. Why? Because of my bias that is there for the marriages because of my upbringing. Are you getting it or not? In moral reasoning, what will happen? I will not just see ethicality or ethicality and ethicality on my basis. I will see it from the viewpoint of bodily autonomy, one's right of choice, one's right of justice. And I will then might come to a conclusion that marriage or live-in relationships, none is ethical, none is unethical, depends on your choice. Depends on your choice. So biases could reflect more in moral intuition, but in moral reasoning, as we'll discuss it from multiple viewpoints, that biases might be less. It might not be that much prone to biases. Okay. Then which will be more consistent? You tell me, moral reasoning or moral intuition? Consistent क्या होगा? Moral reasoning or moral intuition? Intuition or reasoning? See, देखो, very good. Understand. आप ये बताओ, our thinking, it changes from time to time or it stays the same? It changes from time to time. My experience will change, my thinking, my belief will change na. So what I said ethical 10 years back, I will say it unethical after 10 years. Are you getting it or not? Moral intuition will be prone to inconsistency. Okay, moral intuition. Moral reasoning will give more consistent judgment. Why? Because time tested principles are there जिसके basis पे हम judge कर रहे हैं क्या सही है क्या गलत है. Are you getting it or not? So more consistency will be there in the moral reasoning. Are you getting it or not? ठीक है. अब accuracy क्या है? Understand this thing. Accurate क्या है क्या नहीं है वो final judgment आप कभी नहीं बना सकते हो. Because always subjectivity will be there. Are we clear or not? Then last question 5A, is conscience a more reliable guide when compared to law, rules and regulation in the context of ethical decision making? So basically what is the conscience? Conscience is the voice of conscience can be compared with a moral compass. Voice of conscience क्या है? The internal voice that comes from within and tells you from time to time what is right, what is wrong, what is ethical, what is unethical. That is your conscience, the voice of your conscience. Have you heard the story of Pinocchio? So there is a story of Pinocchio ना, वो जब भी कुछ unethical करता था उसकी नाक बड़ी हो जाती थी. चलो, not going in that. So voice of conscience is a moral compass and it tells you what is right, what is wrong. And one's voice of conscience is rooted in one's moral understanding. It is rooted in one's moral understanding. Fundamentally जो आपकी moral understanding है वो guide करेगी आपको from time to time, and voice will come from within. It will guide you. This is right, this is wrong, and that is the voice of conscience. It guides us towards ethics. Are you getting it or not? ठीक है, तो fine. Okay, तो हमने if the students we have discussed also both of these things. Do you believe laws, rules and regulation are adequate source of ethical guidance and the voice of conscience and its rules? Okay, crisis of conscience. Okay, is voice of conscience morally right or not? So entire this thing we have discussed also. Now यहाँ पे भी discuss कर लेते हैं. Okay, let's discuss it here also. Okay, see. So what you are going to do? You are going to describe what is voice of conscience. Yes or no? Voice of conscience is a subtle inner voice which acts as a moral compass. Compass क्या करता है? Direction दिखाता है. Yes or no? Which acts as a moral compass and guides a person with respect to right and wrong. Now, is voice of conscience helps us in to see beyond our selfish interest. Now, is voice of conscience morally right or wrong? Theological viewpoint says voice of conscience is voice of God. भगवान बता रहे हैं, और भगवान तो हमेशा क्या होंगे? सही होंगे. Secular viewpoint says that no, sometimes it can be right, sometimes it could be wrong. Now, question देखो क्या है? Question देखो again. Question says, is it a more reliable guide when compared to law, rule and regulation in the context of decision making? On one hand, laws, rules are there. On one hand, voice of conscience is there. Is voice of conscience more reliable or laws are more reliable? Laws are more reliable. Okay. Okay. You say, some of you say laws are more reliable. Now understand this. Actually, laws can sometimes go against the basic ethics. And voice of conscience in that time becomes more reliable. For example, was slavery once a law or not? Was slavery once a law or not? Can you justify the slavery law as ethical? No. But people fought against the slavery or not? कैसे slavery के लिए लड़ाई करी? अंदर से कुछ आवाज आई होगी ना? So voice of conscience guided the people that though it is justified by law but cannot be ethical. So voice of conscience directed them. Many colonial laws, for example, Criminal Tribe Act, where certain tribes were deemed to be born criminals. Are you getting it or not? आपके पैदा होते ही आपको क्रिमिनल बोल दिया. You have heard the denotified tribes. Denotified tribes are those tribes which were earlier listed as criminal tribes. Okay, adultery was a law once upon a time. अभी आपका व्यू पॉइंट कुछ भी हो सकता है. हम लोग जुडिशरी का व्यू पॉइंट लेंगे. सुप्रीम कोर्ट का व्यू पॉइंट विल बी द व्यू पॉइंट विल यूज इन एग्जाम. Supreme Court has called adultery as an unethical law. So voice of conscience guides what is ethical. Sometimes laws can be corrupted or unethical. Slavery, colonial law such as Criminal Tribes Act and adultery. And this voice of conscience has guided the social reformers, yes or no? Raja Ram Mohan Roy, he fought against the norms of society at that point of a time, yes or no? Kyun? His voice of conscience guided him that everybody is justifying, let's say, sati, but it cannot be right. Fine. But law also often, now see, so this is sometimes, but sometimes conscience की भी limitation है. You cannot therefore replace the conscience with law. Law has limitations and voice of conscience is important, but sometimes voice of conscience also has limitations. Voice of conscience also has limitations. What? For example, now subjectivity is your internal voice, yes or no? And everybody's moral understanding is same or different? Different. So consistency होगी या नहीं होगी? आपके अकॉर्डिंग आपकी वॉइस ऑफ कॉन्शियंस एक्स बोलती है, मेरी वॉइस ऑफ कॉन्शियंस वाई बोलती है, हिज वॉइस ऑफ कॉन्शियंस इज समथिंग एल्स. हाउ कंसिस्टेंसी as what is to be done, what is not to be done in a society will come. Are you getting? Moreover, your voice of conscience might change over a period of time or not. Something which was being justified by your voice of conscience 10 years back might be वो भी justify नहीं करे. Are you getting it or not? Then can there be bias? Once, okay, आपकी वॉइस ऑफ कॉन्शियंस तो कुछ बोलती है लेकिन उसके लीगल कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस भी तो सकते हैं ना. डॉक्टर का वॉइस ऑफ कॉन्शियंस बोलता है कि ये पेशेंट बहुत सफर कर रहा है, ओके, आई शुड गिव अ लीथल इंजेक्शन टू दिस पर्सन. आर यू गेटिंग इट और नॉट? डॉक्टर बाय हिज एक्सपीरियंस says that this person will not revive and is in a lot of pain and there is no chance medically that he will revive. Let me give him a lethal injection so that a person at least dies with the dignity. But legally, is active euthanasia allowed? No. Are you getting it or not? So hearing your voice of conscience might have legal consequences. Okay. Then some issues are so complex. Some issues are so complex that single person's voice of conscience or a group's of voice of conscience cannot determine that. So voice of conscience का भी क्या होगा? Limitation होगा. हाँ जी, are we clear on this or not? Okay. Then ये तो डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन है बिल्कुल. ओके, सो अभी अच्छा कंक्लूजन में क्या लिखेंगे? नाइदर कॉन्शियसनेस कैन बी द सोल गाइड नॉर ओनली द लॉज कैन बी सोल गाइड. देयर नीड्स टू बी अ वर्चुअस बैलेंस. Laws should be guided by basic morality. Are you getting it or not? And basic moral conscience. प्रिंसिपल्स शुड बी रिफ्लेक्टेड इन लॉ. तो बैलेंस होना चाहिए दोनों का. Okay, then next question. Probity is essential for an effective system of governance and socio-economic development. Discuss. Okay. So basically, this question on probity also was discussed right in the class. Okay. What is probity? Why probity in governance has been described as an indispensable attribute. Okay. Now, when we talk about probity, probity क्या है? Yes. What is difference between? Okay, understand this particular thing. At the end of the day, we use them interchangeably. Understand this particular thing. Conscience, intention क्या है? Intention is what you want to do, and what you want to do, from where it flows. वो आता कहां से है? It comes from your conscience. Are you getting it or not? Intent क्या है? मैं ये करना चाहता हूं, ये मैं नहीं करना चाहता हूं. Intent flows from where? ठीक है. अंडरस्टैंड दिस थिंग. क्या? इंट्यूशन. ठीक है. अंडरस्टैंड दिस पर्टिकुलर थिंग. जब हम लोग इंट्यूशंस की बात करते हैं, व्हाट इंट्यूशन इज? इंट्यूशन इज विच यू फील इज राइट. Intuitions could be from multiple angles. Intuitions could be from the point of view of some spiritual angle. Are you getting it or not? Maybe ऐसा करना चाहिए. Ethicality, जब हम conscience की बात करते हैं, moral angle, ethical angle will always be there. When you talk about intuition, in intuition a lot of angles will be there, not only the moral angle. Are you getting it or not? For example, ये काम करना चाहिए, सक्सेस मिल जाएगी, moral angle नहीं है वहां पे. ठीक है. तो intuition के अंदर में multiple angles could be there. When we talk about conscience, conscience specifically pertains to one's moral, okay, what one's moral intent, what it is. ठीक है. Okay, now the next question, what is probity? What is probity? So probity क्या है? What is probity? Probity is simply, listen, so probity is an active value of governance. And what probity means? Probity is a value of public life. Understand? Probity is a value of public life. What is probity? Probity means to have strong moral principles, in public life, to behave as per these strong moral principles. Also probity includes to eradicate opaqueness and to bring transparency in the system. Are you getting it or not? I have given all these components. What probity includes? Absence of corruption in one's own conduct, active propagation towards the removal of corruption, and taking steps to instill the culture of transparency. Are you getting it or not? देखो, honesty और transparency में क्या फर्क है? Transparency और honesty and probity में क्या फर्क है? Probity is an active value. For example, you give me 500 rupees bribe, I don't take 500 rupees bribe. It is honesty. You give me 500 rupees bribe, I will not take, and I will also not let others take that bribe. That is probity. Is it clear or not? So probity is an active value. Absence of corruption in your character and inculcation of culture of transparency in the entire organization as a whole. Okay. अभी probity क्या करेगी? Why probity is important? Probity builds the trust and credibility of the government. Yes or no? If in governance there is probity, people will have more faith in the government and government policies. Yes or no? Okay. Efficient resource allocation, efficient spending, rule of law will be preserved, government will be accountable. ये सब हो जाएगा probity से या नहीं हो जाएगा? क्लियर? तो वेरी रिलेटिवली इजी क्वेश्चन. इसके अंदर में डिटेल में जाना है क्या? ठीक है. तो कीवर्ड्स को जस्ट एक एक लाइन में हम लोग एक्सप्लेन करेंगे. ओके. मूविंग टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. ओके, सो लास्ट क्वेश्चन वी हैव रीच्ड. What are the major teachings of Guru Nanak? Explain the relevance in the contemporary world. What are the major teachings of Guru Nanak? Explain its relevance in the contemporary world. So whenever you are writing a question on a specific personality's teaching, अभी देखो, obviously किसी teacher की teaching पूछी है. Are you getting it or not? Whenever a particular teaching is being given, the point is that we can give a kind of an, always there will be some ethical implication and ethical underpinnings in that. So simply you will give a kind of a brief, you will be talking briefly about Guru Nanak, that Guru Nanak is the founding figure of Sikhism and his virtues and wisdoms have impact beyond the Sikhism. For example, his teachings, they are relevant not only for Sikhism but also for other religions, not only for India but for other countries. So we'll talk about the significance of Guru Nanak and his teachings, that his teachings are time tested, his teachings extend beyond just the religion, his teachings extend to social realm, ethical realm. Okay, now what are the major teachings of Guru Nanak? यहीं पे हम teachings देख लेंगे और उनका relevance देख लेंगे. So 3 pillars of Guru Nanak's teachings are, okay, वंद चखो, कीरत करो and नाम जपो. These are the 3 main pillars of Guru Nanak's teaching. Okay, so first what Guru Nanak ji says, help those who are in need of help, generosity, charity. If we help other people who are in need of the help, will it bring a culture of generosity? Will it bring an ethical outcome or not? Kirat karo, make a living, make a honest living. Naam japo, take the name of true God, take the name of true God. So Guru Nanak emphasized on meditating, contemplating on the name of true God, because contemplating the name of God, which will help you to take control over काम, क्रोध, लोभ, मोह, अहंकार. काम means lust, क्रोध means anger, लोभ means greed, moh means attachment, and ahankar means ego. So contemplation will help you to get rid of these evils from your life. Is it clear or not? अभी इन तीनों का what is, okay, okay, सरबत दा भला, सब दा भला, okay, सरबत दा भला means don't look the well-being of yours, look beyond your interest. Doesn't it goes in the line of Antyodaya and Sarvodaya, specifically Sarvodaya? Are you getting it or not? Speak truth without any fear. Clear? अब इन सब का relevance in present contemporary time क्या होगा? When we talk about the first, okay, that is help others who are in need, what it will happen? It will do, it will bring empathy, compassion in the society. People will be able to reach the people who are less fortunate. Are you getting it or not? Generosity will come in the society. Okay, लिख सकते हो. ऑब्वियसली देखो, गुरु नानक की टीचिंग आप एक पेज में कम नहीं कर सकते हो. ऑब्वियसली कुछ पॉइंट्स आएंगे जो लिखोगे, कुछ पॉइंट्स छूट भी जाएंगे. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल लिख सकते हो. ओके ओके, देन अंडरस्टैंड दिस थिंग. ऑनेस्ट लिविंग की हम लोग बात करते हैं. डू यू फाइंड टुडे द कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस स्कैम्स दैट आर हैपनिंग? कैन द कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस स्कैम्स, कैन द कॉर्पोरेट एथिक्स बी ब्रॉट through bringing the principle of honest living or not? Corruption, malpractices, okay, and then naam japo, spiritual well-being, and universal brotherhood. Okay, then last question, explain the term social capital.
If we don't know what he said or what his teachings are, then what should be the approach?
Very good question. कि सर any leader's teaching has been asked, we don't know, क्या करें? क्वेश्चन छोड़ दें क्या? मैं क्या करूंगा अगर मैं लिखूंगा तो? बिकॉज आई विल से कि आप ये करो तो फिर आप मेरे को अकाउंटेबल लगा दो. देखो मैं क्या करूंगा. लिसन, एनी टीचर, ओके, दे माइट बी आस्किंग अबाउट मदर टेरेसा, माइट बी यू डोंट नो अबाउट मदर टेरेसा. आप एक बात बताओ, क्या मदर टेरेसा ने कंपैशन की बात करी होगी या नहीं करी होगी? एम्पैथी, टॉलरेंस की बात करी होगी या नहीं करी होगी? मेरा पॉइंट है, इतना जेनरिक आंसर लिख दो कि एग्जामिनर काट ही ना पाए. आर यू गेटिंग इट और नॉट? इतना स्पेसिफिसिटी में मत जाओ, क्योंकि देन यू आर गोइंग इन अ डेंजर जोन. डोंट यूज द की टर्म्स देयर. आर यू गेटिंग इट और नॉट? फॉर एग्जाम्पल नाम जपो, ओके ओके, ये स्पेसिफिक टर्म है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल अनेकांतवाद, स्यादवाद, ये स्पेसिफिक टर्म है इन जैनिज्म. Praditya Samutpad, these are technical term in Buddhism. My point is that you don't know, you cannot leave the question. Write so much generic question that examiner is bound कि that 3-4 नंबर तो देने पड़ेंगे. कंपैशन, ऑनेस्टी, ट्रूथ स्पीकिंग. अब मदर टेरेसा को आपको पता है, शी टॉक्ड अबाउट हेल्पिंग द लेस फॉर्चुनेट वन, लिखो 4 लाइन. शी टॉक्ड अबाउट टॉलरेंस, लिखो 3 लाइन. आर यू गेटिंग इट? बिकॉज सी वी नीड टू प्रिपेयर फॉर अनप्लान्ड फोरसीन सर्कमस्टांस. देखो लाइफ में, देखो इन अ वॉर a smart soldier is one who is prepared for unforeseen contingencies. लाइफ में कंटिजेंसीज जो है, अनफोर्सिन इवेंट है, उसके लिए कितना प्रिपेयर हो, इट विल डिटरमाइन. समझ में आ गया? इतना जेनरिक आंसर लिखो कि एग्जामिनर नंबर ना काट पाए, कुछ तो दे. दैट इज ऑलवेज बेटर देन लीविंग दैट आंसर. ओके, एक्सप्लेन द टर्म सोशल कैपिटल. अगेन वी हैव डिस्कस्ड दिस इन द क्लास. इवन dy Chandrachud, Justice dy Chandrachud's reference also we have discussed what is social capital. First unit we have discussed the social capital. So what is social capital? So social capital refers to the values, benefits that you will get because of your social relations. Understand this thing. I am a trustworthy person and another person is not a trustworthy person but very much talented. You want to do business, मेरे साथ करोगे, इसके साथ करोगे, मेरे साथ करोगे, because I might not be that talented but I am a trustworthy person. Yes or no? This is my social capital. So what is social capital? It refers to the values and benefits and advantages. Okay, values and benefits and advantages that communities derive from their social networks, social relations and interactions. One's social capital will be built by the trust that person enjoys in the society, relations, bonds the person enjoys in the society. अभी सोशल कैपिटल का इंपॉर्टेंस गुड गवर्नेंस से बताओ क्या है. अभी एक बहुत अच्छा सा एग्जांपल देता हूं. एग्जांपल वाज गिवन इन इकोनॉमिक सर्वे. यू टेल मी हाउ मच पीपल एक्चुअली आर पेइंग इनकम टैक्स इन इंडिया. स्पेसिफिसिटी में नहीं जाते, अराउंड 3-4% लोग इनकम टैक्स देते हैं. डिफरेंट डेटाज आर देयर, मतलब वेरी लेस, इन सिंगल डिजिट. यस और नो? 3-4% पीपल आर पेइंग इनकम टैक्स. व्हाई पीपल डोंट पे इनकम टैक्स? According to economic survey, major reason is that people don't pay income tax because people don't have a problem in paying the premium. You pay premium, you'll order food from Swiggy, Instamart, Blinkit से खाना, राशन ग्रोसरी ऑर्डर कर लोगे, प्रीमियम देने के लिए तैयार हो. But why people don't want to pay income tax? Because people think the money they will pay in income tax will go in corruption. Money will not be used for the right purpose. क्यों दे income tax? Are you getting it or not? Can I say that social trust is less in people against the government, therefore people are paying less taxes? Yes or no? Clear? Social trust is a component of social capital. Are you understanding it or not? Understand this thing. If there is high social capital, if there is high social trust, people will comply government laws, government policies effectively without even asking. Yes or no? Are you getting? There was one article came during the time of COVID in the Hindu newspaper, and article was specifically mentioning the Kerala's case study. They say generally compliance rate in Kerala is high in almost everything. Why? It is not because of people, it is because of government. Government in the past has worked excessively on the development of people and have generated high social capital, high social trust in the front of people, and people comply the government. Are you getting it or not? So if government has high social capital, more compliances to law will be there. Simply high social trust can increase the income tax compliance rate as per economic survey. Is it clear or not? So what will happen? Social capital is very much important for the effective governance. Why? Effective compliance to, if there is a good social trust, what will happen? High social trust, citizens will comply towards the law of the land and will uphold government policy. Yes or no? आप गवर्नमेंट में बिलीव करते हो कि गवर्नमेंट जो कर रही है हमारे अच्छे के लिए कर रही है. विल यू कंप्लाई और नॉट? लेकिन पहले क्या चाहिए? सोशल ट्रस्ट. सोशल ट्रस्ट इज अ कंपोनेंट ऑफ सोशल कैपिटल. सेकंड, collective decision making. If high social capital is there, people trust government, government trusts citizens, people trust each other. High social capital. Will it help in collective decision making or not? We always see government with suspicion. Government comes out with any law, अगले दिन editorials में negative, negative, negative. Why? Because we think that there is some vested agenda. If there is high social capital of the government, people will agree, there will be collective decision making or not? अभी कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रेजोल्यूशन इफेक्टिव कहां पे होगा? सोशल कैपिटल हाई है वहां पे या जहां पे कम है? जहां डिस्ट्रस्ट है, सस्पिशन है, मिसट्रस्ट है, वहां रिकॉन्सिलेशन हो ही नहीं सकता. आर यू गेटिंग इट और नॉट? Crisis response. Now you see, when social capital is high, government social capital in front of citizen, and within the citizen social capital is high, during the conflict people will come together or not, and will fight with the crisis as a collective entity, yes or no? And then finally, so all these things are there. So therefore high social capital is sine qua non. It is indispensable. It is indispensable. Okay, so I think थोड़ा कट गया. It is indispensable for effective policies, effective governance, and good ethical governance. Are you getting it or not? ठीक है. So that is about it, and I hope that you have got the utility of the time that you have spent here and got the points beyond just this answer, but the points which you can use generally in your ethics also for the next year or elsewhere. Yes. आप लोग वन थिंग, नाउ कृतिका मैम विल कम, आप लोग बाहर आ जाइए एंड विल डिस्कस ऑल द डाउट्स दैट आर देयर. डज इट मेक सेंस?
Can I clip this? Yeah. Yeah. Good morning, ma. Am I audible at the back? Yeah? Yeah, fine? Yeah. Good morning, ma. How are you all? All good? All fine? Yeah. So today I'm here to discuss about how to study with history as considered to be one of the toughest subject. So there are some misconceptions what have been carried with this so-called history. So happy to see some known students. You know, I feel so confident also to see all that. Yeah, good smiles and all. Yeah, good. Thank you, ma. You people make my day. Thank you. So for people who do not know me, I'm Kritika. So I'm the faculty of history here at Shubhra Ranjan IAS, handling GS papers and the history optional. So how to go about with this history? A small introduction about the subject for people who are generally scared with this subject. So the first thing I tell students is, the first mantra from my side is, the most easiest subject in the entire GS is history. You will not believe me, you will not trust me, but there are some students who've studied history, so they would tell you that it's gonna be very easy provided you study it rightly. Again, provided you study it confidently, provided you study it chronologically. See, the subject looks big. It looks big. It's like history, but it's actually history. It's it's actually history. So are you getting it? So I don't know why people fear history. The first thing I get to know from all students is, so when I introduce myself also, so everyone, generally people will ask me, history teacher. I'm like, poor history teacher. Because why? They think that, see, of course, it's a factual subject, no doubt. Let me nail the point that it's one of the most easiest subject. You are going to believe it with me. Get it with me? We are going to make the journey very easier. And there are some live examples sitting in front of me also. You can talk to them also. So again, how is this history approached? Getting it? So again, getting into the subject, I'll give a small, understanding of how this preparation goes on. When you look at our UPSC journey, when you look at the journey, getting it particularly for prelims and mains, I put it together, the UPSC journey for prelims. When you look at prelims, a general orientation. So we have again mains. When you divide this into two, and then we have our personality test interview. When you divide it into these parts, for prelims, we have history, considered to be the biggest subject, followed by geography, followed by economics, followed by polity, your environment, science and tech, plus your current affairs. Clear? So these are the major topics which you would be thorough, you would be making yourself thorough to clear your prelims. Getting it? So again, this part, when I take it, it is general studies. First, keep that in mind. It's not GK. This exam is not general knowledge, it's general studies. So ma'am, what is the difference between general knowledge and general studies? General knowledge is very factual. You just start, imbibing facts and you start loading yourself with facts. You understand, you do not understand, that is general knowledge. Which is the biggest state of India? Yeah, Rajasthan. It's a GK, general knowledge. So we just study biggest state of India, Rajasthan. Are you getting? That's general knowledge. Why Rajasthan is the biggest state? Why? When did Rajasthan become the largest state? On what basis Rajasthan was made as the biggest state? Is it pure geographical, or was it a political move, or was it some other move? When you know the pros and cons of the entire question, that becomes what? That becomes your studies. So this exam is general studies. So first thing is, do not be factual. Ma'am, then how will I know facts? You have to be factual. But when you learn your facts, again, you substantiate your facts and make it as what? A concept. That small churning is what is required in history, particularly. In all the subjects, this is required. So to make it even more simpler, thorough these subjects, go accordingly with your teachers, the concerned teachers. Teachers are your guides. Teachers are your helpers. Go pester teachers. Trouble teachers. Ask teachers, because we teachers are here to help you out only. Because without an expertise learning, this process becomes difficult. See, when I took this exam, I've been hearing it from my seniors. Kritika, why do you take coaching? Getting it? It was like, people do study it from home. They do study it from library. They do study it by themselves. Because the pattern then was like self-study. You take an NCRT, you take a Hindu newspaper or any newspaper, you sit, you study, you would clear the exam. Because it was kind of, the overview was very simple. But since now the population is also getting more into this exam, and it's considered to be Asia's toughest exam, how would UPSC make sure that this exam stands out to make it little bit tough? That is why we always have a notion that it is one of the toughest exam, which is very true. But how to make the toughest exam easier? How do you make a tougher one easier? Study. Are you getting it? Study concepts clearly. Let this apply for all of them. I've not touched history so far. I'm just giving a general overview of how to study. So the first factor, take your fear out. Will I be able to clear this exam? Don't doubt yourself. I will be able to clear the exam should be your first move. If not me, who will clear? So start slightly alter your attitude. Because when you start fearing this exam, so you start watering fear. And when you water the fear, a plant which is growing inside, when you start watering that plant, what would grow? Fear would only grow. So don't do that. The first feel is be positive. Getting it, be very positive that you will be able to clear. So we all are very different. You all are different. You all come from different academic background. You all have different degrees. It's okay. But finally, this exam is for all. It's for a common platform. You be from a city, you be from a village, urbanized center, rural center, that's not a botheration at all. Are you able to understand the syllabus? Are you able to pick up the concept? Are you able to write an answer from that? Are you able to tick the right answer with your studies? If you have these four, this exam is for you. So are you getting it? So this exam is an overall open exam which is applied for all of them. So do not fear this exam, take it in a positive note. Don't think that, should I study all of them? Instead, make your attitude like, only few subjects are there. It's only few. I will complete it. Keep some small targets. See, your goal is to clear the exam. There's a difference between goal and a target. Your final goal is you're clearing the exam. But what is your target? The target is your process. So keep small targets that I would complete polity within these days. I will complete history within a month. I would complete economics within 40 days. So keep small targets accordingly so that when you start fulfilling the target, you will achieve completing the topic. And the moment you start completing each one of them with a teacher, you will feel confident. When do we lose confidence? We lose confidence when we do not know anything. And when you start knowing everything, you will be very confident. And that confidence will push you to study. And don't you think, again, I quote Gandhi. Gandhi, we'll be discussing that. So Gandhi always says that the complete freedom is not that Britishers leave India. The complete freedom lies within one's own self. So if you are mentally not free, are you getting it? If your thoughts are not setting you free, then who on earth will set you free? Even your parents telling us study, relatives telling us, teachers, we keep on telling study. But unless and until you think that if you want to study, you will start studying, isn't it? So where does everything start? Everything starts from you. So you have a feel that you should study, you will complete, you will clear. So when you start making everything the journey from you, you will see a very big change, I'm telling you. Do this for 1 week. Because again, Gandhi said, if you want to change something, be the change you want to see in others. First, you change yourself. Friends are studying, seniors are studying, my peer group is studying. Why do you bother? Let everyone study. But you study. Do not compare. When you start individually preparing for this exam, keep individual small targets or form small groups and study. But let the group be a healthy group. Let the group be a studying group. Let it not be a chit-chat group. Are you getting? Because the group will be formed for some purpose. But finally, it will end like our Congress. Are you getting it? Started for something else, it will end for some, not the current one. I'm talking about the old one. Are you getting it? The aim would be something else. Getting it? It would land up as something else. It's again like the League of Nations. Started for something else, landed up where? As something else. Which means what? The process was somewhere wrong. So don't make that go wrong. It's like you need to control your thoughts. You need to control your actions. You see everything. I tell all my students it's all self. It's self-control. And the first important medicine for this preparation, one medicine, you all have it. Getting it, and that medicine, I'll tell you the medicine, but there's one disease also, everyone has got it. So the medicine is discipline. If you all have that imbibed discipline, be disciplined. If you have that self-discipline, again, trust me, mark my words, your journey will be very smooth. Wake up early, study concepts thoroughly, start taking tests everywhere, write your answers regularly, keep a check with yourself, talk to the teachers and get it right, then solve whatever is required for prelims, whatever is required for mains. What more you want in life? You will clear this journey easier. So that comes with discipline. And this discipline is been getting stopped one by biggest disease. What today we have called laziness. So everyone has got one big disease called laziness. So when you start throwing it out, you be disciplined. Mark my words again, you are on the right track. So this is a small note I always tell my students. I always start with a positive note because I'm not here to fear you. I'm not here to demotivate you because that will take me nowhere. That will take you also nowhere. Always let's study with full energy. Because our energy is so powerful. Our thoughts are very powerful. It manifests everything. So always make sure that you have right thoughts. Your thoughts are like, it's getting impressed. It should be impressive. So once your thoughts are impressive and positive, automatically the connection would be felt. So you will move on to a next level. Might sound a little bit philosophical and ethical, but but that's actually the truth. So keeping a note with that, keep a track of all these subjects, keep studying. Then coming on to your main subjects, the first important thing for your mains is your essay, followed by your optionals, followed again by history, geography, economics, polity, where we have governance here. Then we have international relations. Then we have, your science and tech plus others. Getting it, your disaster management, all the other one plus your ethics. Getting it? So don't you think certain topics are almost linked here only? History, geography, economics, polity, environment, science and tech, biodiversity, all of them. I'm clubbing it all together. So when you look at it, prelims has got a different set of paper. Mains has got a different set of paper. But when you study it together. When you study it together. Maybe you can sit for preparing for prelims separately. But when you study it together, don't split the topic. Say for example, I generally tell this example to all my students. When you study Akbar, how would you study Akbar for prelims and how would you study Akbar for mains? How can you take Akbar? Okay, Akbar, this part is mains. Akbar, you are prelims. How would you divide? How would you cut Akbar? Will you chop Akbar into two, telling, okay, you go to prelims and you go to mains? You can't, right? You can't do that. How will you know that which part of Gandhi comes for prelims and which part of Gandhi for mains? You don't know. Where would you cut? So it's nothing. So you need to have a holistic approach that I thorough Gandhi. I know Gandhi from top to bottom according to the syllabus. If you know that thoroughly, whatever question UPSC asks you in your prelims and in your mains, I'm telling you, you will clear. So that is what is your concept. So the basic understanding for this exam is your concept. So make your concepts very, very, very clear. Everyone, any topic, let it be any subject, your concepts to be very clear. So in all of them, if your concepts are very clear, you will get a confidence. So you will start moving up accordingly. So this is what is the right approach. So study everything. If you take history, study it for prelims and mains together. Maybe the month, now we are in September 30th. Maybe let's take it's October. Maybe this time is the right time for preparing mains. Are you getting it? And this is the right time for people who are appearing for next year. It will be the right time to target yourself. So study it together. Don't segregate it. When you write an answer on Akbar, that becomes what? Mains. When you do a multiple choice on Akbar, that becomes what? Your prelims. Are you getting the division? So don't club everything. Some students will tell me, ma'am, I study for prelims, I'll study for mains. That's fine. But don't tear the subject. Don't take the subject and accordingly divide it, because that will end up going where? End up going nowhere. So always club all of them and study together. Go with the teachers. Again, I'm telling you, teachers are your best guide, because teachers know the path of this exam. We all have sailed through this path. Are you getting it? It's like a snake would know a snake. Are you getting it? So we know the path. We know the path. We know where we did a mistake. We know what happened. How is the paper? How is the syllabus framed? So overall idea, we also keep a track. And the mistakes, what we've done, we tell our students, do not do that. So I always tell my students, don't do this, because I've done all of them. Getting it? So I tell them, don't do. And always, don'ts always will help you. Mistakes will make you learn things better. Getting it? That's what we always say, learn from failures. Where do you learn from failures? Do not fail. Learn from failures. Are you getting it? So we have failed somewhere. So when we tell you something, hear from us and then get the path and then move towards the journey. It's like a very big path. And the path, you're not all alone in the path. Look at you all. How many sitting in front? So you all are walking towards. You're not alone in the path. It may look as if you're alone, but you all are interconnected here and there. So so stay connected, know your path, know your journey, know your destination. What do you want? Do you want an IAS? Do you want an IPS? Do you want to be an IFS officer? Do you want that? Or just you want to clear? Know your path, have a goal there. Fix the goal, then fix it, then start walking. If you don't fix, where will you walk? I'll fall. Are you getting? Don't walk like that. Just spot it. Just mark it. Keep a dot. Keep a dot here and start here. You're somewhere here. Or someone are there. Or someone is in the first floor. Or somewhere on the ground floor. You have to climb. You have to climb. You have to climb and you have to come here. And this is your final destination. So how to reach that? Completion of these topics with a big concept clarity will help you to clear this exam. So this is the first thing I thought I would tell you. Getting it? Now moving on to history. This is a very general view of how to approach. Now coming on to history as a subject. When you look at history as a subject, again, when you look at history, I'm cutting history as history prelims and history mains. So how is history there for prelims and mains? When you overall take it, for our preliminary examination, we have ancient Indian history, we have medieval Indian history, we have art and culture. Generally students fear that, but that's nothing damn easy. Then we have our modern Indian history. So these are the 4 topics, which is there for your prelims. Every year we get 15 to 20 questions approximately for our prelims. Getting it? 15 to 20 questions, approximately a rough idea. 15 questions to 20 questions every year. We get it in which part? In history. So don't you think if it's 15 question, 30 mark, if it's 20 question, it's 40 mark. So don't you think history has a big weightage? Last year we had 21 questions in history, which means 42 mark. And I always take an average. I take an average of these two, 30 mark and 40 mark. I take an average of 35 marks. So we're not that greedy. So we'll come down. Getting it? So the classes will be for what? Only 35 marks. So what is now UPSC trying? Is UPSC being factual? Not at all. Again, UPSC is being what? Conceptual only. Make your concepts clear. I'll tell you how to do that. So this is for your prelims. Getting it? Leave that. So this is a different ball game. As I told you, if your concepts are very clear. And one important thing about history is, the first one, your concepts to be very clear. Getting it? Your concepts. So how your concepts to be very clear? Listen to the teachers. Go with the teacher's order. And the teachers would give you some books to study. Study them. Automatically your concepts will be clear. Because this subject is a very vast subject. And this subject is always a controversial subject. Someone would say something. Some scholars would say something. Then someone would say something. Are you getting? Then we teachers will say something. Parents will say something. Friends will say something. Don't you think so? One poor Indus Valley civilization. Are you getting? We're having 5 views about that. Ma'am, what to go about it? Should I take the parents' view? Or should I take the government's view? Or should I take the Hindu newspaper's view? Or should I take the historian's view? Or should I take your view? Teacher's view. Because we take all the view and we analyze the view and we present it in front of the students. So don't get confused. So are you getting? So people may write articles. They may write articles and they may publish it. What if the articles what they published is not ratified by the government? How do you know that? Mere reading a paper doesn't mean the paper is giving you all the facts. The paper is just giving you an analysis. Maybe the analysis may be in a different way. Maybe the analysis was hypothetical. How will you know that the analysis was hypothetical? So your job is not to do a research there. The job is with whom? The job is with us. So we teachers come here to play a very important role about the views. What did Ashoka think about Dhamma? Getting it? There are multiple views. But what does the teacher finally says? That's the final view. Why? Because the teacher takes what? The historical balanced view and we present it. So do not get a doubt. Getting it? Don't give your view. The only subject where arguments are never encouraged in UPSC is history. And why did Gandhi accept for partition? I tell it in a funny way. Please go ask Gandhi. Are you getting? I tell it in a funny way. But we do have some facts. Why Gandhi accepted for partition? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 points. If you know the 5 points, there was no other option. Gandhi was forced to accept for partition. If you know the 5 points, you omit it. Your concepts are clear. How will you know that? Classes. So concepts are clear with what? Concepts are clear with classes only. I purely believe on classes. The way you learn from a teacher and conventional way. It's like a Gurukula pattern. The guru teaches, the Shishya listens, and you learn with the teacher in a primitive way of learning is the only art of learning. You hear from the teacher. That's why you see from day one, our Vedic education was all heard. We hear, it's called Shruti. What is Shruti? You hear everything. So you hear from the teacher and you study. And when you hear from the teacher's voice would be heard. Plus your concepts are very clear. So that 2 hours or 2.5 hours of classes would go fruitful. So that your concepts to be very clear in history. The second one in history is all about chronology. Chronology is very, very important. So why chronology? You can't pick history just like that. Getting it? When we teach, say for example, again I take the popular ruler, Krishna Deva Raya. We all know Krishna Deva Raya. So who was the precursor? Who came before Krishna Deva Raya? Who came after Krishna Deva Raya? If you take Krishna Deva Raya, he belonged to the Vijayanagar Empire. So what is the timeline of Vijayanagar Empire? So chronology is what? We go with the timeline. If you miss your timeline, it's like you miss your facts. Your concepts will never be clear. See, all these are interlinked. How to make your concepts clear? Again, don't you think chronology? When your chronology is strong, don't you think your concepts are clear? So these two goes hand in hand. It goes hand in hand here. So you need to keep a chronology. Say for example, what was the bracket of the Mughals, the Mughal Empire? You should know the bracket. What was the timeline of Lord Dalhousie? You should know it. Getting it? Not mere just studying what is Regulating Act. Everyone on earth will know that 1773 is Regulating Act. But if I ask you the features only, we'll start dancing. Are you getting it? Because you can't study it bluntly. If you do not know the backup of history, if you do not know the policies of Warren Hastings, you will not understand Regulating Act. As simple as that. So to know Warren Hastings, we need to know the East India Company. To know the company, we need to know the policy of Britain. To know the policy of Britain, we need to study world history. So every topic is interlinked. But do we do it all together? Not at all. Classes are cut. We cut each and every topic and we teach. Because UPSC generally asks a question on chronology. Say for example, I'll give you a small example. The Treaty of Salbai. Number 1, the permanent settlement. Number 3, the Pitt's India Act. Number 4, the Treaty of Pondicherry. Arrange them in chronological order. You should know. So don't give me, some are giving me scary looks. Don't worry. Getting it? Once you start studying, you will know the year of all of them. And if you know the year of all of them, you will start arranging them. Obviously, your chronology would be intact. Which kingdom came first? Guptas or Mauryas? Pallavas or Chola? Chalukyas or Vakataka? Indus Valley or Vedas? You should know them. If you know the timeline chronologically, you stand very strong here. It's like a stamp. You nail it. And once this is strong, this will be strong. Once this is strong, automatically this will be strong. So these two are mandatory for studying history. See, it's not like other subjects, It's like, I pick a particular topic, getting it? Today I pick say let's take in geography, I can pick ocean, start from ocean. Or we can pick from governor, start from governor. Or I can pick from child marriage and social issues and start speaking. But here, if I want to pick Akbar, I can't pick Akbar. Akbar will not come. He'll say, Kritika, go to Delhi Sultanate and then take me. When I pick Delhi Sultanate, they'll say, go to Gori. Then only you will pick me. If I go to Gori will say, go to Ghazni. Ghazni will say, go to Rajputs. Rajputs will say, please contact Harsha. Harsha will say, please Guptas. Guptas will say, please Kanishka, Kushan. Kushans will say, please Maurya. Mauryas will say, please Mahajanapata. Mahajanapata will say, please Vedas. Vedic age. Vedas will say, I'm so sorry, contact the proto-historians, the Harappans. So Harappans will say, please Chalcolithic. So Chalcolithic will say, please my ancestors, Neolithic, Mesolithic, Paleolithic. We are done. History is over. So are you getting? So that's it. So you can't pick one. To study the Mesolithic man, you should know Paleolithic man. To study Harsha, you should know Guptas. Without that, you can't study history, and it comes in a story format. That's what I always say. History is all about what? Stories. Ma'am, should I remember all the stories? No, not all stories are important, but there are some factual stories which you need to know. And as students of history, we need to know. Getting it? And these stories are what? These stories are facts. Again, these stories are again facts. It's a factual story. None of my stories in class are entertainment stories. It's all fact. There is something inside that. And all my classes are all full of stories, because I teach with stories only. I'm a very good storyteller. Are you getting? I always bagged all the first prize in storytelling competition, and I'm putting all that with you. But factual stories, because what? I make history in a story format so that you visualize, so that you understand, so that your facts are very strong. So why did Shah Jahan build the Taj Mahal? There's a story. What did Shah Jahan? What happened after Mumtaz died? What happened to Shah Jahan? Where did he walk and go? What did he lament? Then suddenly he saw something. He said, I want this. Then he saw the marble. There's a small cutie story there. So when you start doing that, you'll automatically know why Agra, why that particular place, why marble, why Raja Jai Singh. Getting it? Why a bulbous dome? All these facts are there if you know this. So again, don't you think your stories will make your timeline strong? Your stories again will make your concepts strong. Your concepts will make your timeline strong. Your concepts will make what? Your stories strong. So don't you think, again, I put an arrow here, again. So don't you think they all are interlinked? So these three are only required for history. If you know these three with the teachers or you study it, you know your history is thorough. Nothing else, nothing else. But again, ma'am, how many concepts to remember? See, history is a very simple subject. Why? Because we study about our ancestors. We're studying about our past. And history will give you a very big sense of pride. You'll be like, wow, I know my people much better. Are you getting? So you want to create a better future tomorrow. Where will you go and turn yourself? You turn yourself to history so that you'll know that, okay, I was like this. Am I like this today? It may take you to the positive and negative side also. But we are moving towards the positivity. So history should be like that only. So these are the 4 parts. We do it for our prelims. So leave that. Again for mains, what are the topics for mains? When you look at it, again we have ancient, again we have medieval, again we have art and culture, then we have modern. So the same 4 applies for mains. Plus we have our post-independence, then we have our world history. So these are the 6 chapters, topics. We do it for our mains. So there are some 2 extra ones which we fall it under, which falls under mains. So these 2 were added in 2013 only. See, before 2013, art and culture was not there. World history was not there. Getting it? Hardly we get a question on ancient and medieval. So before 2013, history was only modern Indian history. So people would start studying from what? The death of Aurangzeb. How did Aurangzeb die? No. Aurangzeb died. We'll start modern. Are you getting? But now we have something called medieval India. Getting it? What were the reasons for the decline of Mughal Empire? So when you know the medieval India, don't you think automatically your modern gets in a chronological pattern? So history is a linked subject. So chronology plays a very, very important role here. So this is one thought I thought I'll tell you. Again for our mains, history falls under GS paper 1, which is for 250 marks. Getting it? So you can't skip history. See, there are times, getting it? Even this year, I'll be able to prove it. So whenever I teach, I always tell this to my students, study all of them thoroughly. Ma'am, they don't ask any questions on post-independence. Why should I study? I'm like, come on, what if they ask you next year? What if they don't ask? What if they ask? Why do you want to take a chance in this exam? This exam, as I told you, it takes everything out from you, isn't it? Not yet taken, I will take. Are you getting? The exam will take everything out from you. Which means, why do you want to take a chance? When you want to write this exam, give your 100%. So don't take a chance. Ma'am, world history doesn't come. Why should I study world history? My world history kids were all asking me, ma'am, hardly we get a question. Ma'am, why should I study? I'm like, Pat, study. Study. What if they ask you? Even let they ask you 1, or let they ask you 4, or let they not even ask you anything. It's okay, na? But the syllabus is clearly given that world history is there. So don't skip any topics in this exam. Skipping is not a very good idea in this exam. And there's always something called the law of the universe. The one Rita, the law of the universe, what you study will not come. What you don't study will come. Are you getting? That's always there. It works for majority of the people. Maybe if your star was there on your head when the day you write your exam, maybe what you study might come. But majority, don't you think? What, from schools, we've been into it. What you don't study will only come. So don't give a chance for UPSC. Thorough everything, thorough all. And when you thorough all, you get one good confidence. And this 250 mark this year, history was with, we got 75 marks. We got it from history this year. Last year, it was again 120. So getting every year, the marks keep fluctuating here and there. So again, we are going with main. So this is the overall understanding about how to approach history. Keep these 3 things in mind. Getting it? When you keep these 3 things in mind, to write this exam, you need to have something in your head. And that something is again what? The subject. So without having a basic idea of all of them, you can't tick your answer for your prelims. You can't write for your mains. So this is what, to make your concepts very, very clear. So is it fine? So clear with the basics of history? Not to worry. Classes would be on chronological pattern only. Getting it? Now moving on to mains. How to approach history in our GS paper 1, particularly for mains. So I'm directly moving on to how to prepare for mains. So GS mains, again, we move on to history. When you look at the pattern, see, every 10 years, UPSC keeps changing the pattern. So 2013, now 2023. So what is the pattern? What is the trend of history? Again, the first thing what UPSC is trying to tell things in history is, again, it is a conceptual clarity only. You have to be very clear with your concepts. I'll prove it. I'm going to teach you the questions with the answer. So are you clear with your concepts? Getting it? That's the first thing what UPSC is again trying to say. The second thing is, history mains paper is generally general. It's a general paper. Are you getting it? What were the differences between Mahatma Gandhi and Rabindranath Tagore on education and nationalism? What were? So it's a very general. Don't you think it looks very general? Differences between Gandhi and Tagore on education, on nationalism. It looks very general. But don't you think it looks general, but you need to have what idea? A conceptual idea. If you do not know Gandhi, if you do not know Tagore, if in classes, if you would have missed this, the question would have been difficult. Again, where do we come? We come to the story only. Gandhi and Tagore met. So are you getting, so you hear it from whom? From the teacher. NCRT's, your book will give you the facts. But UPSC is never asking you a fact. They're not asking you to vomit a fact. See, spitting facts will not help. Keep that in mind. You don't spit facts. Because it's general studies. Spitting facts, I think with root learning, we all can do it pretty well. From day one, we've been doing that only. But root learning will not help you in this exam. You have to think. You have to think. See, when I wrote this exam, that was my breaking point in my life. Again, I tell this to all my students. I'm a historian, background history. I became an assistant professor of Madras University at a very young age. I was teaching there. But when I gave this exam, UPSC exam, as a student, when I gave this exam, that one question shook me. And that one question changed me also. That was my breaking point, in this exam. The question was, what was the similarity and differences between Jawaharlal Nehru and Lord Curzon? I had this question. I know Nehru thoroughly. I know Curzon thoroughly. No one can thorough Curzon and Nehru like me. Because my research was so much in detail. But never in my college or never I as an assistant professor have taught these connection to my children. None of the teachers taught me this connection. I as a teacher also did not teach this to my university students. But the moment I saw that paper in my mains, it was like, it shook me. I'm like, how could you people frame such a question? How could you people think on these way? Look at Curzon. Are you getting it? Partition of Bengal, 1905. Look at Nehru, independence, 1929, Purna Swaraj, we'll take it. First president, prime minister of India. Two extreme different period, extreme personality, but what is UPSC trying to ask you? Give the similarity and differences. For 2 minutes, it stuck me. Then I took a pencil, I started writing Nehru in the rough column. I know all Nehru, I wrote it. And I wrote Curzon thoroughly, all in a haphazard way. In a chronological way, I wrote it. After writing it, then I took the pencil, I started moving with the arrow. I found 5 beautiful similarity only in the examination hall. My thought process was so strong that I found the answer in the hall. It took a little bit time for me to work. Then I realized, that was my first mains. Then I realized that UPSC is going to ask you something to think. So why should I think it in the examination hall? I will think it in my classroom program itself. That's why I make my students think. I do ask them a casual thing. What if Gandhi had an iPhone? Are you getting? Gandhi would have said, tomorrow quit India movement, click. What if Gandhi had a Facebook account? What if Gandhi was having in YouTube? Example, it's not going to happen. But don't you think social media plays a very important role in connection? Are you getting it? What if Indigos were running and Air India were running? Gandhi would have taken a flight. None of them would have thrown him out from the compartment. Are you getting it? Things would have been very different. Ambedkar would always be moving with a Kindle only then. Are you getting it? Always. So what if? See, it's just hypothetical. It's imaginary. But when you start thinking, don't you think we get a better feel? Things would have been much better. Because today we live in a world of technology. Technology and we are like inseparable. We are not able to separate ourselves. But yet, there were people without technology, they united all of us. And that credit goes to Gandhi only, no doubt. So that is the power of Gandhi. That is what we study. With these kind of technologies today, without them at that point of time, a mass movement was led without any disturbance. And people confidently trusted that one leader. And that is why he was given a title Maha Atma, getting it a great soul of that time. And who confirmed the title? Tagore gave him the title. And look at the question this year, differences between Tagore and Gandhi. See, there were differences of opinion. There were similarities, but it's okay. If you know Tagore and Gandhi thoroughly, you will be able to write this year's mains paper. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So don't fear. Ma'am, which book gives this question? Curzon and Nehru, never they gave it. But in the examination hall, I was able to think. What if tomorrow they ask you, connect Osama and Obama? If you know Osama, if you know Obama, connect. If you know them, connect. But which book will you say Osama and Obama? Now I'm giving a hypothetical example. Are you getting it? So what happened? If you know them thoroughly, if those two characters are there in the syllabus, connect. Are you getting? I tell my optional kids this only. Thorough Gandhi Ambedkar, Gandhi Tagore, Gandhi Bose. Getting it? If you're thorough, because these are the disputed, kind of some small disputes did happen. But they were all towards the freedom struggle only. But yet, they had some sort of differences. How do you know the differences? If you study them only. How do you study? How do you study? Teacher only. So this is what I'm telling you to making you understand. It will look general, but again, where do you go? You go with concepts. The third one in history, the simplest subject in UPSC is history. Use simple words. Jargons are not allowed. We don't want Shashi Tharoor. Are you getting it? We want Sudha Murthy. We want people who write simple English without grammatical, are you getting it? Errors. Basic English, so that your communication is validated. That is what is required in history. So that high-fi words, that are you getting? We don't want any one of them. Keep it very simple. Keep it. Your profile should be low. Keep a low profile, your answer. And when you're simple, it will be even more attractive. So this is what you need to require. Your conceptual clarity, your general, the questions will be so general, and then keep it very simple. And again, add years wherever you want. A history answer without years is incomplete. If you don't add years, your answer will look like a sociology answer, or your answer will look like an economic answer. You have to hit years. Hit years everywhere. So though it's for general studies only, but not all years are important. But there are some years which is important. Again, if they ask you Mahatma Gandhi, give the year of Gandhi. You know the year of Gandhi. You will be studying it in what? Your classes. You will be studying the year of Tagore in your classes. Ma'am, what if I do not know? Then leave. But at least some years to be added. Not if one, some. Or give the overall bracket. If they ask you Vedic age, give the overall bracket of Vedic age. If they ask you about trains, railways, industrial revolution, give the bracket of industrial revolution. Again, if they ask you about a revolt, give the overall bracket. Ma'am, I do not know the bracket. Again, the trick is go with centuries. From the 15th century to 17th century, go. Or you get, at least go there. Again, smartest one. So either pick up some numbers. You know, history goes well with numbers. Not mathematical number, the years. When you start giving that, you know, your answer will look complete. Your answer will look complete. So I'm going to prove it now. Getting it, we are going to see that now. And the topics what we've discussed, what has been asked so far in history is all direct. And how do we get question? The questions are generally what? The questions are generally elaborate. The questions are generally discuss. The questions are generally again how. Getting it, it's all like what, how, why, when, where, elaborate, discuss, generally. It's for general studies. See, optional pattern changes. But for history, this is the major pattern. Getting it? Generally, they ask you to what? Elaborate. Again, discuss, analyze. Getting it? Examine. Again, they give you examine. These are the major patterns for history. So how do you write what? What? You just give the answer. What? When I ask you what, you give the answer for that. What were the major reasons for the revolts in India? What? So start writing the reason. What? Direct? Don't you think it's direct? So again, keep the language simple here. Again, elaborate. Elaborate is what? You have to give both the pros and cons in detail. Elaborate is nothing but discuss in detail. Getting, you have to examine. Write all of them in detail. See, everything comes in detail. And whenever you want to write about a particular topic, do the pros and cons. First, write the negatives, end with a positive note. When they ask you to write negative, then go on with negatives. If they do not ask you, do not write. If they ask you generally, discuss. Discuss means you have to write both positive and negative. Because many students, you know, they just write only the positive. If I ask you to discuss, what will come? Both positive and negative will come. Again, examine, both positive and negative will come. So you need to write all of them. Maybe keep the negatives little bit. And maybe elaborate what? The positives more. Keep it like that. Again, if they ask you to comment, this will rarest of rare it would come. What is comment? Negative. Then go with negative. So there are some rulers where the policies, you know, it turned against them. Let's take an example, Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Muhammad bin Tughlaq's, you know, backfired him, his policy. So again, it's a failure. So if there is a failure policy, if there is something negative, then UPSC will ask you negative. My students will come and tell me, ma'am, how to write negative? There will definitely be an answer, think. There will definitely be an answer. Say for example, iron led to revolution. How did the process of iron impact the society of India? A small question. How did the process of iron technology impact? How? The question is how? Impact the society of India during the ancient times. Let's keep it simple. So it's how. You have to write iron, positive and negative. Don't you think when iron entered India, they started making agricultural tools? So with agricultural tools, what happened? Plowshare, iron plowshare, production doubled. What is the negative impact of iron? Weapons. They made weapons. When they made weapons, they led to what? Destruction. So don't you think one iron, we have a positive note, we have a negative note also. So you have to think, you have to think. So don't think that UPSC has asked something. No, not at all. I told you the Curzon and Nehru story. That was my breaking point. So when UPSC asks you something, there would definitely be an answer. The Guptan age is not a golden age. Justify. What will you write? It's not a golden age. You have to write, no ma'am, in school I studied it's golden age. Parents said it's gold, 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 gold. We all know it's golden age. No. If they say justify, it's not a golden age. And there are some 20 points to write that it is not a golden age. It's a myth in reality. So how do you know? How do you know that? When you study. When you study only, you'll know to weigh it on two sides. If UPSC asks you this side, if they ask you this side, throw them. Or if they ask you a balanced view, take the positive, take the negative, churn your answer accordingly to this pattern. If you bring it accordingly to this pattern, your answer would be complete. So how are you getting it? So this is how history pattern would generally be. The next thing what I wanted to tell you is, in history, generally we get it for what? 10 marks. We get it for 15 marks. Generally in history for general studies. When you get it for 10 marks, are you getting it? How many pages should you write? Yeah. When you generally make it what? For 10 marks, it is for 1 page or 1.5 page. So UPSC will give you a space there, you start doing that. Getting it? So that would be there 10 mark, 15 mark is there for our paper. You'll get the spaces being mentioned there. So go accordingly. Do not go beyond this. So make sure if it's 10 mark, 1 page, max to max, you can limit it to what? Plus or minus 10%. You can go. Else cut short it. If they ask you again, 150 words. Are you getting it? 150 words, which will be 15 mark. Are you getting it? So keep it simple. 10 word, 10 marks. It'll be 100 words or 150 word. Keep it to 1.5 page. And you will be given some spaces. So stick on accordingly. So when you keep these also in mind, because word limit is something very important. Be short, be crisp, and we'll move on. Now I'll just start taking the paper. We'll go on with the paper discussion now. So now 2023 History Mains, which falls under GS paper 1. You can start writing if you want. So what was the first question? It was explain the role of. If you want, you can write. Explain the role of geographical factors. Explain the role of geographical factors towards the development of ancient India. So this is for how many mark? 10 mark. Getting it, ma? 150 words. 10 mark, which means 1.5 page. 150 words, 1.5 page, 10 marks. Getting it, the line would be given. Now, when you look at the question, ma, keep it very simple, as I told you. Explain. Getting it, which means you're going to give everything in detail. You're going to explain the examiner that the role of geographical factors. So what were the geographical factors towards the development of ancient India? Take a pencil and underline the keyword. So there are 2 keywords in this question. First one is geographical factors of India. The second keyword is what? Ancient India. And what are they asking? What is the crux here? The crux here is development. Development is the crux. How geography helped ancient India to develop. Simple. So it's a very, again I'm coming here. It's a very simple, it looks very general. But don't you think to write this general answer, you need to know concepts. First, if you do not know concepts, again it will be difficult here. So what are we going to write again? Again, let me discuss what is ancient India. Ancient India falls from Indus Valley civilization till Harshavardhana. First, let's know what is ancient India. What is a bracket of ancient India? Which includes South India also. Because they're not saying ancient North India. It's ancient Indian. So ancient Indus Valley to Harsha, which falls in North India. When you take South India, we take the kingdom of Chera, Chola, Pandyas, the Satavahanas, and the Vakatakas. Getting it, Pallavas and Chalukyas will come half here. But we'll overall take them. Chera, Chola, Pandya, Satavahanas, the Vakatakas, Indus Valley till Harsha. This is ancient India first. Now let's go to the geographical factor. See, first when you start any question, there are 3 parts to answer a question. Keep this in mind. The first one will be introduction. The second one will be, first one is your introduction. The second one is your body, the content. The third one is your conclusion. So your answer should have these 3 parts everywhere. Make sure you write a small introduction. So introduction, go to 2 to 3 lines. 2 to 3 lines will be perfect for introduction. Clear? So what introduction will you give here? The geographical factors. So what are you going to write? You can give a very basic introduction that the geographical factors helped India. Yeah, the geographical factors helped India to develop herself as a nation. So what are the basic geographical features we see here? It's not working. Okay, I use the same one. So what are the first geographical features we say? The first one is the Himalayas. Himalayas is the first geographical feature, followed by the second one, we have the river system, the perennial rivers of North India. So here you can give example of Indus, you can give example of Ganges, you can give the example of Brahmaputra. So don't you think with your geographical knowledge, you are able to connect it together? So give examples of these three. The third one, you can talk about the monsoons in India. So what are the major monsoons we have? The southwest monsoon, then the northeast monsoon. Getting it? So we have the two great monsoons. Just elaborate it. Just know. I'm just giving you an idea. Then we have the deserts. Then we have the jungles. Forests. We have our forests. Then we have our valleys. Then in southern India, we have our ocean, sea and ocean. So these are the major geographical features. So give a small, that should be your body. So your body should be the geographical features of India, your physical geography. The geographical factors. Are you getting what are the geographical features of India? Elaborate them. Getting it? Just elaborate them. The Himalayas, the river, the perennial river systems of North India, the non-perennial river systems of South India. Then the monsoons of India, the plains, the plateau. Getting it? So write all the geographical features. When you write all the geographical features, you've given an introduction about what is geographical feature. Then coming to the body about all of them, underline. Just underline the examples. Indus, Ganga, getting it? Valley, the Thar desert, getting it? The Brahmaputra valley, get the central India forest region. Just try to underline. Now what is the next part? How did it help towards the development of ancient India? So this geographical factors, how did it help ancient India? When we look at development here, we have to divide it into few parts. Again, I am dividing development into four. One is the political development. The second one is economic development. The third one is social development. And the fourth one is religious development. How did the polity of India develop with geography? So you need to first understand, don't be general, split it up. History should always go in a structured format. When you put everything together, you rotate it, it'll look clumsy. Don't make it clumsy. Always come in an organized way. Write the geographical factors. The major geographical factors of India is or India are. Write all of them. Then open a next paragraph and then write the development, the political development. So what is the political development? When I go to the political development, how did the political development happen here? Don't you think all major kingdoms were there on the river valleys only? So getting it? So you can write example. So you can write all major kingdoms. All major kingdoms were established on what? On the valleys of river. On the valleys of rivers. So here you can quote an example that the best example we take it is Indus Valley civilization. Even many Vedic cities were placed where? On the banks of rivers only. Getting, you can give what? Example as Kashi. You can give example of Prayag. Getting it? You can give all these examples. You can give example of Patliputra, Magadha, Magadhan capital. So give examples, give two lines. I think with studies you would have known it. So example, Indus Valley was on the valleys of Indus, Kashi, getting it, Varanasi, all these were established on the banks of riverbed only. So Indian culture would always be riverine culture. Our culture was always riverine. All our great centers were on the valleys of what? Rivers only. So that's the first and don't you think this political development was something very important for the strategic location also? Where I am located is the strategic point of my kingdom. So geography played a very important role to strategize my kingdom politically. That's the political development. So I've given you this as South Indian example, North Indian example. When you come to South, again you can take Tanjore. Tanjore is on the banks of river Kaveri. Getting it? So when you start taking these rivers as example, getting it? You support the point called polity. Again, the second one, political, you can take one more example here. The Chota Nagpur Plateau region. Because politically, geography plays a very important role in the Chota Nagpur Plateau region, full of what is it? Found with iron deposits. So the entire Magadha was located where? In the Chota Nagpur Plateau region. So you can take that example number 2. Again, coming on to the second one, economic development. How did geography help in economic development? Again, when you look at it, again, what do we say? Cities were established. And these cities had what? Raw materials. Don't you think our geography gives us lots of raw material? Again, you can quote what? Chota Nagpur Plateau is equal to iron. River as sources of livelihood. Again, you can come there only. So economic development started with what? Again, all the valleys promoted what? Agricultural production. Getting it? The Indo-Ganga Valley, getting it? The Indus Valley, the Brahmaputra Valley, agricultural production doubled. When agricultural production doubled, what development is it called? It's an economic development. And don't you think when agriculture developed, automatically cities would develop? And when cities come, what would obviously be established? Markets. And when markets come, what is the core ideology called? It's called what? Urbanization. So when urbanization is the element, the core idea of urbanization is what? Trade and commerce. So don't you think all these are happening because of what? The geographical factors which is hitting on what? The economic development. So you need to collaborate the entire ancient India together. Say for example, there was a ruler called Harsha. Harsha wanted to keep Kannauj as his capital just because Kannauj, the western bank of Kannauj had river Ganga. He wanted a strategic point of North India. He chose Kannauj. Again, geography comes there. So you start from Indus Valley, you come till Harsha. If you keep on knowing all the chronological pattern, this comes here, the second one. The third one, how did geography affect? What was the social development of geography? What happened? Geography, don't you think, it removed all the barriers of caste? People started moving and people started settling where? Near cities. So obviously, what will be the social one? People started to migrate to cities. And when they migrate to cities, what will cities give? Cities will be multicultural. So all sorts of cultures would be there in the city. Again, you can take example, the first urbanization, Indus Valley. The second urbanization, Mahajanapada. You can give example because Magadha was multicultural. Magadha was multilingual. Again, you can take that as what? Society developed. And Magadha did not give prior importance to the Vedic ideologies of Varna, Jati and Gotra. So automatically, don't you think it removed the caste barrier? Because cities will never ask you the caste. Cities will never ask you the background. It's only the rural part. Again, what comes here? A social development took place where it linked people together. So that is what we say, geography developed the social pattern of ancient India also. The last one when we take religious development. So how does geography affect religion? See, in India, from day one, all natural elements were worshipped. Sun was worshipped as Surya. River was worshipped as Ganga or as Sindhu or as Saraswati. Getting it? Rain was worshipped as Indra. Moon was worshipped as Chandra. The earth was worshipped as Prithvi. Getting it? Or Bhudevi. So all geographical factors in India was worshipped. And again, you can again quote what? It provided religious sentiment here because which became the holy river? Ganga became the holy river. In south, we have a holy river called Kaveri, was called the southern Ganga. So these were all worshipped. Later, where it developed into what? Pilgrim centers. Don't you think the same Kashi, which established into what? A great, a holy place, a pilgrim center. The same Prayag again, Kumbh Mela, getting it, Allahabad again. So what happened? All the geographical factors. People worship mountains. Kailash is worshipped. Why? Because who resides in Kailash? Shiva, Lord Shiva. So again, that's a geographical factor. So you need to put all of them together, give varieties of example, pick one from each kingdom, and when you give it, your answer looks consolidated. It will look like as if you knew the entire ancient India thoroughly. And you have to structure this with 1.5 page only. It looks very big. You can even write bigger one, but you have to crisp it small and then make it. So this is what is the approach. Then how do you conclude? Thus geography, Indian geography plays a very vital role. And our geography, don't you think it was acting as a barrier? Our geography, the oceans of South India was always a barrier. The oceans promoted trade. The Chera Chola Pandyas traded with all the countries of the world across. So Himalayas proved as the greatest barrier. Being a tropical country, getting it, the monsoons, all of them were affected by what? The great Himalayas. So thus, geography plays a conducive role in promotion of human development. Just complete it. And whenever you're stuck with conclusion, always the clue is go with thus, therefore, henceforth. These you can use it for what? The history one. Because here the question is what? The question is explain. So this is what it is. So don't you think to answer this question, you need to know the entire ancient India thoroughly? Without knowing ancient India thoroughly, this answer would be incomplete. And history should always go with examples. Hit the examiner with examples. Give lots and lots of examples. So clear with that? Number 2. We'll move on to the second question. Yeah. This is Indian only, ancient India. Yeah, you can write. There are lots of factors. You can write Himalayas, the mountain, the valleys, the plain. You can write. No, but you can write. The Khyber and the Bolan Pass is where Alexander entered India. You can write. You can add because it's all too much of information. Consolidate it, make it small, and then write it. Clear? The second question. It didn't affect, ma. Explain the role of geographical factor in the development of ancient India. So when you say development, it's positive. We don't take the negative. So as she said, we have lots of passes also there. So Ghazni entered via the Khyber Pass. Alexander entered. So passes proved what? People to enter. But that sounds slight negative. So we'll cut the negative. We take only what? The growth, only the development. Yeah. No, you can prioritize. When you take development, varieties of, there are huge number of points here. Take examples for each point. For a mountain, you can take Himalayas. For a pass, you can take Khyber. For a river, you can take Ganga. For a valley, take Brahmaputra Valley. For a forest, take the forest of central India. So take them. Yeah. Clear? Yeah. Be louder. Yeah. Yeah. No, history, generally you don't connect it with current. It's a factual subject. You're just going to process your thoughts and you're going to write. The dimension is history is always the traditional method. So you need not think something differently. It's a factual subject. Think according to your limit of the syllabus. So go there, don't go somewhere. Dimensions are not asked here. It's a traditional subject. Be to the point, but don't be negative in this question because this question doesn't require negativity. It is a pure positive question only because it's human development. Clear? Practice. See, all writing comes with practice. Nothing like practice. You start writing, you will get yourself in a better way. When you don't write, then you'll be stuck. Everything begins with practice because if you don't write an answer, what's happening? When you don't write an answer, it will be like what? You're stuck at some point of time. Always make sure you write because previous year question and the syllabus is the key for UPSC. I keep on telling these two. PYQ plays a very, very important role. So what is UPSC again fixing? PYQ. That's why we always, pick PYQ and we thorough PYQ and the syllabus. See, those days are gone. Many, I've heard many telling, ma'am, mains, generally we don't get ancient and medieval India. It's only art and culture. But I keep on telling my students for the past 10 years, don't take that side at all. Mains is never art and culture. It's ancient, medieval, art and culture, modern, post-world. They can ask you anything in the syllabus. And look at this here. There were direct questions from what? Delhi Sultanate. Which means what? Where is culture here again coming? Technology has come. Though we can link it there. But don't you think without knowing the fact you can't study? So always make sure that you have a analysis of completing the topic. That should be your goal there. Writing comes when you practice. Practice and answer writing comes when your concepts are clear. Concepts are clear when you study. You study well with the teacher. So finally, where do you all come and stand? You stand with the teacher. So this is there. Let me just go on with the discussion. Then I'll come to your personal doubts like how to write. We'll do it at the end.
Ma'am.
Let me just brief you how we are moving towards the question.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Ma'am, does making an Indian geographical map and pointing out those important places which you mentioned like
Yeah.
IVC and Chota Nagpur Plateau is a good approach for this question?
You
or-
can.
Okay.
History writing, you can make points. You can go in paragraphs. You can make a table. Flow charts are generally not allowed. but you can draw a small map of India and then you can shade it. You can write, okay, the mountains, the Vindhya, the Satpura, you can write it. You can do it. It's a good approach. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go on to the second question. What's the second question, ma? What was the difference between, yeah, take down. What was the difference between Mahatma Gandhi and Rabindranath Tagore? Tagore in the approach towards education and nationalism. So again, the question is very simple, what? So they're asking what. So when they ask you what, you have to directly give the answer. So this question has got two parts. Getting it? So who are the key players in this question? Mahatma Gandhi and Tagore. So getting it? So in the introduction, what are we going to write? A brief about Gandhi and Tagore, a small note. So what do you write? Gandhi and Tagore were great patriots and freedom fighter who propounded few theories for our Indian independence. They lived at the same time, shared same views together, but yet they differed in few concepts because there's a difference. Are you getting it? So they were all together. They were living together. They met each other. So you're not going to write Gandhi was born on October 2nd. No, we don't want them. Are you getting it? So do understand. It's understood. They're not asking you early life of Gandhi. Getting it? What was the difference? So here the key word is what? Difference between Gandhi and Tagore. Getting it on what? On education and nationalism. So a small introduction about what? Gandhi and Tagore. If you know the year, you can write the year. If you know the year. Some random years you can give. Say for example, 1920, non-cooperation movement, you can give it for whom? Gandhi. Tagore, after World War I, Tagore's approach changed towards everything. So you can quote 1914, Geetanjali, getting it 1918, 1913. You can give some years, rough year. Ma'am, I do not know anything. But when you study in classes, you will know. You will know because teachers will make you remember the year. So it's not like I do not know. Maybe now you do not know. But when you do the classes, you will definitely know the years of both of them. Even Ambedkar, even Tilak, even Patel, even Prasad, even what, Bose, everyone, even Bhagat Singh, Ram Prasad, but you will know the years definitely because teachers start with a year only. Getting it? So give a small note about them. Then what do they ask? Differences between Gandhi and Tagore. There are two ways to approach this question. Either you can make two paragraphs or you can make a table, whichever you want. You can just split the paper into two and you can make a table writing Gandhi and you can write a table on Tagore. You can do that also. Because here it is only differences, not similarity. So I'm just going to make a small table to make you understand. So Gandhi's view. Let's take view on education. So what was Gandhi's view on education? So let me take this side as Gandhi. Let me take this as Tagore. Yeah. Fine. So Gandhi and Tagore. So when you look at Gandhi and Tagore, a small brief and introduction. Let me tell you first. When you look at Gandhi, Gandhi believed in basic education. Getting it? Basic, you can write it. The first one you can write. Gandhi believed in basic education of a child. So what is basic education? You start from the scratch. Basic education of a child was the first core belief of Gandhi. Number one. Getting it? So in short, I can write Gandhi believed in what? Complete development. When basic education, which gives what? Complete development of a child. So basic education where complete development of a child is happening. Start from LKG till 12th. Your complete education is over. That is the belief of Gandhi. So what was the belief of Tagore? He also believed in basic education. So which means that will be a similarity. But here for Gandhi, it is like complete education. Overall analysis is done here. But here what did Tagore say? Basic education is fine. But self-realization should be the goal. So the child should realize whom? It's one's own self. So self-realization was the goal. That is what Tagore said. See, Tagore was a spiritual leader. Tagore was a poet. Tagore was a painter. Tagore was an essayist. He was a novelist. He was a scholar. He was a linguist. Put all of them to Tagore. But Gandhi, a patriot, a freedom fighter. Getting it? So Gandhi was a mass leader. Tagore was never a mass leader. Both were writing articles. Gandhi write article, Tagore also writes article. So his education was what? You first understand what you study and realize your own self. So that is what we say. Tagore's education was based on spiritualism. His education was based on spiritualism. So that was Tagore's education. This is the first difference is what we take. The second thing what Gandhi said was promotion of Indian culture. Promotion of Indian culture through values. So promotion of Indian culture through values. That is what was what? Gandhi's education. But what was Tagore's education? Tagore always believed in Western ideas. Inculcate Western idea also in Indian education. This is typically Indian culture and value. But Tagore was promoting Plato's idea. So Tagore was more Plato-centric. What is that? Creative ideas to be inculcated. Gandhi was like, you have to study like this. Plato was like, study whatever you want, but make sure your limits are known. So it was more what? Western ideas were inculcated. Here Indian culture, Indian value, Indian-centric was there. Because when everything is Indian, what will be the outcome? Indian. Are you getting the outcome also will be Indian? The person who comes out from the education will be what? Pure Indian with ethics, moral value, brotherhood, justice, equality, all would be here. But here, Tagore was like he wanted to create a citizen of a cosmopolitan citizen, an international citizen. That is what his idea was what? Nation-centric. His idea of education was what? Internationalism-centric. Right, the third point? It was nation-centric. India, nation-centric. His idea here was internationalism-centric. That is the differences, small differences only, small hairline differences only we have. Yeah. So Gandhi focused on moral development. Don't you think again GS paper 4 comes? Gandhi focuses more on what? Moral development of an individual. Moral development of an individual. Getting it? An individual should develop himself morally. So what is moral principle? Moral is individual. But what is Tagore said? Tagore principles was more ethical. What is ethics? We all. It applies to all. What is moral? It is individualistic. Don't you think it looks more slightly together? So that is what, why? Again, Plato plays a role here. Plato's element only comes here for whom? Gandhi and Tagore. See, when Tagore established the Shanti Niketan, you can give example here. Tagore created the Shanti Niketan. And he constructed the Vishwa Bharati University. So when you look at these two schools, Shanti Niketan and Vishwa Bharati, it was moving towards what? It was having a Western approach with Indian value. But here, the Gurukula pattern, typical that Indian learning with activity, that was actually given. That's what Gandhi was more towards moral value. Tagore was more towards ethical value. Getting it? So these are the basic differences. It will look alike. These are small hairline differences what we have. Because these are philosophy oriented. Did Gandhi and Tagore clash with each other? No. They never clashed with each other. Did Gandhi and Tagore debate with each other? No, they never debate with each other. Did Gandhi and Tagore meet each other? Yes. They met each other. They had an intellectual discussion. Gandhi accepted Tagore's, differences. Tagore accepted Gandhi's differences. But there was no chaos there in that point of time, particularly on the goal of what? Education. See, Gandhi wanted to create a class of good citizens. Tagore wanted to create a class of saint. Getting it? Spiritual class. So write the next point. He wanted to create a group of good citizens. Just write it 1 second. Who's that? He wanted to create a group of good citizens. Tagore wanted to create a group of saints. That is spiritual kind of leader. Because spiritual element will take the country to a next level. Was whose belief? Was a belief of Tagore. So on those ideas, with a matter of respect, they keep it with them only. So overall, when you look at it, Both were promoting Western, what to say, Indian language. Vernacular language was there with both. That is the similarities we take. But the question talks about only what? Differences. So these are the major differences on education with Tagore and Gandhi. Yeah? Yeah, Tagore? No. Moral development is be good, do good. As a person, you inculcate some personal value. Moral is personal. Ethics is general. Self-realization of one's own self in education. You realize it's like kind of nirvana, moksha. It's that one, enlightenment. Gandhi is never talking about enlightenment. Gandhi says education should give you a job. You study, you get a job. Because what do our parents tell us? Study well, get a job. That is what Gandhi said at that point of time. Your education should make you self-reliant. Atma Shakti. That's why Gandhi was giving that spinning wheel. Getting it, the charka. Gandhi always spoke about the charka. Why? Your education should enlighten you. That was Gandhi's view. But here it was what? Education should awaken you. You get a job or not, that's secondary. But your field should be awakened. That was here. So which will give you food? Are you getting Atma Shakti, self-reliance? Here he was more talking about what? A saintly, a philosophical, a spiritual approach was actually given. But where did the population go and join? The population went and joined where? Gandhi. The intake was more here. The intake was kind of less here. This is the basic differences what we take. See, if it's for a 10 mark, you can write 3 points here. You can write 3 points for the next pattern called nationalism. You need not write 10 points here because it's only 1.5 page. So the next one we move on is with nationalism. Yeah. No, we don't exactly take one because revivalist and reformist are two detailed concepts. When you look at them, both will fall in both. Because it's a small hairline difference only. UPSC wants you to take that small hairline difference. Outwardly, it will look same. But when you go to the core concept, it will look what? Difference. So that point we don't generally write. Yeah.
Hello, excuse me, ma'am.
No, here ethics, what they meant was, it's for the society. Be, are you getting it? Be common centric. That is what Tagore's philosophy said. We'll do it later. Yeah, clear? Shall we go to the next part?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
One question. If we talk about the, you talk about the Gandhi and Tagore about the industrialization. They don't believe in industrialization and Gandhi. Industrialization, you know.
No, here it is education only, right? Why do we touch that? We are not talking all the differences. Look at the question. Education, nationalism. Why do you want to talk about that?
Job-oriented education.
Education should be job-oriented. That is what he said. Education should promote what? Employment.
Okay.
That was Gandhi's view.
Tagore also wanted.
Tagore was self-realization. It's not like you study something, you take a job accordingly. It's not Tagore's view.
Okay, thank you.
You take a job which you like, Tagore. Gandhi says you do a job which you've studied. Because education is employment.
Tagore was against the charkhas.
Not against and all. No one, that's what I'm telling you. Don't say against. When you say against, views will differ. There's a small hairline difference only. It will look same. But when you split it up and study, the differences are very clear.
Thank you, ma'am.
Clear? Yeah. Yeah. Influence was there, but Plato was more into that creative idea, right? Plato's thinking was what? Gandhi said, learn with activity. But Plato said, make a child to think with activity, create. Let the child be creativity. Don't go on with the same Gurukula pattern. Let the child create. Let the child be innovative. And who gave that idea? Plato. So here we are linking it like Plato's idea. But Gandhi was very much into that, no, learn with activity only. So that's a small difference what we take. When I say Plato, I go with the creativity element only. So shall we go to the next part? Yeah, how was nationalism for Gandhi? How was nationalism for Tagore? So according to Gandhi, was Gandhi a nationalist? So Gandhi said, as citizens, every citizen should be loving the mother country. So love for one's own nation is called as what? Nationalism. That is the highest form of patriotism. Is called as what? Nationalism. So that's the first one. You can write love one's nation. Bharat Mata, Love for one's own country. Love for one's own country, that is Gandhi's nationalism. But again for Tagore, love for the nation. But for Tagore, it was just a myth. Nationalism is just a myth. So it is called as what? A Maya. There's no concept of nationalism. According to Tagore, nationalism is a mirage. It's an illusion. It ties people together with a boundary. It ties people, it restricts people. When I say nationalism, Indian nationalism, what do we talk? Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Example? So what does Tagore says? You can't tie nationalism, it's a myth. Nationalism doesn't have any boundary. Tagore goes to a more philosophical view, telling that it's a myth. But though Tagore wrote a book called Nationalism. In that nationalism, Tagore writes different points of nationalism. Forced nationalism, sacred nationalism. So Tagore gives types of nationalism. Why does he say that? It will look like a philosophy class. But what did Tagore say? There's no concept called nationalism. It should be like what? Love all. So Tagore's nationalism was more towards what? Internationalism. It's no boundary, no border, nothing. So Gandhi was like, regionalism gives birth to nationalism. But what does Tagore say? It is only internationalism. We all are bound together as what? As humans only. That's the first thing what Gandhi and Nehru slightly argued. The second thing, what do we see about Gandhi's nationalism is, again, in nationalism, they're talking about the nation. And the nation has got a set of values. Nation has got a set of values. Values of what? Humanism. Values of what? Justice. Values of what? Equality. So you can write, nation has got a set of values called humanism, justice, equality, etc. But for Tagore again, nation has got or individual has got? Individual has got all these set of values. Nation is not there according to Tagore. Are you getting? So it is more individual centric. For whom? For Tagore. So he doesn't talk about that very much into clear idea. Getting it? Because he says that. And again, what does Gandhi say? A nation should be full of peace. A nation should go on with what? Non-violence. A nation should be what? Self-reliant. So nation, that nationalism promotes what? Nationalism promotes peace. Nationalism should promote non-violence. Nationalism should promote what? Self-reliance. But again, coming on to Tagore, what is Tagore saying? He totally ignored all of them. He says that the concept of nationalism will make countries fight. Countries will become enemies if you put the term what? Nationalism. So Tagore was totally against this concept of nation. So what does he say? Individual peace. Individual non-violence. It should be individual self-reliance. You be everything by yourself. That is what I told you. The true freedom is what? It's with one's own self. That's what he put it in the link of what? Nationalism. When you read it outwardly, it will look together. But when you read it together inside, they're splitting it up and taking it as a small principle. So these are the basic differences between what? Gandhi's education and nationalism. See, Tagore, after the World War I, he shifted the concept of nationalism. Before that, Tagore was a nationalist. Please do understand. Before the World War I, Tagore was a nationalist. His philosophies changed after the First World War. And these are the points what we take it after the First World War only. So these are the differences you take. So how do you conclude? Thus, though the freedom fight, though both the leaders lived together in common, shared everything in common, but in the concept of nationalism and education, they differed profoundly. So you have to bring the question and then conclude. It's like thus. So just give a conclusion. So your answer would be fine. Either you can make it as, see, whatever comes here, you need not make it as an opposite one. You take the differences and hit there only. That would be your answer. So clear with the second one? It's kind of factual, but for this you need to study Gandhi and Tagore in detail, else this would be a little bit difficult. Yeah, the next question. 2. Yeah, the next question, I think that's an easy question. Just read the question, ma. Bring out the socio-economic effects of the introduction of railways. In different countries of the world. So this is again 10 mark. Yeah, it's a 10 mark, right? Yeah, it's again 150 word, 10 mark. See, again, this question is a world history question. The topic which falls here is industrial revolution. So the first chapter of world history, industrial revolution, is this question. So again, what are we going to write? It talks about what? Bring out. So you have to tell them, you have to bring out, again, discuss or elaborate about the society, social and economic effect. So effects can be positive, effects can be negative. So you have to write both positive and negative effect of what? Railways of different country. So first thing, what you're going to give an example, the introduction should be on railways. So getting it? So who was the father of railways? George Stephenson. So take down George Stephenson, the father of railways. Give an introduction. We done it. George Stephenson, the father of railways. Yeah, father of railways. Initiated it and transformed. Initiated. Father of railways initiated and transformed. Transformed the entire human society. Transformed the entire human society for its betterment. A small introduction on railway. Getting it? Railways are considered to be a great invention of mankind. Some small introduction. Railways are considered to be a great invention of mankind. Let's give a small introduction. So which was the first country which had railways? Britain. Great Britain. So that's a factual part. So where was the first railway line running out? In 1825, the first railway line ran from Liverpool to Manchester. Good. So these are all your facts. We would have done it in our classes. So give George Stephenson underline. Write it at lifeline of human, because our Indian railway motto is what? Lifeline. Underline that, great invention. Then write the first railway line ran from where? Liverpool to Manchester in Britain. So this is your introduction. Now, what is the question asking? All countries later started adopting industrial revolution. When industrial revolution entered all the countries across the globe, what was the social impact and what was the economic impact of railway? Again, to write this answer, the body, you can make a table. Getting it? You can make a table. So I teach it generally with a table. So make a small side heading. Social effect. Social effect of railways. Let's go on with the first positivity. Then we'll go on with the negative effect. So the first social effect. So what is the first social effect, ma? It connected people across the globe. Don't you think trains connected? So it connected people across the globe. Getting it? Or you can write the disconnected world became connected with what? Railways. So you can give an example. Getting it? Let's take an example. The same example of Liverpool to Manchester. Getting it? So you can give that Liverpool to Manchester example that it connected. If you're forgetting the year, it's okay. Because the question is kind of general. Give some years here and there. Or you can even start your answer like the Industrial Revolution gave birth to railways. So give a bracket of what? Industrial Revolution again. So getting it? The second social impact. It removed all social barriers. Don't you think people traveled together in trains? There are many compartments, people did travel together. So all social barriers were removed. So people had their journey together. That's a positive impact. Don't you think so? Yeah? Getting it, ma? So that's again, when you put the negative impact, what do we again put it here? What is the negative impact you get it here? Any idea? Yeah? Yeah, exploitation of resources. That's an environmental one. So you can write exploitation of resources. But don't you think any development leads to destruction. If there is a development, it would 100% lead to what? Destruction. Small amount of destruction is required. So again, it was like exploitation of resources. Then again, the positive one, the social effect, connected people, united people. Again, then how did society get transformed? People started to travel together. Travel and journey became what? Easy. It became cheaper and it became comfortable. So people started crossing continents. Getting it, ma? They started crossing continents. The Trans-Siberian Railway, you can give that example. So when you give that example, it started connecting people across. It looks very general. The points are very general, but when you would have done Industrial Revolution together in all phases, you can easily take it, right? Three points only, because it's only 10 mark. And they're asking you social impact and economic impact. 3 points here, 3 points there, your answer is complete. Need not think about writing 10, 15 points. Make it small, make it simpler. What is again the negative impact? Even though people were traveling together, later some compartments were created so that it also made people not to travel. Gandhi was thrown out from a train, don't you think so? Though Gandhi had what? A first class ticket. Gandhi was still thrown out from a train. Why? Because Gandhi was considered to be a black. Are you getting it? So which means what? You can see it's railways across the world. You can even add Indian example also. So the division of compartments. The division of compartments. Don't you think this point comes here also? It comes here also. The division of compartments, again what? Divided people. So it divided them socially also. It divided them economically also. So this is the social impact. What we see, positive and negative about railways. Then what do we take about economic one? So clear with social impact? General points only. Give an example. Trans-Siberian Railway of Russia. You can give an example of that because it connected people across all races, all ethnicity, all group of the Russian population. The entire population got connected with what route? This one route. So this is a very big social impact. Getting it? Don't you think in India also we call Dalhousie as the father of Indian railways? The moment railways started picking up, don't you think all Congress meetings held casually because of railways in India only? Don't you think the revolt of 1857 was suppressed by the Britishers because of what? The railways. So you can make a point positive and negative according to your process. But don't take a holistic negative point and make it as a positive one. Make sure how do you make it? Because the revolt of 1857, that point for Indian history, it's negative for us. But for them, it's positive. For Britishers, that's a positive point. But for us, it's a negative point. So see it accordingly and take countries there. You can quote China. You can quote Japan. You can quote what? The South African train route. That also, because people were carried. So that will come under what? The economic impact. So moving on to the economic impact. What is the economic impact or effect? Positive one. So don't you think it created employment opportunity? Employment opportunities were created, were generated. Because to make railway lines, you need people to work. To make the coaches, you need people. You need station masters. You need people to collect ticket. You need someone to check your ticket. You need someone to make the train move. So all those jobs, it generated what? Employment opportunity. Again, the opposite point, what we take it for negative. Again, exploitation of resources. The same point would come. When you start thinking, you will start getting the point. Yeah. Yeah, we repeat it. See, don't you think socio-economic pattern is almost the same? Because social division at times will hit economy. When I don't have money, I'll not be able to travel in a first class. But that comes as economy. But by my social status also, at times I'll be denied. So don't you think there's a small difference there? So we point it out there. Yeah. Here? You're talking about here. 2 points are there. Yeah, you can write. You can just write. It made heavy. So people who do not have money, they couldn't travel. We are putting it under economy. It's not a hard and fast rule that you take it. Minor differences and similarity, go with the point. No, I've given you only two. Only two. You can take it. Here, we are not matching it out. We are just taking some points here. Overall, we are writing 5 points here, 5 points there to make it for 10. So again, exploitation of resources. Again, what happens here? What is the economic benefit? Yeah, trade developed. There was a very good increase in trade. Getting it, people started connecting with all countries, and you can say trade flourished. Again, which example can you give? Trans-Siberian trade route, Indian railways in Japan, the Tokyo railway line. You can give all these examples to substantiate that what? Trade flourished here, and it connected what? It connected continents. See, almost every country in the world entered a phase of what? Industrial revolution. But this actually, the trade was a basic boost for trains to appear where? In world history. Again, what is the third economic impact? Opportunities were given, generations were there, people started to travel, flourished, and don't you think? Again, industries, trade, factories, all were there. Now, railway lines were established near the coal fields, near the mines, near the factories. So, once goods are all packed, the trains can carry them across, passenger goods, getting it, goods carrier train, passenger train, all these started coming. So, many cities were created on the banks, on the railway track only. Chicago is one best example where Chicago was noticed only for what? Its rail route only. So people started settling near what? Cities which had a train connectivity only. So it almost what? Another one, it almost economically united people. It united them. You can say urbanization. The great urbanization took place with what? Took place with railways. You can example had Chicago. Chicago is the best example of America where a great employment opportunity and a flourishing element took place with what? Railways only. Again here, what do we write? What is the negative one? A drain, exploitation of resources. You can even add drain of wealth. All raw materials from the colonies were taken from where? Were taken from the railways only. So railways positive, railways negative also. Again, yeah. So almost when you look at all the trains, now today, we have all the countries in the world are connected to what? The rural element. But in those days, rural people have to come to a city, and from a city, they take a train. So there was a shift that train means city. Are you getting it? Public transport. Train means it was a city. So this development came only later. LPG, 1991. Later, this divide was actually merged. Initially, there was a gap. There was a gap between the urban and rural division. There was a gap between urban and rural areas. And don't you think to make railway tracks, people need to clear the forest? People need to actually take some group of people away. So all these fostered what? The development of railways faster. In a way, it slowed the economic process. So how do you conclude? Thus, trains or railways in a way boosted economic opportunity, made people to come together, because here they're not asking you anything negative. They're just asking you bring out the social, which means you have to generalize things. So you can just conclude with thus. Though railway lines were there throughout the world, some countries, trains and railways are the lifeline. You can take our Indian railways. Are you getting it? Where is the biggest public employment seen? Indian railways only. And we have some longest trains also. If there is an update, you can add that. If there is a current affairs note, you can add that also. That can also bring some benefits. So that will be there. So I stop here with that. And there are some 2 more questions pending. I have to discuss about the next question about the Vedic society, the technological advancement of Delhi Sultanate. So 2 questions are pending. So with running short of time, we have the next question, Vedic society, Delhi Sultanate, colonial, policies of tribal. So 3 questions are pending. So what I'll do, I will give you the question with the model answer. Getting it? So we will distribute it to you. I think you can keep that we'll distribute it to you. Keep that in hand, and that will be your pattern. So I've discussed 3. Keep this in mind. Keep the remaining 3 in your hand. So thank you so much. Yeah.
बैठ जाइए प्लीज. All right. So how are you guys doing? झूठ ही बोल देते कि अच्छा लग रहा है सर. So I've been sitting here since morning, right? 8 o'clock. कचौरी मिल गई आप लोगों को? We had arranged for it. आपको कचौरी छोले नहीं मिले? It is available. हाँ जी, यहां पर नहीं, नीचे है मतलब. It's available. So have you got your lunch and breakfast? We didn't provide it to you. And have you received that 500 rupees envelope which we made it for you? जो जनरली मिलने के लिए दिया जाता है. Have you got it? वो भी नहीं मिला. Oh, this is very bad for you, right? It's okay, no issues. Have a seat, please. बैठिए, पढ़ते हैं फिर. I won't take much of your time, but hardly take 45 minutes, so that you guys can have your lunch, right? And then come and doze off, right? हाँ, तुम भी हो यहाँ पे. हाँ, माइक बीच में लगाओ. All right. So this year, all right, fair enough here, please. So this year, if I talk about Indian economy, the weightage increased little bit. In the prelims, the weightage had reduced. In prelims, every year we get around 18 to 20 questions from Indian economy. This year we got around 15. But if we talk about mains exam, every year the weightage is around 100 marks, 90 to 100 marks. But this year, if we include questions from GS1, GS2 and GS3, the total number of questions from economy, it has come to around 130, 140 marks. That is like one half of one complete paper. So the number of questions increased, the weightage increased. Fair enough? But the good thing is, the questions difficulty level, reduced. Most of the questions were from existing themes. There have been certain themes which UPSC follows for Indian economy. So the questions were from those themes. There was hardly any surprise question. That is a good thing about it. Whatever has been mentioned in the syllabus, the questions were as per those lines, I would say. So, before we start discussion of the question paper, first let me tell you how do we approach the questions. That's more important, because these questions, they may be repeated in future, they may not be repeated in future. There are chances they won't be repeated. But what is important is the pattern will be repeated. And what is important is you need to know how to answer the questions when you will be appearing next year or next to next year. That's more important. So, as since morning you have been, it's like probably your third session if I'm not wrong, ethics, history and economy, right? So, till now more or less you would be aware that answer has three parts: intro, body, conclusion, right? You would be aware about that. That's the structure, right? if I talk about economy, then in the intro part, you can focus on two things. First is, you can either write a definition. So if the question is about food processing industries, you can give the definition of what food processing industries is. If the question is about land reforms, you can give a definition of land reforms. If the question is about land ceiling, you can give the definition of land ceiling. But obviously there would be certain questions for which we cannot give a definition. For example, if I talk about this question, so which says faster economic growth requires increased share of manufacturing sector, especially from MSME sector. And in this context, we need to tell, what are the policy initiatives taken by the government to help MSME sector. The word limit is 150, right? The word limit is 150. Introduction has to be kept to around 10 to 15 words. Because whatever the maximum number of marks a question has, the introduction has to be of around 10% of the maximum words. So if maximum words are 150, introduction has to be of around 15 words. And if it is 15 words, it is one sentence. Cannot be more than that. You are writing more than one sentence in intro, you are eating up the words of the body. Similarly, the way forward, which will be at the end, that should also be of just one sentence. Again, 10 to 15 words. Those who have been practicing answer writing, they would be knowing it that if we write 150 words for a 150 worded question, and if we write 250 words for a 250 worded answer, we are not going to complete the answer. We are not going to complete the question paper. So if the question is of 150 words, keep yourself restricted to 120 to 130 words. इसके beyond नहीं लिखना. Even if you have to cut down on the content, keep it to 120 to 130. Because if you do not write one point in one answer, which helps you to reduce the number of words by 10-20, it may be hurting you. It may be hurting you by say 0.25 marks. But if you write if you save this 20 words for 18 questions, you are sparing 360 words. That is actually helping you to attempt 2 more questions. So either you attempt 18 questions of 250 marks, 250 words, 150 words, or you attempt 20 questions with 120 words and 220 words. Ultimate objective is we need to complete the question paper. That's objective. It's a crime, it's a sin if we do not complete it. So therefore, I would suggest for Indian economy that you keep yourself restricted to 120 to 130 for a 150 word answer and say 220 to around 230 for a 250 worded answer. Fair enough? So hence I come to this part which says in this question I cannot give a definition of MSME. The definition of MSM, the definition is huge. I cannot give a definition ki, depending upon this much of investment, this much of turnover, this is the definition of micro, small and medium enterprise as was given in Atmanirbhar Bharat package. You understood that? So certain questions would be there in which we cannot give introduction, we cannot give definition. Here comes to a rescue. Facts. So a lot of students they ask, should we remember facts for Indian economy? Yes, you should remember facts for Indian economy. Because facts will be helping, facts will be coming to your rescue for the introduction part. At the same time, if you look at the answer sheets of Ishita Kishore or Shruti Sharma, both rank 1. One thing which was common in their answers is their answers had lot of facts. Facts, examples. Lot of facts, lot of examples, lot of committee names. So remember one thing, whenever you are writing any point for Indian economy, any challenge, any way forward, any positive, negative, you should always substantiate it with an example, with a fact. And these facts, you are going to get it from economic survey. And that's the importance of economic survey. Earlier in the trend of 2016, 17, 18, 19 even, in those 4 years, we used to get direct questions from economic survey. But that time, you know, economic survey was of 2 volumes, volume 1, volume 2. Volume 2 would be about statistics of complete Indian economy and volume 1 would be reforms. So this Jan Dhan Aadhaar mobile, JAM Trinity, it was earlier suggested by one of the economic surveys. Assemble in India, suggested by an earlier economic survey. Uday scheme, suggested by an economic survey. So whatever reforms which we are seeing now, they have been earlier recommended by economic surveys. But nowadays we do not have 2 economic surveys, we do not have 2 volumes, we only have 1 volume. And that is just about statistics. So therefore, direct questions from economic survey has stopped. So next year when you will be writing mains, stop mugging up economic survey. You should know certain facts about each and every chapter. So if it is a BOP chapter or a fiscal policy or a monetary policy or a banking chapter or agriculture chapter, you should have certain facts with you so that if you do not have anything, you can write these facts in the introduction part. Fair enough? Second thing is, your answer should consist of a lot of flowcharts. Again, if you look at toppers copies, the copies would be consisting of lot of flowcharts. For example, I will tell you one thing. Each one of you would be having some favorite curry, some favorite vegetable. So, do you like chole bhature? So, you like chole bhature. Suppose chole bhature is your favorite dish. But then your mother starts feeding you chole bhature in the breakfast, in the lunch, in the dinner, next morning, breakfast, lunch, dinner, next morning, breakfast, lunch, dinner. For how many days can you bear it? One fine day you will say, Mummy, bus. Now thing is, if you write the answers in a similar way, all 20 answers in a similar way, it will be a monotonous way of answering the questions. Whether it is point form or paragraph form, it will be a monotonous way of answering the questions. Hence, use a lot number of flowcharts in your answers. The flowcharts can be any type of flowcharts. The flowcharts can be just like a simple flowchart. That you know, these are the advantages. So if I have to tell you the advantages of MSMEs, we'll be just saying positives or say advantages of MSMEs. This is one way of putting it. Other way of putting it is like you can do it like this. Advantages of MSMEs. Advantages of MSMEs. Other way of putting it like, put in center, advantages of MSMEs and do it like this. Other way of putting in advantages is, suppose this is your answer sheet. Have a like this, positives of MSMEs and write it like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. multiple ways to put in the same thing, or you can use the traditional way. Positives of MSM is 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 point. Multiple ways है. Your answer should show a diversity to the evaluator. I hope things are clear. Fair enough. Let's continue. Fair enough. So question is that faster economic growth, it requires increased share of manufacturing sector in GDP, particularly of MSMEs. Comment on the present policies of the government in this regard. First of all, we need to know why this question has been asked. Because this question of MSMEs, it is a repeated theme. Not exactly MSMEs, but inclusive growth and employment generation and jobless growth, they have been a regular theme of UPSC. So UPSC has been asking, and in this way they have asked question about MSME. So first thing is you need to understand what the question is. Question क्या कहता है? Question says that increased share of manufacturing in GDP is required for economic growth. Second, increased share of MSME in manufacturing is required for economic growth. So we need to think along these lines only. One thing which is important about UPSC is, one thing which you did in your college exams, university exam, is that whatever would be the question, you would be writing whatever you knew. It's quite possible there was a question in the exam and you're not aware about exact answer. So what would you do? You would start writing whatever you know. And it is the responsibility of the evaluator to find out the exact answer from your answer. And the more you write, the more marks you get. The more number of sheets you fill in, the more marks you get. That's how the trend has been. UPSC, we do not follow this trend. UPSC, it is you write what is asked. You do not write what you know. So therefore, understanding the question is very important. Therefore, when every topper says read the question multiple times, उसका मतलब ये नहीं कि बार बार यही पढ़ते रहो, नहीं. बार बार पढ़ने का मतलब है कि समझो. What is the examiner trying to ask? Is he even asking something in between the lines? For example, in this question, they haven't even asked, write down the advantages or benefits of MSMEs. They haven't talked about this. उन्होंने क्या बोला कि comment on the present policies of the government in this regard. We just cannot start the answer that these are the policies, government policies for encouraging MSMEs, or these are the policies for encouraging manufacturing. Because उसने ये भी बोला है कि faster economic growth requires increased share of manufacturing sector in GDP. ये भी उसने बोला है. Otherwise, he could have simply asked, write down government policies for encouraging MSME sector. Why did he start with the context? The context was faster economic growth requires increased share of manufacturing sector in GDP. Hence, we need to tell that how increased manufacturing in GDP would lead to economic growth and how increased presence of MSME would lead to economic growth. ये दोनों बातें बतानी है. सिर्फ ये नहीं बताना कि how increase in manufacturing contribution would lead to economic growth. Not only this, we also have to tell how MSME is contributing to this. So now, once you have understood what is to be asked, then you can easily write it. Because you know positives of MSMEs, right? Once you know what is to be written, then you can start writing. So, how do we start this? ये ऊपर कैसे जाएगा? ये नीचे आएगा ना? So you can start the answer by certain facts that MSMEs, MSMEs, how much is manufacturing contributing to GDP of India? Okay, how much industrial sector contributes to GDP of India? तुक्का ही मार दो. Industrial, अच्छा पहली बात, what exactly is industrial sector? Or what exactly is secondary sector? Secondary sector includes construction and manufacturing. So the secondary sector, it contributes around 26% to GDP. Manufacturing sector contributes 16% to GDP. And that has been the trend in the last 10 years, 16% to GDP. We brought a national manufacturing policy in the year 2011. And that time contribution of manufacturing sector to GDP was around, say, somewhere around 16%. That time also it was 16%. Even after 12 years from national manufacturing policy, it is still 16%. So my question to you guys is, if manufacturing sector is contributing 16% to GDP, how can MSMEs contribute 30% to GDP? I hope you have understood the question. Manufacturing sector contribute करता है 16% to GDP के अंदर, right? So how can MSMEs contribute 30% to GDP of India? Because MSMEs are not only present in manufacturing sector, they are also present in services sector. Don't you think Shubhra Ranjan IAS is a MSME? It is. All those shops in the Oran market, they are MSMEs. Right? So MSMEs, whether it is manufacturing sector MSME or it is services sector MSME, we take them both of them are contributing 30% to India's GDP, 45% to manufacturing production, and employ approximately 10 crore people. 3 facts we remember about MSME, put them in the introduction. Introduction is done and dusted. 15 words. Right? Because when we start writing the answer, the confusion is, first confusion is how to start. And then the problem is, once we start, we do not know how to land, how to get out of this. Multiple times we write introduction of 1 page, फिर दिमाग में आता है भाई बॉडी भी लिखनी है. It happens. So first is, keep yourself limited to 1 word, write facts, that's it. The next thing is, we have to tell how manufacturing sector and MSME sector can contribute to economic growth. That was the question, right? So here we tell they contribute in job creation. So if we have job creation, how does it lead to economic growth? Because if we have job creation, obviously the people who are earning, that is getting added to GDP. At the same time, when there is job creation, there is a creation of demand in the economy. And this creation of demand in the economy would lead to production from other sectors of the economy also. So first advantage or first way how MSME contribute to the growth is by going for job creation. Here again we write a fact. Employs around 10 to 11 crore people and contribute to around 45% of total workforce in manufacturing sector. Right? Other advantage is it will be reducing unemployment and will be helping us get demographic dividend. Keywords लिखने जरूरी हैं. I hope you are able to understand the keywords. Demographic dividend एक keyword है, right? Unemployment एक keyword है, right? Then they also contribute to exports of India. 45% of Indian exports are coming from MSMEs. If we increase the exports, don't you think the current account deficit would reduce, the BOP balance would reduce, the BOP balance would become would be like the BOP would become more surplus, our forex reserve would increase. And then if we export more, don't you think rupee would appreciate? Rupee appreciates, crude oil price reduces. So we can relate it like this, that it will be helping in exports also, At the same time, it will be helping in fostering innovation, because most of the innovation it happens in manufacturing sector, and this innovation it actually spurs or it actually moves to other segments of the economy also. Then, so now first part is we have told how MSMEs can contribute to economic growth. How can they do it? It means they are not doing it. That's what the question is, right? So now we have to tell, there has to be a connecting sentence, that though MSMEs have huge advantages to the economy, they are not able to fully reap their potential because of certain challenges. समझे मैं क्या बोला? We cannot just say कि positives of MSMEs, then challenges of MSMEs. They haven't asked it. I hope you're able to understand this. We have to tell them कि हाँ इनके advantages हैं, but ये advantages ये नहीं ला पा रहे हैं. क्यों नहीं ला पा रहे? Because they have certain challenges with it, and these are those challenges. भूल जाता हूं मैं. I'm not going to discuss these challenges. I hope you know them. You know them? I hope you're not here for a foundation course seminar. MSME के challenges क्या पता है, right? तो मैं फालतू में ज्ञान नहीं बांटूंगा कि ये MSME के challenges है, कर लेना भाई खुद. Obviously, it's not a knowledge transfer का session नहीं है, right? ये बात सही है ना यार? The way few of guys said सही बात है, I thought I was sitting in a पंचायत room कि हाँ भाई ऐसे करना, सही बात है, सही बात. क्या से जाएगा? And I am a computer engineer. हंसने क्या बात है? A lot of you would be electrical engineers, and if I ask them to repair a tube light, or I ask them to repair a fan, they won't be able to do it. And that actually tells, that's actually problem with India's demography, right? Skill nahi hai hamare paas. Anyways, let's continue. So we have to tell the policy of the government to boost manufacturing and MSME. Simple बोल देंगे भाई. In the year 2020, we brought आत्मनिर्भर भारत पैकेज. इसमें क्या थे? 3-4 बातें थी. क्या बातें थी? It was like, first we have to increase public procurement from domestic companies. Second, we need to provide them collateral free loans. And then we revise the definition of MSMEs to increase investment. You won't be able to write these three points. You won't have time, you won't have space. So just write, under Atmanirbhar Bharat package, reforms were brought to give collateral free loans to MSMEs and increase investment in MSMEs. That's it. One sentence. Other point would be like we have brought, someone needs a part-time job. गड़बड़ नहीं है, इसको बोलते हैं नाच ना जाने. Good. Next is production linked incentives. Look, the marks which we'll be getting in these answers is based on keywords. So first we wrote Atmanirbhar Bharat package, collateral free loans and more procurement from domestic companies. Then we come to the next point and we say production linked incentive scheme, and we give a fact that 1.97 lakh crore rupees have been given or will be given as production linked incentive schemes for encouraging certain MSMEs, especially in textile and leather sector. Look, जो PLI आया था, PLI came for white goods, PLI came for semiconductors, PLI came for mobile components, right? बट PLI फॉर लेदर एंड टेक्सटाइल इज इंपॉर्टेंट. क्यों? लेदर और टेक्सटाइल में ऐसी क्या खास बात है? एग्जैक्टली, दे आर लेबर इंटेंसिव कंपनीज. तो अपने को एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी जनरेट करना है, डिमांड भी क्रिएट करनी है, राइट? सो देयरफॉर यू नो रिवाइजिंग दिस थिंग, PLI to especially to just write PLI scheme to 14 key sectors, funding of 1.97 lakh crore rupees, and more focus on leather and textile industries. That's it. Next, national manufacturing policy we got in 2011-12. Just remember कि भाई growth rate, manufacturing GDP contribution had to come from 16% to 25%. It is still 16%. That's a different thing. Then Make in India initiative to increase the investment in manufacturing. ECGLS, Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme. क्या होती है भाई ये? क्रेडिट गारंटी क्या होता है? Credit guarantee is someone is taking a guarantee for the credit given by the bank. For example, if I am a MSME and I go to a bank to take a loan, bank would say मैं loan नहीं देता. What's the guarantee that you are going to return me money? In that case, the government takes guarantee that if a MSME is not returning a loan to a bank, in that case the government would be returning that amount to the bank. That is called ECGLS, Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme, where this was given to around 1.3 million MSMEs and the funding has been increased to 5 lakh crore rupees. Is it okay? Wow, your yes is giving me a huge confidence. RAM program, you can read about it. For discussion, we can leave it. Okay? Then you can say Mudra loans, collateral free loans. Then there were certain sector specific programs also for footwear and leather development. Then we have FAME India scheme for encouraging manufacturing of electric vehicles. And then we have PM Mitra scheme for boosting FDI in textile sectors. ये सुबह से ऐसे चल रहा है. ठीक है, कोई चक्कर नहीं आ रहा. Tell me one thing. What do you write in? Look, last paragraph. I'll tell you one thing. समझो एक बात यार ना. Last paragraph of every answer. What do we say it? We say conclusion, right? And in conclusion, what do we write? But it has to be either a conclusion or a way forward, right? The old method, you know, आम जिंदगी क्या थी कि conclusion के अंदर will give suggestions, or whatever has been paraphrased in the question or whatever you have written above will consolidate. But what you will be doing is just one paragraph above the way forward. Write suggestions. Do not write suggestions in way forward. Write suggestions in one sentence just above the way forward paragraph. And in way forward paragraph, try to relate the topic with SDG, with Sustainable Development Goals. For example, if I talk about this, don't you think MSMEs, they will be helping us in achieving SDG goal number 1, which is no poverty. At the same time, if we focus on MSMEs, we will be able to achieve SDG goal number 5, that is gender equality also. Because around 20% of workers in MSMEs are women. So if we focus on encouraging women, in one way we are encouraging women employment also. So we will be able to get gender equality. So one thing which you can do is memorize all sustainable development goals and try to relate your answer with that sustainable development goal. I hope that's okay, right? Let's move to next question, which is about the status of digitalization in the economy, and examine the problems faced in this regard and suggest improvements. तो भाई क्वेश्चन के हैं 3 पार्ट. कौन कौन से 3 पार्ट? स्टेटस ऑफ डिजिटलाइजेशन इन द इंडियन इकोनॉमी, वी नीड टू टेल द स्टेटस. सेकंड पार्ट क्या है? द प्रॉब्लम फेस्ड. एंड थर्ड पार्ट इज सजेस्ट इंप्रूवमेंट्स. अब एक बात समझो, आई वुड हार्डली टेक 10 minutes more. ठीक है, देन यू कैन गो एंड हैव योर लंच. ठीक है, आई वुड जस्ट टेक 10 more minutes. ठीक है, लुक, this is a question of 150 words. We cannot write detail or explanation of each and every point. What we need to do is we need to write more number of points. Similarly, if we talk about status of digitalization in the economy, what do we write in introduction? What can we write in introduction? We cannot write definition of digitalization, right? That will be like a sort of old type of introduction. Here comes to a rescue the facts. We can say the active mobile users in India, or say I would say the active internet users in India are around 70 crores. Or we can tell about teledensity in the country, that we have around more than 100% teledensity in urban areas and we have around 70% teledensity in the rural areas. That's a good way to start a question on digitalization. And then we come on to, the status of digitalization. Compartmentalizing the answer into multiple sectors will be helping you. So first is, we need to tell about digital infrastructure. So we'll say in digitalization case, the digital infrastructure has increased. We have more number of mobile users, we have more number of internet users. Alright, then second would be about digital payments, that how payments through UPI has increased. Again, a fact should be there that in 2022, that about $126 trillion, 126 trillion rupees worth of transactions were done in digital payments in India. Next, we will talk about e-governance, where like for every other thing we have got a portal, whether it is an income tax portal or it is a GEM portal or it is like a UPSC portal. For everything we have a government portal. Then we will talk about digitalization ke andar, that whatever the startups are coming in India, most of them are in digital field only. So we'll be telling about EdTech, we'll be telling about health tech, e-commerce, fintech, right? This will be helping you. You can give examples also, examples of Policy Bazaar you can give over here. You can give example of Tata 1mg, फिर वो Pharmacy, right? Their example of digitalization. Then there is a help in transport technology too, because in transport technology, don't you think now Paytm has been connected to the RFID tag or fast tag, right? That's example. Then we have agriculture sector digitalization, where we can talk about e-NAM, right? And then last will be one open network for digital commerce, where we are providing a sort of UPI benefit to democratize e-commerce in India. This is the status of digitalization in India. Fair enough. Then we come on to problems faced by digitalization. यहाँ पर हम आप लोग ज्ञान दे सकते हैं. The first portion of the question was where you had to know certain things. The second part of the question, like what are the challenges faced? Here you can use your own mind. Here you can use your own innovation. So first problem is we have a digital divide. That in the digital divide it can be seen at multiple ways, in multiple domains. First, digital divide, it is present across rural and urban areas. We need to tell how many people of rural areas use internet. It's 31%, and 67% of population in urban areas uses internet. Then comes the second part, gender divide. How many women are using internet, how many men are using internet? Just 50 to 58%. 58% of male are internet users, 37%, 42% of women are internet users. Then other problem is issue of affordability. People in rural areas, they do not have such a high income that they can afford that the 777 plan of Jio or Airtel. Then lack of awareness. Then you go to small cities. Here you go to anyone, they'll be accepting Paytm. You go to small cities, they won't be accepting Paytm. वहाँ पर है ही नहीं system. So there is a lack of awareness among small merchants about digital payments. Then there is problem of digital literacy. how more important is actually we have digital financial illiteracy. People know how to operate YouTube. People know how to operate Paytm, but they do not know how to operate bank account, use of OTP, use of ATM cards. So what is more important is we have a digital financial illiteracy. We do not as such suffer from that much of digital illiteracy, but still it says that 25% of Indian population is still digitally illiterate. And other problem is that digital services are not available in local languages. Then issues of cyber security. You would have regularly heard that how passwords from websites, passwords from Zomato, passwords from Uber, Ola, they have been compromised. So cyber security is the issue, and cyber fraud is also an issue, right? Then infrastructure deficiency. Infrastructure deficiencies, you would have seen that in spite of Jio rolling 5G, Airtel rolling 5G, there are certain parts in a city where we do not even have basic mobile connection. There would be call drops even in today's circumstances. Why so? Because the demand of digital infrastructure is much more than the availability of digital infrastructure. So there is always a lag. So this drawback is there, that there is an infrastructure deficiency, digital infrastructure deficiency is there. And then cash economy and tax evasion. You go to Chandni Chowk, no one accepts Paytm over there. Everyone accepts cash because cash, it helps people in tax evasion, right? So that's another challenge, the cash economy and tax evasion. Other challenge is monopoly of tech giants. We already have tech giants like Amazon, Google, Flipkart. It's very difficult to enter in the system, right? Data privacy and security concern, as I discussed earlier. And then other issue is internet disruptions during curfews, whether it is Manipur, Jammu Kashmir, Punjab. Most of the time we see internet disruption during curfews. So when there is internet disruption, don't you think it will be hurting the entrepreneurs in those areas? They cannot accept payments, they cannot even take online orders. So it's a drawback to them also. And then data localization. The issue was brought earlier. I hope you know what is data localization. We tried for data localization, could not succeed in it, right? And then we talk about next part, which is suggestions for improvement, right? One way of writing suggestion is write opposite of whatever we wrote in the challenges. But that is like repetitive. We need to be innovative over here, right? So one thing which they are saying is we can bridge the digital divide. That's like one point. Then we should have a data privacy legislation, right? A strong data privacy legislation should be there. Government should enhance cyber security measures. We need to recruit more people for cyber security. NGOs should come and they should be making people aware about cyber security. Workshops should be conducted for cyber securities, right? Then digital literacy initiatives should increase. How can digital literacy initiatives be increased? Only when we provide these initiatives in local languages. You would have seen your parents, you have seen your grandparents, your relatives. Do they read Indian Express, Hindustan Times, Times of India? Dainik Jagran, Amar Ujala. So don't you think it is better to provide this information in local languages, then only they understand about it. So digital literacy को अगर कम करना है, we need to provide this digital literacy information in local languages. And then we come to the way forward. Again, we connect it to sustainable development goal, that digitalization is not a matter of choice, but we have to adopt it. Because if we have to adopt SDG goal number 9, which talks about building a resilient infrastructure, and if we have to achieve the inclusive economic growth, sustainable development goal number 8, we will be able to achieve, digitalization is going to help us in this case. Fair enough? I'll be restricting myself to here only. I have a commitment, I need to go out of station. So I'll be restricting myself to 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Okay? See you. I hope you liked it. Thanks, sir.
तो गुड आफ्टरनून ऑल ऑफ यू. आप लोग सुबह से हैं. अच्छा लग रहा है सुबह से बैठ के काम करना. हाँ, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. हाँ, तो थोड़ा अभी इसकी हैबिट होनी चाहिए कि मतलब यू कुड हैव सिट, इतना लंबा सिटिंग कर सकते हैं प्रोडक्टिवली एंड ऐसे ही मतलब ऐसे लगना चाहिए कि कुछ काम किया है खास. दैट वाज द पर्पस एंड सो फार has this discussion helped you? Fine. So now we will be discussing GS2 paper and I will be discussing polity IR and Kokup sir will be discussing the governance with me. Fine. So I'll be first starting with the polity section because maybe you should not get bored with me. ओके, ठीक है. इफ यू वांट, अच्छा वहां मैं बुला लूंगी. ओके, सो नाउ एज फार एज दिस ईयर्स GS2 पेपर इज कंसर्न्ड एंड all papers, I feel that they are comparatively easy than the previous years. Comparatively easy means a lot of technical specific facts etc are not asked and overall emphasis has been shifted more towards conceptual type of questions. So in a way it is easy also, but when it becomes easy for all, then it becomes challenging how my answer differs in the sense I should get more marks. So everything has its pros and cons, but at least looking at the question and finding questions are comfortable gives a positive psychology that at least I know. So first is you should know the paper and then comes the quality thing. So what I feel is for mains, continue developing your command over language and clarity over concepts. So now let us start with this GS2 paper. This is इसको कुछ आगे बढ़ाना. हैंग हो रहा है. नहीं, पेपर पे. ये नहीं है 23 वाला पुल. ये नहीं ऊपर जा रहा. हाँ, ओके. So the first question is, first खोल दो यहाँ से. First question is ऊपर और ऊपर. Constitutionally guaranteed judicial independence is a prerequisite of democracy. And the question is comment on this. Comment means what is your take on this? How do you see this statement? Fine. Completely agreeing, disagreeing, partially agreeing. Because comment in Hindi is called tippadi kijiye. Fine. So you do tika tippadi. We are very good at commenting on others. Fine. So we are good at commenting on social media also. So now let us see. So how you should look at it. First of all, start deconstructing the question. Once you deconstruct the question, meanings start flowing out. तो क्वेश्चन का in mains learn how to deconstruct it. तो deconstruct करने का मतलब है embedded meanings को समझना और उसके फाउंडेशन तक पहुंचना. तो अगर पहले क्या है, कमेंट सेकेंडरी है, पहले इसको नहीं, पहले इसको ओपन अप करते हैं. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली गारंटीड जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस is a prerequisite of democracy. So here there are two things, judicial independence and democracy. And you know that for democracy judicial independence is important. In what way? Checks and balances. Fine. So now should we start discussing with judicial independence or should we start discussing with democracy? Democracy. So democracy is the context in which they are asking this question. So it is a prerequisite. If there is judicial independence, it will result into democracy. So you, in your first paragraph, you should write something on democracy so that it provides the grand idea under which you are discussing this. So sometimes when you write answer or you give answers in interview, oral or written, whether thought process has been done or not, you need to show that. Fine. That is why what happens, suddenly students see the question, they will not decide, they may start writing on judicial independence, not. So take time, write less, but decide. Because if you will not decide the context in which rest of the things to be discussed, flow will not come. It will normally the style of writing is students will write judicial independence, they will write democracy, in third paragraph they will write the relationship, but that becomes disjointed. You have to understand what will be comforting for the person who is reading it. So he should finish things in a go. Fine. First thing is that. So that is why always decide the context. And democracy, we will discuss something which is important for democracy. Now democracy can be discussed in many ways. You have to look for that aspect of democracy that synchronize with judicial independence logic. Fine. So judicial independence ensures that people. Now comment, अगर आपसे comment कहा जाए, क्या comment आपको समझ में आ रहा है? Comment में आप क्या लिखते हैं? ये तो समझ में आ रहा है दोनों का संबंध है, बोथ आर रिलेटेड. इस पे कमेंट क्या करेंगे आप?
One side there is, like, there are two sides of the coin. At one side there is this judicial independence used by the judiciary to check the other two organs. But there is another side where there is judicial activism. How we interpret it. So,
but that is not reaching anywhere. पहले आप क्वेश्चन की रीडिंग करिए, तब जाके आप कमेंट करेंगे. कमेंट ये कहता है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली गारंटीड इंडिपेंडेंस इज अ प्री-रेक्विजिट ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी. कमेंट किस पार्ट पे आएगा? कमेंट आएगा या ये नहीं होगा, ऐसे आप नहीं लिख सकते कि नो जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस इज नॉट और यस, तो आपको स्मार्टली डिफाइन करेंगे. तो व्हाट आई विल कमेंट, किसी ने ये स्टेटमेंट किया मुझसे, जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस इज अ प्रीरेक्विजिट फॉर डेमोक्रेसी, तो माई काउंटर कमेंट विल बी it is not the only prerequisite. So you should know where to see, and questions are like traps. You will get too much overpowered by judicial independence and democracy. But there is one word which you think is a normal connecting word, but there lies a key. अगर तुमसे कमेंट क्वेश्चन होता है तो हमेशा ऐसे सोचो, मुझसे कोई ये कह रहा है तो मैं उसको जवाब क्या दूंगा. दैट यस, इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर दीज रीजंस, बट इट मे नॉट बी द ओनली. यू कैन नॉट हैव a one factor based reason. Lot of things will be required. Democracy will not come. It is again saying constitutionally guaranteed independence. So constitution guarantees India's independence, but our democracy may be suffering from lot of weaknesses. Fine, it means there is something more. There has to be a education of citizens. There has to be healthy political culture. So some other, how I look at this, so we do have a constitutionally guaranteed judiciary, but in itself doesn't mean that our democracy doesn't have problems. Means when you all were trying to have just a one directional thinking, judicial independence, democracy, yes and no and partial, you are unable to see the things holistically. ठीक है, तो पहले आप ये हमेशा कमेंट क्वेश्चन में हमेशा ऐसे सोचना है कि किसी ने ऐसे बोला है तो व्हाट आई विल आंसर. तो अब ऐसे लग रहा है तो कमेंट है, ये तो है 1000 देशों में, पाकिस्तान में भी होगा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली गारंटीड. बट व्हाट अबाउट प्रैक्टिस? प्रैक्टिस may be different. तो political system will be shaped even by extra constitutional factors too, and they play a bigger role, especially those who are political science students. When we will do, or we have done in any class, systems approach. Fine, systems approach gives us this conceptual framework. Though we don't have to mention this, but we can analyze this. Fine. So in the first paragraph, I will talk something about democracy, which makes sense to connect with judicial independence. ठीक है? तो first paragraph में democracy. तो what will you talk about democracy? क्या है डेमोक्रेसी? आपके बाद आपका पहला ही क्वेश्चन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, उसी से इमेज बन जाती है. फर्स्ट इंप्रेशन, लास्ट इंप्रेशन. और डेमोक्रेसी एक ऐसी चीज है जिसको हम लोग बचपन से सुनते आए. तो इसका मतलब है कि इफ यू आर प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर मेंस, तो डेमोक्रेसी एसे में या कहीं भी आप हर चीज की तो अच्छी रीडिंग नहीं कर सकते हैं, लेकिन कुछ इश्यूज हैं, gender justice, democracy, for which to have a good language and vocabulary, you must read something जिससे कि थोड़ा कुछ हम स्पेशल अट्रैक्शन कर पाए. तो what will you talk about democracy? आप इस क्वेश्चन को देख के डेमोक्रेसी के बारे में क्या दिमाग में लिखने का मन कर रहा है? Democracy is a form of government which everyone writes. I am not looking for any Tom, Dick and Harry. मुझे तो एज अ एग्जामिनर स्पेशल लोगों को लेना है और बाकियों को हटाना है. तो आप डेमोक्रेसी की तरफ आपकी सोच क्या है? फॉर्म ऑफ गवर्नमेंट, अब ये सोचो मेरा आंसर और क्लास 5th के बच्चे के आंसर में फिर क्या फर्क?
Democracy is linked with liberal ideas and justice, rule of law.
फील करो आपके लिए, मतलब बेस्ट थिंग इज कि आप फील करें, डोंट गो बाय सम स्टेटमेंट्स। आंसर जो है ना आप दिल से लिखिए, दिमाग से लिखिए, मन से लिखिए, उसमें इन्वॉल्व होके लिखिए, ठीक है? तो क्वेश्चन ये है कि पर्सनलाइज करो। व्हाट इज द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी फॉर यू? अ फॉर्म ऑफ गवर्नमेंट,
It curbs rule. It curbs government to be turn out to be a dictatorship.
personalize it. You want to say something? इनको देना पीछे। पर्सनल मतलब डेमोक्रेसी इज सच अ इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग। और एक और फॉर्मूला बता देते हैं, whenever you discuss democracy or anything, there is always a ends means thing. Democracy will be also for something else, which you may be valuing liberty, which you may be valuing your dignity. So give something original straight from your heart. This is how democracy matters. Yes.
Ma'am, it is a government in which form of government in which a government is limited by the constitution, so that the people can get.
There is nothing interesting. Give to him.
Ma'am, democracy in narrow form, it is known as it's a form of government. But if
But
you see in broad sense, it gives empowerment of people.
So why
because-
you just don't limit to empowerment of people? Fine. Now to it, nothing is impressive. Fine. Abraham Lincoln's, you are not feeling democracy. I just said democracy linked to dignity, freedom. It can be. Try to personalize, show your sense of involvement with that. Yes.
Ma'am,
अच्छा बस
Ma'am-
छोड़ो,
ma'am,
नहीं होगा तुम लोग।
ma'am, democracy is a instrument. Democracy is an instrument of government which people choose, which give them equality.
हम तुमसे पर्सनल लेवल पे पूछ रहे हैं, पर्सनली आपके लिए
Ma'am,
कितना
voice of
important
people.
है? पीपल में क्यों जा रहे हो?
मतलब
अच्छा नहीं, छोड़ दो, अब गया मौका। अच्छा वो पूछो। आवर फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच एंड एक्सप्रेशन है। अच्छा ठीक, चलो छोड़ो, ठीक है, अब हो गया। आप नॉर्मली एक बता दे रहे हैं, एक तो ट्रेडिशनल याद रखो, ठीक है, कि डेमोक्रेसी एज ही सेड जस्ट नॉट अ फॉर्म ऑफ गवर्नमेंट बट अ वे ऑफ लाइफ या कुछ भी। अगेन वाई डेमोक्रेसी इज वैल्यूड, ठीक है, बिकॉज no other form of government gives so much scope for person's liberty, for person's dignity. Fine. It now there are normal ways you can use Churchill's statement that democracy is the worst form of अभी लिखो नहीं, मतलब सोचो क्या सेट हो सकता है। तो समथिंग दैट शोज द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी। तो डेमोक्रेसी इज द वर्स्ट फॉर्म ऑफ गवर्नमेंट बट इट इज बेस्ट टिल वी डू नॉट फाइंड समथिंग बेटर। और इन मोस्ट ऑफ योर आंसर्स यू कैन जनरली स्टार्ट, मीन्स आप आगे घर जाके या जब भी टाइम मिले कुछ अच्छे लोगों के राइटिंग्स पढ़ने चाहिए ऑन डेमोक्रेसी। तो one person is Amartya Sen, and Amartya Sen's statement fits in most of the question that democracy not only has the instrumental value and educative value, but it has its own intrinsic value. means democracy is a value in itself, because democracy gives you a sense of well-being. फाइन, या तो ये चीज कई जगह आप यूज कर सकते हैं, या अगर ये चीज बहुत सारे लोग यूज करने लग गए तो यू कैन स्टार्ट अगेन द स्टोरी अबाउट डेमोक्रेसी विथ अमर्त्य सेन्स वर्क ऑन poverty and famine, where Amartya Sen says that in democracies famines do not happen. This itself shows that not only in terms of its administrative value, democracy is a very important or the most important mechanism which allows a person to live a life of dignity. Okay, so try to see ki how do you look at democracy, because in number of classes I said educative instrumental value, so the new way can be Amartya Sen's essay itself shows how democracy is the best form of government, because it is the best way to provide a sense of well-being and a good life. ठीक है, तो अगर आपको डेमोक्रेसी पे अच्छे एसेज एक दो या कुछ राइट अप्स पढ़ने हैं तो अमर्त्य सेन पढ़ना चाहिए. एक और पर्सन है लैरी डायमंड, बट ही राइट्स इन इंटरनेशनल कॉन्टेक्स्ट. ठीक है, तो अब हम यहाँ से पहले लिख सकते हैं, तो इसमें ये दो चीजें लिख सकते हैं कि राइट अकॉर्डिंग टू अमर्त्य सेन democracy not only has instrumental value, comma, educational values या educative values, but also intrinsic value. ठीक है, ये एक नॉर्मल हो सकता है, बट एक ऑल्टरनेटिवली इससे स्टार्ट करते हैं दैट इन ऑर्डर टू अंडरस्टैंड द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी we can talk with reference to Amartya Sen work on poverty and famines, which established that no democratic country, poverty and famine, ये एग्जैक्ट टाइटल नहीं, आप देख लेना, मैं आइडिया दे रही हूँ बस, which shows that he established that no democratic country has faced famines. ठीक है, तो famines results into loss of life. So democracy is important not just for safeguarding the liberty, but also the very existential and the very basic right to life. ठीक है, इसमें लिख सकते हैं it shows that democracy is valued not because of the freedom, but because of its ability to secure the most fundamental of all rights. that is right to self preservation. ठीक है, अब ऐसे भी आए तो भी आप इस तरीके से स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं. तो थोड़ा रीडिंग की क्वालिटी, अगर अब इसमें से कैसे भी ढंग से हमें ऐसा करना है, प्री रेक्विजिट ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी. फाइन. नाउ वी हैव टू टॉक अबाउट constitutionally guaranteed judicial independence as a prerequisite. Fine. So we can say that there are various prerequisites of democracy and judicial independence is one of them. ठीक है, तो next में I should say a connecting line which connects this. ठीक है, तो नेक्स्ट लिखो, राइट, देयर आर वेरियस प्रीरेक्विजिट्स ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी लाइक एक्टिव citizenship, level of literacy, comma, economic development, development, comma, however. अब ये सारे फैक्टर्स कौन से हैं? सोशल फैक्टर है, सिस्टमिक फैक्टर है. जुडिशरी कौन सा फैक्टर है? इंस्टीट्यूशनल है. ठीक है, तो हाउएवर इफ वी लुक एट इंस्टीट्यूशनल फैक्टर, जुडिशरीज इंडिपेंडेंस बिकम्स इंपॉर्टेंट. तो मैं सिर्फ आइडियाज दे रही हूँ आपको, आई एम जस्ट गिविंग यू वोकैबुलरी कि क्लासीफाई करें. You know, you should show you classify your knowledge and then you put it. ठीक है, तो right, however, the most important institutional factor is constitutionally guaranteed judicial independence. Next, you need to talk about judicial independence. So what will you talk about judicial independence? इसके बारे में, judicial independence, does it flow from some theory which is mentioned in your syllabus? Separation of powers. So the entire idea behind the judicial independence is the theory of separation of powers, because that is considered as the guarantee of protection of liberty by Montesquieu and hence democracy. Then you can say, is it India specific question? Not necessarily. That different countries adopt different ways to ensure judicial independence, like in terms of appointment, security of tenure, financial security and other things. But we need to contextualize in India's context. Indian Constitution also creates a highly independent judiciary. So for that, you can give reference to, for example, system of appointment, transfer of members of higher judiciary, or Supreme Court and High Court enjoying power to punish for its contempt. तो अब इसको बहुत, there is no need to write about these things a lot. You have to give impression you know the concept and you know the references. अब पूरे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के आर्टिकल्स और रेफरेंसेस की जरूरत नहीं, आप आइडिया दे दीजिए कि इन इन चीजों में हमको जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस दिखता है. फ्लो चार्ट्स वार्ट्स तब जब पहले पूरी बात लिख लीजिए, ठीक है. फ्लो चार्ट्स कोई राइटिंग स्किल नहीं, ठीक है. फ्लो चार्ट्स तो आपका रफ वर्क होता है. रफ वर्क को आपको मान लो चाइनीज डिप्लोमेट या किसी से डिस्कशन करना है तो फ्लो चार्ट में करोगे, ये सेंटर है, ये पॉइंट्स हैं. नो, यू नीड अ लैंग्वेज. लैंग्वेज इज इंपॉर्टेंट. इसीलिए फैक्ट्स, पेपर का ट्रेंड देख के आप कह सकते हैं फैक्ट्स पूछना उन्होंने प्रीलिम्स में ज्यादा चालू कर दिया है, ठीक है. तो फैक्ट्स सिर्फ अपने कॉन्सेप्ट को सपोर्ट करने के लिए बोलना है. तो n नंबर ऑफ फैक्ट्स हैं, ट्रांसफर है, सैलरी फ्रॉम कंसोलिडेटेड फंड ऑफ इंडिया है, सारे नहीं लिखने, 5-6 देने से इंप्रेशन आ जाता है, ठीक है. तो नेक्स्ट आई विल टॉक अबाउट जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस, ठीक है. तो इवन इफ इट इज जनरल स्टडीज, every student knows about Montesquieu. You can write with reference to that. Yeah. You can bring, but जरूरत हो तब. फिलहाल बेसिक्स लिखो ना. पहले हमने कैसे सोचा आंसर लिखने के लिए कि जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस प्री रेक्विजिट है डेमोक्रेसी की. इसका मतलब है डेमोक्रेसी कोई जबरदस्त चीज है, खास चीज है, यानी कि I should know its importance. फिर हमने लिखा कि जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस, फिर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली गारंटीड. तो ब्रिटेन में तो नहीं है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली, तो यानी ये एक बड़ी चीज हो गई. फिर ठीक है, प्री रेक्विजिट. तो फिर मैंने ऐसे सोचा कि ब्रिटेन में तो डेमोक्रेसी है, बिना इसके भी है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली गारंटीड. तो और कुछ मतलब एक्सेप्शन सोचने होते हैं. When you will think about exception, then you will get different dimensions. If you will keep on going with the, just stick to the direction of the question, तो आपको counter points नहीं मिलेंगे, ठीक है. तो अब हम next paragraph में, paragraph matter करता है, grammar matter करता है, ठीक है. तो अब next paragraph में judicial independence लिखेंगे. Yes. ये कह रहे हैं गारंटी कर दी तो डेमोक्रेसी मिल गई, ठीक है. तो जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस तो डेमोक्रेसी का फीचर है ही, और बड़ा वेटेज हमने दे दिया कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल गारंटी दे के. लेकिन तुम अपना पर्सपेक्टिव रखोगे कि इट हैज टू डू विथ समथिंग मोर. वुमेन रिजर्वेशन इज नॉट, इसी क्वेश्चन की जगह चेंज करते रहो. वुमेन रिजर्वेशन, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली गारंटीड वुमेन रिजर्वेशन इज अ essential prerequisite for inclusive growth democracy, but constitutional guarantee definitely is important, but only that is not enough. Guarantee to abolition of untouchability की भी है. Is that clear? तो अब हम yes.
डेमोक्रेसी के बारे में जैसे बताया कि डेमोक्रेसी का पहले लिखना है, आपने अमर्त्य सेन के पर्सपेक्टिव से समझा. बट मैम जब डेमोक्रेसी को हमने समझा था बहुत ही कॉमन लैंग्वेज में, रूल ऑफ द पीपल, बाय द पीपल, फॉर द पीपल, तो ये कॉमन लैंग्वेज में लिख सकते हैं?
नहीं लिख सकते, वो आपका क्लास नहीं शो करता. यूपीएससी's अप्रोच इज एलिमिनेट पीपल. तो एलिमिनेट पीपल करके कॉमन मैन और स्पेशल में अंतर डिफाइन करो. उनके पास स्ट्रॉन्ग रीजन, सारी कॉपी में लिंकन ही आता जा रहा है, तो किसी में कुछ और आएगा ना. तो यानी कि आपका अपना एक क्लास है, आप एक अलग ढंग से चीजों को देखते हो, आपको अपना क्लास भी दिखाना पड़ेगा. स्पेशली अगर क्वेश्चन सिंपल है तो आपको स्पेशल बनाने चाहिए. क्वेश्चन डिफिकल्ट है तो उसको सिंप्लीफाई करना होता है. तो इसीलिए कहते हैं जो कुछ जान गए उसको छोड़ के जो हर इंसान टॉम डिक हैरी कर रहा है वही नहीं करना है। या है तो, लेकिन लोगों को ये नहीं आता कि कब कहां लिखना है, कैसे चीजों को कनेक्ट करना है, प्लेसमेंट नहीं आता,
मैम
कैसे बात करें, किस चीज के बाद कैसे करें। तो बेस्ट रहता है इसकी इंपॉर्टेंस समझाओ, फिर इसके बारे में समझाओ, फिर ये कैसे सही है, फिर ये कैसे इनफ नहीं है। 4 चीजें सोच ली हमने। यस
Ma'am, we can give reference to Supreme Court cases like Subhash Sharma versus Union of India,
रेफरेंस दे दो, लेकिन रेफरेंस
where Supreme
कुछ
Court.
भी मतलब व्हेन आई थिंक, आई डोंट थिंक अबाउट फैक्ट्स पहले, आई ऑलवेज फर्स्ट थिंक अबाउट कॉन्सेप्ट्स, देन वेयर एवर माई कॉन्सेप्ट नीड्स टू बी सब्सटैंटिएटेड बाई फैक्ट आई टेल। तो अगर आप फैक्ट वैक्ट में उलझोगे तो आंसर में उलझ जाओगे, फिर आप एक सुलझे व्यक्ति नहीं होगे, जिसकी जरूरत नहीं है यूपीएससी को उलझे। सरकार के काम वैसे ही उलझे, ऊपर से तुम उलझे नहीं चाहिए। ठीक है, अभी आगे अब इसी में लिख दो। अब इतने क्वेश्चन है, इसी पे डिस्कशन नहीं करो। तो जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस, ठीक है, तो इसमें कह सकते हैं द आइडिया ऑफ जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस फ्लोज फ्रॉम Montesquieu's theory of separation of powers, which he considers as essential bedrock या essential मतलब which he consider guarantee for liberty, essential guarantee for liberty, which in itself is a drive behind democracy. Drive behind democracy is preservation of liberty. ठीक है, next is judicial independence is a prerequisite and it needs to be guaranteed. You should know what guarantees, but what guarantees why. So there can also be an angle, judicial independence that can be thwarted by what. क्या डेंजर्स हो सकते हैं जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस को, उसको देखते हुए फिर गारंटीज की जाती हैं। ठीक है, तो व्हाट कैन बी चैलेंज टू जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस? एग्जीक्यूटिव, लेजिस्लेचर, मीडिया। ठीक है, तो हम क्या बेटा, बायसनेस इंडिविजुअल जजेस की नहीं, हमें यहां पे जैसे इंस्टीट्यूशनल लिखना होगा। जजेस का भी कह सकते हैं, लेकिन जैसे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल गारंटी की गई, गारंटी किससे की गई कि एग्जीक्यूटिव एंड लेजिस्लेचर, द अदर 2 ब्रांचेस ऑफ गवर्नमेंट शुड नॉट इम्पैक्ट द जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस। वो भी आप ले सकते हैं, लेकिन जैसे क्यों हम पर्सन को क्यों नहीं ज्यादा एम्फसाइज कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि फिर वर्ड लिमिट है। तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल गारंटी हमको कहां से मिली कि एग्जीक्यूटिव कैन नॉट डिक्रीज द बजट, लेजिस्लेचर कैन नॉट रिमूव द जजेस सिंपली। इस सेंस में पहले डिस्कस करो, पहले एसेंशियल नॉन एसेंशियल डिफाइन करो। ठीक है, तो जब हम इसकी गारंटी पे आएंगे तो कौन कौन थ्रेट है और कैसे कैसे गारंटीड है। ठीक है, या फिर हम और डिस्कस कर सकते हैं कि व्हाट हैपेंस बिकॉज ऑफ जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस। ठीक है, तो जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस गिव्स या स्ट्रेंथेंस legitimacy, faith of the people in the system, and the threat to judicial independence may come from other institutional actors like legislature and executive. ठीक है, इंक्लूडिंग मीडिया या पब्लिक, ये सब चीजें. ठीक है, तो हम इसका फायदा भी लिख सकते हैं. ठीक है, तो हम लिख सकते हैं कि जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस इज वैल्यूड बिकॉज it preserve the faith of the people in the system and ensures the rule of law. तो जो खुद डेमोक्रेसी की गारंटी है. ठीक है, अब नेक्स्ट पैराग्राफ, जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस कैन बी threatened by institutional and extra institutional factors. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट पैराग्राफ. अब हम को दो बार लिखना पड़ेगा कि लेजिस्लेचर, एग्जीक्यूटिव, फिर हमें इंडिया वाला भी लिखना पड़ेगा. तो हम इंडिया के एग्जाम्पल के थ्रू ही लिख देंगे जिससे वर्ड लिमिट हमारी बच जाए. ठीक है, तो अब नेक्स्ट पैराग्राफ में हम कह देंगे कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया प्रोटेक्ट्स जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस in following ways. Point number 1, system of appointment and removal is such that judges are not at the mercy of executive and even a special majority will be required in legislature और पार्लियामेंट, जो भी आप लिखना चाहें. ठीक है, इनको रिमूव करने के लिए. नेक्स्ट सेकेंड पॉइंट, फाइनेंशियल सिक्योरिटी is important element of judicial independence which is ensured by the provisions like वन टू या ए बी कर दीजिए, ए, राइट. सैलरी एंड अलाउंसेस कैन नॉट बी reduced to their disadvantage with the exception of financial emergency. Exception of financial emergency. Next, the salary is charged upon Consolidated Fund of India. अब उसकी समझ लिखना इंपॉर्टेंट है कि आप कैसे उस चीज को समझ के लिखिए. थर्ड है, राइट, इन ऑर्डर टू मेंटेन the dignity of judiciary from prejudiced attacks मीडिया से या ऐसे, कॉमा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन प्रोवाइड्स अ mechanism for the punishment for the contempt of the court. ठीक है. अब फंक्शनल ऑटोनॉमी, ठीक है. सो जुडिशरी enjoys functional autonomy with respect to the judiciary enjoys functional autonomy with respect to internal administration, the appointment, transfer, etc. of its staff. इंटरनल स्टाफ, ये सब जो बेंचेस हैं और ये सब आर्टिकल 145 के अंतर्गत बहुत सारी चीजें. तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑटोनॉमी, फंक्शनल ऑटोनॉमी है, तो ये सब कुछ रेफरेंसेस हम दे सकते हैं. ठीक है. तो दिस इज हाउ जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस इज गारंटीड. ठीक है. तो ऐसे मान लीजिए यही क्वेश्चन पॉलिटिकल साइंस में आता है, तो पॉलिटिकल साइंस के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में यू कैन राइट कि प्रताप भानु मेहता सेज दैट, या देवेश कपूर, इन लोगों के जो बुक्स हैं उसमें कि इंडिया हैज क्रिएटेड अ वेरी फियर्सली इंडिपेंडेंट जुडिशरी. वी डू नॉट सी सच अ हायर लेवल ऑफ, सच अ स्केल ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंस द वे इट इज देयर इन इंडिया. मतलब एक्सट्रीमली इंडिपेंडेंट जुडिशरी. ठीक है. अब हम इस पे आते हैं, प्री रेक्विसिट ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी. ठीक है. तो इसमें हम कह सकते हैं, राइट, हाउएवर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल गारंटीज आर नॉट sufficient in themselves until and unless there is a willingness in the judiciary to assert its independence. For example, till 1967, Indian judiciary was seen as more passive. ठीक है. तो there was always a question as if judiciary is, or the executive is calling the shots till 1967 or till 73. ठीक है. फिर लिखो, राइट, similarly it is expected that the other two branches of government do not undermine judicial independence. Next, at the same time, judges have to ensure through their conduct and judgments that they do not give the impression of biasness. ठीक है, because it is said that justice should not only be done, it should be seen to be done. ठीक है, तो ये जुडिशरी तो डिफरेंट एंगल्स के आप बात कर सकते हैं. ठीक है, तो जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस इज अ कलेक्टिव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, and if judicial independence does not exist, it may put a very question mark on the system. ठीक है, तो एक लास्ट में ऐसे लिखो, to conclude it can be said that constitutional guarantees provide the legal framework yet other yet enabling environment is also essential. कि भाई सब लोग अपनी अपनी सीमा में रहें. इनेबलिंग एनवायरनमेंट, तो ऐसे शब्द इनेबलिंग एनवायरनमेंट, इंस्टीट्यूशनल फैक्टर, स्ट्रक्चरल, ये ऐसे शो करता है आपकी एक अच्छी वोकैबुलरी और सोच को. अब इसमें एक चीज मतलब जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस ही क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट बहुत मानी जाती है, और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस गारंटी करना क्यों बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. बिकॉज इट इज बिलीव्ड, ऐसे कहा जाता है. क्या तुम कहने वाले थे? अच्छा, तो ऐसा कहा जाता है कि जुडिशरी इज द वीकेस्ट ऑफ द टू ब्रांचेस. क्यों? बिकॉज नीदर जुडिशरी हैज अ स्वॉर्ड नॉर जुडिशरी हैज पर्स. फाइन, तो judiciary needs to be protected by the constitution. ठीक है, तो लास्ट में जानकारी के लिए लिख लो कि judicial independence is given too much importance because judiciary is supposed to be the weakest of the three, because it neither has the sword nor the purse. मसल पावर भी नहीं है, मनी पावर भी नहीं, नॉर द पर्स. ऐसा कुछ आंसर सोच पाते तुम लोग? कभी भी नहीं. ऐसा मत कहो, लिखते हैं लोग. लास्ट तक जब टेस्ट कॉपीज आती है तो लिखने लगते हैं. ऐसा है, हम दिखाएंगे. तो लेकिन पहले ऐसा सोचना स्टार्ट करो, थोड़ा रीडिंग बढ़ाना पड़ेगा. रीडिंग इज एसेंशियल. कम से कम यही सोच लेना, कॉम्प्रिहेंशन पेपर की तैयारी कर लें, लेकिन पढ़ लो. अब इसमें कौन से फैक्ट रटने की जरूरत? एक कॉमन अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ उसकी जरूरत होती है. दे तो दिया इनेबलिंग एनवायरनमेंट, totality. तो अब वर्ड लिमिट में आपको ये तो हमने और आइडिया दिया है, इसमें आपको अपनी स्किल डेवलप करके और कम लिखना है. आंसर शुड नॉट बी डिस्क्रिप्टिव, आंसर शुड बी एनालिटिकल, where you give concept, use facts to substantiate it. There is no need that you write everything, but write something which catches the attention. Last में मान लीजिए लिख दीजिए judiciary doesn't have sword or purse. इतने में ही बात इंपॉर्टेंट हो गई कि भाई इनको गारंटी दिलवा दो. ठीक है. तो स्टाइल ऑफ राइटिंग, आइडियाज, तो राइटिंग बिना रीडिंग के थोड़ी आती, और वही काम लोग नहीं करते, वही ये पेपर करवाने चाह रहे हैं. ठीक है. अब ये बहुत फैक्चुअल है, सर कर देंगे. हु इज एंटाइटल्ड टू रिसीव. हाँ जी. व्हाट? इजराइल वाला. हाँ, कर सकते हैं, बट वही करोगे, बाकी का क्या? एग्जाम्पल दे सकते हो, क्यों नहीं दे सकते हो? दे सकते हो. हाँ, अब आगे बढ़ते हैं. हाँ, और भी काम है मेरे पास, इसलिए क्या बोल दो, हमको सुनाई पड़ता है. हाँ,
तो डिपेंडेंस रहने के लिए तो ऐसा मतलब ये मैटर
सब कुछ नहीं लिख सकते ना, आपको चूज करना होगा आप क्या लिखेंगे. लिखने के लिए तो इस पे पीएचडी लिख दो, लेकिन हाउ यू हैव टू थिंक, शो योर लाइन ऑफ थॉट. चलो अब आगे आते हैं. स्टेट्स इन इंडिया seem reluctant to empower urban local bodies both functionally as well as financially. Comment. स्ट्रक्चर में आप क्या पहले लिखते? अब फिर है कमेंट, टिप्पणी कीजिए, ऐसा सही है, नहीं है, क्यों है, क्या है. तो स्टेट इन इंडिया सीम रिलक्टेंट टू एम्पावर अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज. किसको सेंटर में रह के डिस्कशन हो रहा है? अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज, बोथ फंक्शनली एंड फाइनेंशियली. फंक्शनल फाइनेंशियली इनके पास पावर आ जाएगी तो क्या हो जाएगा? ये अपना काम कर पाएंगे मान लो. और स्टेट, अब इस क्वेश्चन में क्वेश्चन क्या है? कमेंट डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन ऑफ पावर तो टॉपिक है, क्वेश्चन में मुद्दा क्या है? व्हाट इज द इशू? हाँ, तुम लोग ज्यादा ध्यान फंक्शनल फाइनेंशियल पे दोगे या seem reluctant? हाँ, तो यानी कि इससे भी ज्यादा क्या है? दे seem reluctant. सीम है तो जरूरी नहीं, वेरिएशन नहीं हो, वेरिएशन भी हो सकता है. डिफरेंट स्टेट्स may vary, there is a devolution index also. Fine. Now you have to find out from where this reluctance is coming. Why are they reluctant? And what is to be done so that this reluctance may go? So why states are reluctant? Because states in India are themselves seen as glorified municipalities. ठीक है, जब इनकी खुद की कुछ पावर नहीं तो ये बेचारे कैसे देंगे? तो इसके लिए सोल्यूशन क्या है? सेंटर शुड डिवॉल्व पावर टू द स्टेट्स एंड स्टेट्स टू लोकल बॉडीज. प्लस अगर स्टेट रिलक्टेंट है तो फिर कुछ और तरीके से यू कैन एम्पावर फंक्शनली एज वेल एज फाइनेंशियली. तो इसका हमने एक सोच लिया, रिलक्टेंस क्यों है स्टेट में अपार्ट फ्रॉम पॉलिटिकल फैक्टर्स. तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल फैक्टर्स ये है कि दे देमसेल्व्स आर सो मच फाइनेंशियली डिपेंडेंट. फ्रॉम वेयर आर दे गोइंग टू गिव? एंड एज GST and other reforms, that states economic situation has further become weak and they themselves lost lot of autonomy. ठीक है, तो ऐसे सोच लिया कि यहाँ पे लेके आएंगे, इंटरप्रेट करेंगे. तो अब हम आंसर लिखते समय क्या लिखेंगे? अर्बन लोकल बॉडी एंड द नीड फॉर इट्स एम्पावरमेंट. दिस इज माय फर्स्ट चैलेंज. अर्बन लोकल बॉडी एंड द नीड फॉर इट्स एम्पावरमेंट. Okay, so now what should I talk about urban local bodies? Structure लिखो. पहले किसके बारे में लिखोगे? अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज में. अगर मुझे अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज के बारे में बात करनी तो कहानी मतलब यू हैव टू स्टार्ट अ स्टोरी. आंसर कैसा होना चाहिए? स्टोरी की तरह. और उससे ज्यादा एक्सपर्टीज आ गई तो पोएट्री की तरह. ठीक है, क्यों? क्योंकि मे बी इन सम क्लास आई टोल्ड कि किसी ने एरिस्टोटल को अप्रिशिएट किया था, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली सिसेरो या किसी ने, कि एरिस्टोटल्स आइडियाज, इफ प्लेटोज आइडियाज आर लाइक प्रोज ऑफ सिल्वर. ठीक है, एरिस्टोटल्स आइडियाज आर लाइक flowing river of gold. तो that is a art of writing. इतनी वैल्यूएबल हो जाना चाहिए. वैल्यूएबल मतलब कीमत, मार्क्स गिरे. मार्क्स गिराओगे कैसे अगर तुम्हारे आंसर का स्तर ही गिरा है? ठीक है, तो आंसर का स्तर बढ़ाना है तो रीडिंग करनी ही पड़ेगी, ऑप्शन नहीं. यू हैव टू डेवलप द लैंग्वेज. ये ओपिनियंस ये सब पता होने चाहिए. ठीक है, तो इसलिए स्टोरी बिल्डिंग करनी है, नैरेटिव बिल्डिंग जिसको कहते हैं. स्टोरी बनाइए. तो स्टोरी हम क्या बनाएंगे? अर्बन, इफ आई हैव टू टॉक अबाउट अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज, व्हाट शुड आई टॉक दैट पीपल शुड लिसन? इट्स इंपॉर्टेंस. तो अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज इंपॉर्टेंस लाइज इन व्हाट? नॉट इन लोकल इश्यूज. सुनो, तो अर्बन लोकल बॉडी है, 3 शब्द हैं, इसमें कोई तो सब पकड़ो. अर्बनाइजेशन. तो अर्बनाइजेशन, उसका इंपॉर्टेंस. हम जाएंगे, मान लो किसी से कहेंगे हमको ज्यादा फंड्स दो इस चीज के लिए, तो पहले वो पूछेगा इसको क्यों दे, पंचायत को क्यों नहीं दे. तो आपको वो अर्बन लोकल बॉडी बताया गया, तो पहले आप अर्बन तो बताइए. अर्बन का क्या इंपॉर्टेंस? इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ है, ग्रोथ पे सब कुछ है. ठीक है, सेंटर्स है. प्लस अर्बन इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ के लिए क्या करना होगा? प्रॉपर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, बेसिक सर्विसेज, प्लानिंग, लैंड प्लानिंग. तो who can do that? The government. You need decentralization because some of the cities in India have a population, some of the, in fact, which is more than the total population of certain countries, and state is more, having more population than countries. So state cannot provide the administration at the मतलब ग्रास रूट लेवल पर तो थियोरिटिकली नहीं हो सकता पॉसिबल। तो सबसे पहले अर्बन लोकल बॉडी को, तुम सेक्रेटरी ऑफ अर्बन लोकल बॉडी हो, तुमको फाइनेंस कमीशन से पैसा निकलवाना है जिससे तुम्हारा घर बन जाए अच्छा सा, ठीक है। तो फाइनेंस कमीशन वालों को कुछ तो कहानी बतानी पड़ेगी कि सर आपके बच्चे यहीं पढ़ने आएंगे, अर्बन अर्बन अर्बन। तो अर्बन अर्बन वाले, अर्बन सेक्रेटरी, रूरल सेक्रेटरी, पैसा कौन ले जाएगा? जो बढ़िया कहानी सुनाएगा। तो वो सुनानी पड़ेगी ना स्टोरी। अभी तक किस पर डोमिनेंट है? राइट टिल नाउ वी आर बीइंग देयर इज टू मच और द ग्रेटर फोकस हैज बीन ऑन रूरल एरियाज, ठीक है। तो पहला तो हमको लिखना होगा अर्बनाइजेशन, अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज पर, ठीक है। तो आई विल टॉक अबाउट अर्बनाइजेशन, देन आई विल टॉक अबाउट अर्बनाइजेशन इन इंडिया एंड इट्स इंपॉर्टेंस, ठीक है। तो टॉक अबाउट अर्बनाइजेशन, तो इसमें क्या बताएंगे? कुछ भी ऐसा कुछ स्टोरी बना दो कि as a society moves towards modern या towards modernization, comma, urbanization becomes essential, full stop. In present times, urban centers are to be seen. How do you see? भाई तुम जैसा सोचोगे वैसे ही हम नहीं सोचेंगे, कुछ और बोलेंगे, ठीक है। तो ऐसे खुद से डिबेट किया करो। कोई बोलेगा आर टू बी सीन एज सेंटर ऑफ ग्रोथ, वो तो हमेशा से हो रहा, बट हमेशा से किसी भी चीज को इंपॉर्टेंस करने के लिए एक शब्द बोल दिया करो, स्ट्रेटेजिक, ठीक है। तो क्या लिखा है हमने? आर टू बी सीन नॉट जस्ट एज centers of growth या economic growth, but from a strategic point of view, in context of a attracting foreign investment. So one country invest in other country only for money, strategic. In terms of foreign investment, B, लिखो right, there has been a growth of sister city concepts, growth of sister cities concepts, sister city, व्लादिवोस्टॉक, वाराणसी या कियोटो, और क्योंकि डिप्लोमेटिक एंगल से अब देखा जाता है, ठीक है। सिस्टर सिटी कॉन्सेप्ट्स मतलब शो हाउ यू हैव लुक्ड एट अर्बनाइजेशन, ठीक है। अब नेक्स्ट पैराग्राफ लिखो, राइट एज, या नेक्स्ट हम इंडिया से कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइज कर लेंगे, दैट इंडिया इज फास्ट अर्बनाइजिंग and it is expected that in coming times 40% of the population will be living in urban areas. Right? Even at present, urban areas contribute to 2/3 of India's economic output. Right, between 2018 to 21, rate of urbanization has increased by 7.1% के रेट से ग्रो हो रहा है. एक डेटा ऐसे ही लिख लो, आगे कभी भी काम आएगा. दैट एज पर 2011 सेंसस, current population, या मतलब population has been, urban population is 37.7 crores. 37.7 crores projected to become 60 crores by 2030. तो massive urbanization is happening. ठीक है, अब नेक्स्ट पैराग्राफ लिखते हैं कि स्टेट इज रिलक्टेंट. तो हम लोग लिखेंगे अर्बन गवर्नेंस इज अ स्टेट सब्जेक्ट. ठीक है, बट स्टेट्स इन इंडिया आर एज गुड एज सम कंट्री इन द अदर वर्ल्ड. तो इससे हम लिंक कर देंगे. तो इसमें लिखते हैं कि अर्बन गवर्नेंस is a state subject. ठीक है, मतलब मोस्ट प्रोबेबली एंट्री नंबर 5 इन स्टेट लिस्ट. ब्रैकेट में अगर ये सब याद है तो अर्बन गवर्नेंस, रूरल, इन सब का थोड़ा डेटा ऐसे लिख लेना चाहिए. ठीक है, एंट्री नंबर 5 इन स्टेट लिस्ट. राइट. हाउएवर, it is to be noted that in terms of population, states in India are bigger than many countries. ठीक है, फिर this itself shows the scale of the challenge and the necessity of efficient system of governance at the grassroots level. ठीक है, अब ऐसे जरूरत नहीं, लेकिन एक एंगल बताया दे रहे हैं, वो लिख लो. इन कंपैरिजन टू rural governance, urban governance is always more complex because more objectives are involved into it. More objectives, यहाँ growth बहुत सारा objective होता है, are more complex because more objectives are to be achieved. रूरल से ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्टेशन सर्विसेज की, सिक्योरिटी की, गवर्नेंस की, इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ की चाहिए होती हैं, ठीक है। तो अब इसी में है कि वी रिक्वायर अ वेरी साउंड अर्बन गवर्नेंस सिस्टम if we want that, or if we want to attract the foreign investment, if we want to make India a developed country, so you have to take the improvement in urban administration or governance not in a very routine way, in a very strategic manner, and the time is running very fast. ठीक है, तो उस चीज की सीरियसनेस को कॉन्शियस कराओ, ठीक है। तो इसमें लिख सकते हैं नेक्स्ट इज इफ वी वांट टू अचीव द गोल ऑफ डेवलप्ड इकोनॉमी, even 5 trillion economy, developed economy, or becoming 5 trillion economy, we cannot but look at the entire governance, from strategic point of view. तो अब हम सीधे अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज पे आ जाएंगे, ठीक है। तो इसमें हम लिखेंगे 74th अमेंडमेंट के बारे में, लेकिन उसको एक बढ़ा चढ़ा के लिख देंगे, ठीक है। तो अब नेक्स्ट पैराग्राफ लिखो इंडिया टुक अ रेवोल्यूशनरी स्टेप towards improving urban governance when it introduced 74th Amendment Act 1992, giving a constitutionally guaranteed status to urban local bodies defined as municipalities and municipal corporations under the act. जब भी कभी डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन आए, अर्बन मतलब आए, तो एक प्रिंसिपल हमेशा लिखना चाहिए, ठीक है, विच इज कॉल्ड एज सब्सिडियरिटी प्रिंसिपल, ठीक है, जो तुम्हें हमेशा मिलेगा इन ARC रिपोर्ट्स, कहीं कहीं कोई भी अच्छी किताब होगी उसमें रेफरेंस जरूर होगा, ठीक है। तो अब बता रहे हैं, मतलब सब्सिडियरिटी प्रिंसिपल वही डिवोल्यूशन का प्रिंसिपल होता है, ठीक है। तो अब लिखो राइट द इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ 74th Amendment Act is based on the subsidiarity principle of good governance, decentralization, subsidiarity principle of गुड गवर्नेंस. गुड गवर्नेंस के लिए सब्सिडियरिटी प्रिंसिपल चाहिए होता है, मतलब जितना ज़्यादा आप डिवॉल्व करेंगे या डिसेंट्रलाइज करेंगे. अब हम यहाँ से लिंक कर देंगे, स्टेट्स आर रिलक्टेंट. ठीक है, तो इसमें लिख सकते हैं कि दो 74th अमेंडमेंट एक्ट क्रिएटेड the optimism about the sound local governance yet the actual performance of these bodies led to the realization that states have not done sufficient amount of devolution of powers, functions, funds, and functionaries so that these bodies become effective. Next paragraph. Since India is a federation and municipalities come under state list, comma, until and unless state governments show the necessary willingness to empower these bodies, the experiment will remain half-hearted and performance will remain below potential. ठीक है, right? Though we also see variations among the states as well as among municipalities within states. ठीक है, अब इसमें राइट सम ऑफ द success, yes, some of the good examples have been the BMC, comma, the Municipal Corporation of Ahmedabad, Pune and Bangalore. Pune and Bangalore. ठीक है, right? Next paragraph, right? Though states have a key role yet we need to look at things from holistic perspective. Full stop, लिखो, right? Apart from state, right? There are problem lies in extremely centralized model, right? Often states are called as glorified municipalities. So, without devolution of powers, from union to states, we cannot expect devolution from state to local bodies. From state to local bodies. ठीक है, अब लिख सकते हैं, right? The reluctance of states is evident from the reports of finance commissions which show that, because जो finance commission is also to give recommendations, तो वो state finance commission उसकी हालत करते हैं. ठीक है, तो क्या लिखा है? Show that there is a huge irregularity in constituting state finance commissions, quality of manpower, degree of autonomy, and the presentation of reports. ठीक है, next, right? The studies show the obstructive attitude. Studies show the obstructive attitude of bureaucracy towards the representatives. ठीक है, next, right? It is believed that there is a lack of adequate capacity and training among the representatives which can enable them to work efficiently the state of accounting and auditing is also not up to the mark. ठीक है, आप इसमें कॉन्क्लूड कर सकते हैं, राइट राइट 10 it is true that enough devolution has not happened from the state governments in terms of functions, funds and functionaries, but that is not the only problem. और क्या प्रॉब्लम? सेंटर, ब्यूरोक्रेसी। इसके साथ साथ आप क्या बताना चाहेंगे फंक्शनल और फाइनेंसेस के लिए? You need to empower them in terms of functions. You need to empower them in terms of finances. What is your suggestion? ठीक है, accountability is also important. वो है, इस हमेशा ये सब बताना पड़ेगा कि डिवोल्यूशन ये सब होगा. Union should encourage, incentivize the states, and that practices have been proposed by Finance Commission in terms of performance audits and all. But we require a innovative thinking, understanding the best practices, word hamesha use karo, from outside also, and what are the alternative ways in which the funds can be mobilized. Means there has been a reluctance in terms of property tax, or there are some other legalistic issues that land laws are very archaic. तो हमको कैसे market instrument, कैसे public private partnerships, कुछ innovative thinking will also be required. तो थोड़ा forward looking answer में end करो. या कर सकते हो, लेकिन किस लिए?
आपने जो एग्जाम्पल दिया वो सब सोशल रिटर्न्स ही तो दे रहा है ना. पीपीपी मॉडल या इन्वेस्टमेंट, ये सारा कुछ तो रिटर्न ही दे रहा है. दैट इज अ टर्म.
हाँ, तो सिंपल ये लिख सकते हो कि इट इज नॉट द प्रॉब्लम लाइज एल्सवेयर, एंड वी नीड टू रिकॉग्नाइज दैट ओनली state led financial powers, we require innovative ways of thinking. ठीक है, इसमें लिख सकते हैं, राइट. क्राउड फंडिंग वही है, इनोवेटिव सॉल्यूशंस लिखो ना, मतलब अपना अप्रोच दो. इमेजिन करो कि तुम म्युनिसिपल कमिश्नर हो, तो क्या चीजें आप कहेंगे कि भाई स्टेट से पैसा नहीं आ रहा तो क्राउड फंडिंग करो, या मेन चीज है कि मतलब प्राइवेट सेक्टर का इन्वॉल्वमेंट आप कर सकते हैं, ठीक है,
मैम
बॉन्ड्स कर सकते हैं, हाँ, मतलब बहुत सारे अन्य अन्य बहुत चीजें हो सकती हैं। तो अब वो कहाँ तक, इसलिए टर्म्स याद रखो कि वी ऑल्सो नीड टू हैव सम इनोवेटिव अप्रोचेस, वी नीड टू लर्न फ्रॉम अदर good practices, and whenever we talk about good practices of empowering the local bodies, etc., people often talk about Brazil's laws. So Brazil has done very well. Right to cities concept है, strengthening, empowering cities है। तो ये दो शब्द याद रखो, innovation and best practices.
Ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am, alternate finance mechanism apart from state like municipal bonds, etc.
हाँ,
can be the
मतलब
way.
वही सब करना है, बट म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड की गारंटी फिर यूनियन गवर्नमेंट को लेनी पड़ेगी ना। ये सब लास्ट कहाँ पे लिखना है, लास्ट में कह सकते हैं कि राइट बिसाइड्स, ऐसे लिखो, बिसाइड्स ब्रिंगिंग, लास्ट में बिसाइड्स ब्रिंगिंग institutional reforms, it is also essential to have innovative solutions. It is essential to have innovative solutions, encouraging public-private partnerships, better user charges, land planning, public-private partnership, better user charges, better planning to increase the funds. We can learn from certain best practices like in Brazil, London, certain best practices like in Brazil, London, Singapore and others. तो अब जैसे यहाँ पे कहीं ऐसे एक दो पेज छोड़ दो, आगे घर जाके थोड़ा कहीं देख लो और क्या फंडिंग, तो वैसे अपने नोट्स।
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, the questions that ask us to comment, be it on a particular statement or a particular report, what % of the content should be normative in nature? Like, how much content would you recommend? 20%, 30%, or should we keep it balanced, that empirical and normative?
Normative and empirical. देखो, नॉर्मेटिव अलग चीज है, कंसेप्चुअल अलग चीज है। आप कंसेप्चुअल एम्पेरिकल बोल रहे हो कि नॉर्मेटिव?
Should be and what it is.
Empirical is not so important. You should be man of ideas. Facts तो कोई भी इकट्ठे कर लाएगा, लेकिन फैक्ट्स की एनालिसिस क्या करते हैं आप? फैक्ट्स का कॉन्सेप्ट क्या है? एम्पेरिकल में क्या लिखोगे? और एम्पेरिकल याद कहाँ रहेगा तुमको? क्या याद रहेगा कितना फंड्स दिया, कितने, किस स्टेट में? सब चीजें याद नहीं रहेंगी, ठीक है? तो कंसेप्ट के सहारे से ही लिखना है। या तो आप लिखे लेकिन फिर भी कंसेप्ट तो लगेगा ही। तो एम्पेरिकली अगर लिखते तो कैसे लिखते? अगर आप जब एम्पेरिकली लिखेंगे तो वो आंसर डिस्क्रिप्टिव बन जाता है कि इसने इतना फंड दिया, इसने उतना फंड दिया है। एक तो वो डेटा नहीं मिलता ना, एग्जाम में तुम्हें थोड़ी पता है कि ये सब आने वाला है। एग्जाम में सहारा जो है वो अपने लॉजिक का है। अभी हम बता दें इतना परसेंटेज पॉपुलेशन इधर उधर, वो तो, लेकिन एग्जाम सिनेरियो में हम I have to write the best in a given scenario. एग्जाम सिनेरियो में थोड़ी आप, जैसे मान लो मैरीटाइम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन आ गया, तो क्या ये इतनी इम्पोर्टेंट या ऐसे प्रायोरिटाइज्ड है कि एकदम लोग ध्यान में रखेंगे? और अगर मान लो पढ़ा भी होगा तो इतना थोड़ी तुम ध्यान में रखोगे कितने मेंबर, इंडिया कब बना, कब किया। तो प्रैक्टिकलिटी इज इम्पोर्टेंट। अगर आपके पास है तो डेटा दीजिए, नहीं है तब क्या करोगे? लेकिन डेटा से भी ज्यादा समझ, चीजों की समझ होनी चाहिए, चीजों की जानकारी नहीं। जानकारी हो और समझ ना हो तो रेलेवेंस नहीं। ठीक है, तो अंडरस्टैंडिंग, इसको देख के मुझे क्या लग गया, स्टेट है रिलक्टेंट, लेकिन उनका रीजन क्या है? सेंटर। सेंटर स्टेट मिल के भी अगर करेंगे तो चैलेंजेस इतने हैं, फिर भी इनफ नहीं पड़ेगा। तो गवर्नेंस की फिलॉसफी क्या है? पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप्स। तो उसके साथ ही आप और खुद को ऐसे पर्सनलाइज करो कि तुम होते तो तुम कैसे इसको सॉल्यूशन क्या निकालते। स्टेट तो रिलक्टेंट रहेंगे ही रहेंगे, वो थोड़ी बदलने वाले हैं। तो अब कहीं और ही हाथ पैर चलाने, तो फिर ऐसे वाइब्रेंट, जैसे गुजरात होता है ऐसे तुम वाइब्रेंट सिटी कुछ ऐसे कुछ करो। ठीक है, नाउ कंपेयर एंड कॉन्ट्रास्ट the British and Indian approaches to parliamentary sovereignty। ये तो बहुत आसान क्वेश्चन है, आसान है तो बेसिक क्वेश्चन। कंपेयर एंड contrast the British and Indian approaches to parliamentary sovereignty। कैसे लिखना होगा? कहां पे ज्यादा पार्लियामेंट सॉवरेन है? ब्रिटेन में, और इंडिया में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल सॉवरेनिटी है। ठीक है, तो ब्रिटिश में क्या है? रिटन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, और ब्रिटेन में अनरिटन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। और उनका यूनिटरी सिस्टम है, अपना फेडरल सिस्टम है। ठीक है, तो हम इसको कैसे, इसकी स्टोरी क्या बनाएंगे? कंपेयर एंड कॉन्ट्रास्ट द ब्रिटिश and Indian approaches to parliamentary sovereignty। इसका एक ग्रैंड आइडिया क्या बनाओगे जिसके अंडर में इसको डिस्कस करोगे? कंसेप्ट ऑफ सॉवरेनिटी? नो, नॉट रिक्वायर्ड। करेक्ट, इसमें सॉवरेनिटी नहीं, इसमें ये बताना पड़ेगा कि इंडियन पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम borrows heavily from Britain because of the colonial legacy as well as the preferences of the elites. Yet there are some very fundamental differences and it is not just a photocopy। ठीक है, तो in fact India's parliamentary sovereignty and British parliamentary sovereignty has been quite similar. This was an impression, and this impression was not just among the common man, and in fact the governments in India, they tried to create this impression where Nehru time and again tried to project as if parliament is sovereign. Indira Gandhi, when she brought very drastic amendments, was also an attempt to do so, because there is always a tussle of power. And quite surprising that till Golaknath case and Keshwanand Bharti case, judiciary's approach was also as if India has the parliamentary sovereignty and in comparison to US, our political system is closer to British. But a remarkable turn and a new paradigm of understanding the things emerged with Keshwanand Bharati case, which restricted parliament sovereignty, and not just in context of ordinary laws, but also towards amendment. तो ऐसे लिखना चाहिए था, सोचा होगा सॉवरेनिटी, फिर पार्लियामेंट्री सॉवरेनिटी, फिर पता चलता है आगे क्या सोचें। अब छोड़ो, ये नहीं लिखना, चलो कम से कम इतना भी अच्छा है, ये पता चल जाए क्या नहीं करना। वो तो पहली सीढ़ी मतलब है सक्सेस की। तुम मत बताओ क्या, अगर हमने बताया उसके अलावा बताना।
We have parliamentary sovereignty with constitutional limits. In India, we have parliamentary sovereignty with constitutional limit, whereas in Britain, there
What are these constitutional limits?
judicial review. In
तो
Britain,
sovereignty थोड़ी है।
in Britain, judicial review is limited.
चलो बस हो गया, आप आगे बढ़ते हैं। Compare and contrast the British and Indian approaches to parliamentary sovereignty. ठीक है, तो इसको लिखाने की जरूरत या हो गया आपका? आ गया। मतलब पहले स्टोरी बिल्टअप ये आप करेंगे कि इंडियन सिस्टम और इंडियाज पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम takes borrows heavily from the British political system because of the experience we have started with the parliamentary form of government, and India has gone for a unique experiment of adopting a parliamentary system in a federal setup, and initially it was not clear whether there is a parliamentary sovereignty or a constitutional sovereignty, looking at the scale of the amendments like First Amendment Act introducing 9th schedule type of provisions. But that came to a halt with Keshwanand Bharati case and this particular case. This shows that there is a difference. And why there is a difference? Two reasons. Reason number one, we have written constitution. Reason number two, we have federal system. And even reason number three, we have fundamental rights which are not there in Britain. ठीक है, तो नेक्स्ट क्या है? ये प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स, ये वो सर करना चाह रहे हैं, तब तक हम लोग कुछ और ये कैसे, हाँ और अच्छा करते हैं। ये करते हैं 11, Constitution of India is a living instrument. हमको तो लग रहा है कोई पढ़ने की भी जरूरत नहीं, पेपर में है, सिर्फ सोचने की जरूरत। Constitution of India is a living instrument with capabilities of enormous dynamism. It is a constitution made for a progressive society. Is a living instrument with capabilities of enormous dynamism. Living instrument flexible है, organic है, कैपेबिलिटी ऑफ इनॉर्मस डायनामिज्म कहां से आ रहा है? इनॉर्मस डायनेमिज्म, फ्लेक्सिबल भी है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, रिजिड भी है, जुडिशियल इंटरप्रिटेशंस भी हैं. इट इज अ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, पार्लियामेंट्री सॉवरेंटी नहीं, इट इज अ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन मेड फॉर अ प्रोग्रेसिव सोसाइटी, मतलब which is going to change. Illustrate with special reference to the expanding horizons of right to life and personal liberty. Which cases will you mention? Expanding horizons from A.K. Gopalan case to Menaka Gandhi case, from Menaka Gandhi case to Puttoswamy case. ठीक है, इन दैट सेंस यू कैन डिस्कस. तो अब हम इसका कैसे क्या लिखना चाहिए था? कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया इज अ लिविंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट. एक्चुअली टू नो वेयर टू एम्फेसाइज, ट्राई टू रीड द स्टेटमेंट by giving emphasis on different words अलग अलग तरीके से कि emphasis किस पे जा रहा है. Constitution of India is a living instrument with capabilities. तो क्या चीजें आप deconstruct कर सकते हैं? कीप ऑन, जो तुम जो लिखा होता वही बता देते हो दूसरी लाइन में. कुछ नया बात बताइए. स्टूड द टेस्ट ऑफ टाइम. तो सबसे पहली बात इसमें लिखा हुआ है द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया, यानी कि हमारी खास बात है ये. Constitution of India is not like any other constitution. हर एक वर्ड का मतलब है. Constitution of India is a living document. बहुत सारे तो रिजिड भी होंगे, ठीक है. तो इसकी हमको खासियत समझनी कि भाई हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन कैसा था, कैसा है, ठीक है. तो ये सब चीजें समझने के लिए आपको समझना होगा ऐसे लोगों के आइडियाज जैसे ग्रैनविल ऑस्टिन कि इंडिया की जो चेंज है वो कैसा है, साइलेंट रेवोल्यूशन एंड रेवोल्यूशन थ्रू द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मीन्स, ठीक है. एंड what is unique about Indian Constitution which is not there? Because we have tried to bring the revolution through the Constitution. So our Constitution is transformative Constitution. खास बात क्या है? Transformative Constitution है, क्योंकि Austin says that one revolution was over, but the other to start. And which type of society we had? Traditional society. And what we wanted to achieve? A modern society. ठीक है? Through the constitutional means. That is called as experiment, India's tryst with destiny. These are certain things you should use. Illustrate with example. This vision has been taken by judiciary. Whenever judiciary has interpreted the constitutional provisions, ठीक है. तो judiciary is the ultimate interpreter of the constitution, and judiciary uses the different judicial doctrines, and it has adopted the doctrine of living constitution, and that is why from time to time it has changed the meanings and interpreted. The living constitution का best example वही है मेनका गांधी case. You can talk about living constitution in the form of वो जो कौन सा वुमेन वाला कौन सा केस है, टेम्पल एंट्री वाला, सबरीमाला केस, कोई भी केस, नवतेज सिंह जौहर केस, तो ये सब चीजें आप लिख सकते हैं. ठीक है, तो इसमें फर्स्ट पॉइंट क्या लिखना होगा, पॉइंट्स वाइज बता देते हैं. तो सबसे पहले लिखना होगा व्हाट इज यूनिक अबाउट इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन. क्योंकि तुम लोगों ने ये वर्ड हल्के में लिया होगा कि ये तो ऑर्डिनरी है, यही लिखना था, ऐसे नहीं है, लेकिन इसको हल्के में नहीं लेना है. यूनिक, यूनिक इज अदर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशंस. अदर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशंस just provide the fundamental rules governing the country. Just provide the fundamental rules governing the country. But Indian Constitution is also a means for social revolution. Means for a social revolution. Underline karo. Right? It is unprecedented. Social revolution खास चीज इसमें, ठीक है. It is unprecedented in the history of constitutionalism, where constitution has been used to transform a traditional society into a modern society, and thus Indian Constitution, termed by judiciary in Navtej Singh Johar case as a transformative constitution. अब इसको समझना होगा, अंडरलाइन को, इसको ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन. तो ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म is a doctrine of judicial review adopted by Supreme Court in multiple cases in recent times, like Sabrimala, triple talaq, Navtej Singh Johar case, in interpreting the constitution as per the changing requirements of the country. इसमें कुछ पॉलिटिकल साइंस की नॉलेज से लिख सकते हो कि जो सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है, modern constitutions are social contract. One criticism to the theories of social contract is they limit the choice of the future generations. So in social contract theory or elsewhere, I told that it is said, Thomas Paine said that social contract acts as a dead weight of the past on the aspirations of the future. But by incorporating the doctrine of the living instrument, this drawback has been addressed. ठीक है, इसमें लिख लो, right? Modern constitutions are based on social contract to show that they are product of will of the people, yet one of the limitation of the social contract tradition often pointed out is that it acts as a dead weight of the past, dead weight of the past on future generation. ठीक है, लिखो, राइट फॉर्चुनेटली Constituent Assembly avoided extremely rigid procedure barring barring those provisions which have implications for federal structure. तो इतने अमेंडमेंट्स हो पाए, ठीक है. एट द सेम टाइम जुडिशरी ऑल्सो एडॉप्टेड the doctrine of constitution as a organic document. ठीक है, तो अब लिख सकते हैं, we can see the application of the doctrine in the progressive interpretation of Article 21, that is right to life and personal liberty. ठीक है, द लैंडमार्क केसेस, सब तो नहीं लिख सकते, द लैंडमार्क केसेस आर A.K. Gopalan case 1950, when judiciary took a very dash interpretation, class 6 पढ़ा है, textualist या literal interpretation. ठीक है, right? This changed in a big way in Menaka Gandhi case, when it went beyond the literal interpretation and established that, point number 1, the doctrine of procedure established by law includes due process of law, next, right to life is not just absence of death, but to live with dignity. And right to personal liberty is not just the absence of confinement, but freedom of movement, including travel abroad, since then using the instruments of PIL, the instruments like PIL, right to life has been expanded to include right to live in pollution free environment, right to education, health, and the most recent being right to privacy in Puttaswamy case. Puttaswamy case. ठीक है, आप लिख सकते हैं 10, इसको सम अप कर सकते हैं 10, इंडिया इज अ यूनिक एक्सपेरिमेंट of the silent revolution, either through parliament or through judiciary. ऐसा सब लिख लेते तुम लोग? सोच भी नहीं सकते, कब सोचोगे? सोचना तो पड़ेगा। तो अब 2-3 क्वेश्चन, अभी थके वके तो नहीं ना? तो थकना अच्छी बात, थकने के बाद नींद अच्छी आती है ना? तो क्या 2-3 गवर्नेंस के क्वेश्चन करो अभी सर के साथ, हैं? क्या है? नहीं नहीं, फिर बहुत सारे ऐसे खत्म नहीं हो गए, कल भी है, लेकिन 2 क्वेश्चन तो करो। अब सर आए तो 2 क्वेश्चन, जाओ सर को बुलाओ, गवर्नेंस के करो, फिर अभी हम, है वेरिएशन रखो, वेरिएशन, हमसे बोर नहीं होते। पर्सपेक्टिव क्या 2-3 करो गवर्नेंस के क्वेश्चन सर। इनको मैंने अभी ये करा है, तुम नालसा कराना चाहते, नालसा और गवर्नेंस के करा दो अभी। आई थिंक दे आर वेरी टायर्ड, तो 3 क्वेश्चंस ही कर दो, 3 या 2, हाँ 2 क्वेश्चंस, 1 स्टेट ऑफ माइंड हो ना हो, दे हैव टू डेवलप एंड्योरेंस। अभी नहीं प्रैक्टिस करेंगे तो कब करेंगे? बस जो नहीं करने की इच्छा हो और वो कर ले इंसान, उसी से प्रोग्रेस होती है। मतलब ऐसा मेरा सोचना है। चलो तो मुझे बुला, दिस इज योर,
Hi, good evening, everybody. So, good evening. So I know that it's quite late, and I'll try to keep it very precise in terms of what we are supposed to discuss today. And like ma'am told, I'll be taking certain questions of polity and governance as well. तो अभी हम लोग सिर्फ 1 या 2 क्वेश्चन जितना भी होगा, we'll see how the response comes, and then eventually we are going to take it tomorrow. ठीक है? नहीं ऊपर ठीक है. So I'll just give a brief introduction about myself, and then we'll start the discussion. So I am Kaukab Usmani, and I'm a lawyer as well from Faculty of Law, Delhi University, and I've been teaching over here General Studies too. So let's first get to this particular question, and I'll just give you a brief कि कैसे थोड़ा सा जो मैं अभी बताने जा रहा हूँ, how is it going to be a bit the stages of discussion. सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है कि हम लोग ये समझने की कोशिश करेंगे कि ये पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन जो आ रहा है, what exactly, how we can understand the basis of that particular question. ठीक है? So the key thing that we are supposed to know is the previous year question. Previous year questions are the source of understanding what all the questions have been coming in the UPSC. अब जैसे ये वाला क्वेश्चन अगर हम लोग देखते हैं, सेकंड क्वेश्चन, द क्वेश्चन दैट वाज देयर ओवर हियर, हु आर एंटाइटल्ड टू रिसीव फ्री लीगल एड, assess the role of National Legal Services Authority NALSA in rendering free legal aid in India. ठीक है? So we already have read on so many occasions कि भाई आर्टिकल 39A है जो एग्जिस्ट करता है. Article 39A talks about the free legal aid, but that is not the question. Knowing the points is one thing, but how can you actually predict that this question, what was the source of that particular question? तो देखिए 2023 में एक मॉडल प्रिजन रिफॉर्म करके आया था. सो बेसिकली इट वाज इन न्यूज. और ये जो नालसा वगैरह है, इसका मकसद क्या है? व्हाट एग्जैक्टली इज द रीजन व्हाई this nalsa is in the very first place? So whenever you're going to read article 39A, it very specifically talks about free legal justice to all. तो पहला सवाल उठता है कि भाई who exactly are the people who are beneficiary of this particular article? So that should be the first question that should be coming to your mind. Usually we do not delve deeper into knowing कि ये all में कौन कौन आएगा. So the UPSC wants you to be more inquisitive in that aspect. तो पहली चीज तो वो. और दूसरा चीज ये कि भाई आपको जरूरत क्यों पड़ रही है इस लीगल सर्विस की इन द वेरी फर्स्ट प्लेस? हु एग्जैक्टली कैन बी दोज पीपल हु आर बीइंग प्रोवाइडेड एंड व्हाट एग्जैक्टली वाज द कॉन्टेक्स्ट दैट दिस नालसा केम इन द वेरी फर्स्ट प्लेस? सो वी नीड टू हैव एन अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ दैट एज वेल. अगर थोड़ा सा भी आप कॉमन सेंस या थोड़ा सा भी आप प्रेजेंस ऑफ माइंड शो करेंगे तो द क्वेश्चन इज नॉट वेरी डिफिकल्ट. हैविंग सेड दैट, ये हमेशा पोस्टमार्टम कर रहे होते हैं तो इट्स easier said than done, but then thoda sa analytical skills I'm going to bring into the whole discussion so that you have an understanding कि how this question could have been solved. तो सबसे पहला प्रॉब्लम ये है कि जो भी प्रिजन्स में हमारे इश्यूज चल रहे होते हैं या पुलिस में हमारे जो इश्यूज हैं, पुलिस रिफॉर्म्स, प्रिजन रिफॉर्म्स, जुडिशियल रिफॉर्म्स, ये सारी चीजें जो रिक्वायर्ड होती हैं, ये क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम का एक पार्ट होता है. So it is a component of the criminal justice system, and lot many efforts are being taken in the past few years to bring about reforms in these three segments. At many times you must have read about the e-court project that is being carried out. Judiciary में बहुत सारे reforms लाए जा रहे हैं. There is steps being taken to integrate all these three components to ensure that हमारा एक seamless criminal justice system create हो, जो हमारा डेटा प्रिजन में है पुलिस से कनेक्ट हो, पुलिस का जुडिशरी से कनेक्ट हो और एक तरीके से एक ट्रायड बन सके. इसमें सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है प्रिजन्स. अगर आपको प्रिजन्स के बारे में पता रहे कि भाई प्रिजन्स में हो क्या रहा है, व्हाट एग्जैक्टली इज लाइंग डाउन इन द प्रिजन्स, सो वी फाइंड दैट विद द राइज इन द नंबर ऑफ प्रिवेंटिव डिटेंशन केसेस, lot many people are languishing in the prison, and India has one of the largest numbers of under trials in the world, which is actually a human right problem. Human right issue है ये, है ना? तो इसको हम लोग एक ह्यूमन राइट इशू से कनेक्ट करके पढ़ेंगे. यूपीएससी का क्या है ना, उसको समझने के लिए आपको समझना पड़ेगा कि कॉन्सेप्ट्स को इंटरलिंक करना बहुत जरूरी है. आइसोलेशन में अगर आप चीजों को पढ़ेंगे तो यू विल नॉट बी इन अ पोजीशन टू सॉल्व यूपीएससी के क्वेश्चंस. सो व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू come to a conclusion over here, that in order to solve these questions, you first need to understand that who exactly are those people who are languishing in the prison. Who exactly are those people who are actually that component of large under trials, who are having those human right issues. अगर आपको ये समझ में आ जाएगा तो ये क्वेश्चन अगर आपने पहले नहीं भी देखा है, पहला क्वेश्चन क्या कह रहा है? Who are entitled to receive free legal aid. सबसे पहली बात तो ये कि फ्री लीगल एड क्यों चाहिए? तो फ्री लीगल एड इसलिए चाहिए क्योंकि हमारा जो लॉयर टू पीपल का रेशियो है, इवन दो देयर आर नंबर ऑफ लॉयर्स, बट they are quite expensive and it is not possible for all of them to have access to those lawyers. तो पहला तो लॉजिक यही कहता है कि भाई चलो कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं who are not that privileged, who are not having access to those many resources, so it is imperative on the part of the state to ensure that they do not that they have access to justice also in the very first place. तो पहली चीज तो ये. दूसरी चीज, लोगों में लीगल अवेयरनेस की काफी कमी है. We find that people, even though they know in terms of the situation that they have been put in, they do not have legal awareness. Section 436A of CRPC talks about that, है ना? तो अगर आपको ये सब पता चले कि vulnerable sections के बारे में अगर आपको थोड़ा सा आइडिया हो जाए और उसको social justice से जोड़ करके अगर आप पढ़ सकें, तो this question, the first part at least, the part of it can be solved. ठीक है? तो हम लोग थोड़ा सा देखते हैं कि इस क्वेश्चन को अगर हम लोग सॉल्व करना शुरू कर रहे हैं तो हाउ आर वी गोइंग टू मेक दिस माइंड मैप. Any question UPSC, even if I dictate you the answer of this particular question, trust me, the next year some different question is going to come up and you're always going to be lagging behind the questions that are coming. The UPSC is always going to be a stage ahead of you. तो हमारे लिए जरूरी ये है कि हम थीमेटिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग समझें कि यूपीएससी ने ये सवाल पूछा क्यों, कॉन्टेक्स्ट क्या है, करंट अफेयर्स में क्या न्यूज रहा है और उससे जोड़ करके हम कैसे इस सवाल को सॉल्व कर सकते हैं. So that is the number one thing that we need to understand. So it is somehow an extension of question number 1. जुडिशरी से सवाल पूछा गया है क्वेश्चन नंबर 1 में, विच मैम डिस्कस्ड विथ यू गाइज, है ना, जुडिशियल इंडिपेंडेंस के बारे में और क्या क्या वो सारी चीजें हैं, उसी का एक एक्सटेंशन है कि भाई जुडिशरी में क्या इश्यूज हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं जब आप इसको आंसर कर रहे हैं, अगर इनके इर्द गिर्द आप सोच सकें इन सारे पॉइंट्स के, जैसे क्या प्रॉब्लम ऑफ जुडिशरी, जुडिशरी के क्या मेजर प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, पेंडेंसी और बैकलॉग्स, है ना, पेंडेंसी है, बहुत सारे केसेस पेंडिंग है, मोर देन 5 करोड़ केसेस आर पेंडिंग। दूसरी चीज क्या है, बैकलॉग्स, इसकी वजह से क्या है, केसेस एक्सटेंड होते चले जाते हैं ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, एंड व्हाट इज द इफेक्ट ऑफ दैट, people are languishing in the jail, and precisely why we have so many under trials to begin with. दूसरा, आप इसको ह्यूमन राइट इश्यूज के एंगल से भी देख सकते हैं। तो बेसिकली ये ह्यूमन राइट इश्यूज कैसे हो सकता है, भाई जो प्रिजन में बंद हैं, पीपल हु आर लैंग्विशिंग इन द जेल, दे आर आल्सो बीइंग सब्जेक्टेड इन सम अदर कैपेसिटी थ्रू कस्टोडियल वायलेंस, कस्टोडियल डेथ्स के केसेस आप देखते हैं, कस्टोडियल रेप्स के केसेस हैं, हम लोग देखते हैं कि सुसाइड के केसेस इनसाइड द प्रिजन इज एट ऑल टाइम हाई। वी फाइंड दैट पीपल we do not have sufficient data as to who exactly are those people who have been languishing in the jail. अगर हम डेटा देखें तो इतना ज्यादा frequent डेटा हमारे पास नहीं है, we don't have access to all that data. So who exactly are the people who are languishing in the jail is also a very significant challenge that needs to be seen. So if you have an idea about these vulnerable sections of the people who can be scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, minorities, can be transgenders, can be women, children who are languishing in the jail, maybe people who are not having that many access to economic resources, those can be the people. आप एक broader picture बना सकते हैं even if you don't know the precise answer to this particular question, है ना। फिर आप इसको ऐसे देख सकते हैं कि preventive detention cases के matters हमेशा राइज पर हैं। करंट अफेयर्स में था मॉडल प्रिजन एक्ट, उससे जोड़ करके आप पढ़ सकते हैं। मीडिएशन और ADR, होता क्या है कि हमारे प्रिजन का जो ऑक्यूपेंसी है वो बेहद ज्यादा है, जितने की उसकी कैपेसिटी नहीं है उससे ज्यादा लोग वहां पर हैं। इफ देयर इज अ कैपेसिटी ऑफ 100 prisoners, there are 120 prisoners, 115 prisoners who are in the prison. तो जब ऐसा सिचुएशन होता है तो हेल्थ, सैनिटेशन, सुसाइड, कस्टोडियल डेथ्स, कस्टोडियल रेप्स, कस्टोडियल मर्डर्स, हम लोग देखते हैं लोगों को लीगल अवेयरनेस नहीं है, उनके पास डेट्स एक्सटेंड होता चला जाता है, और कई बार इवन दो जितने साल के लिए उनको सजा मिलनी चाहिए थी उससे ज्यादा वक्त तक वो जेल में बंद रहते हैं। तो ये सारे प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व करने के लिए मीडिएशन, ADR, लीगल लिटरेसी और इससे जुड़े हुए जो भी केस लॉज हैं, देखिए दिस इज अ 10 मार्कर, यू हैव टू बी वेरी प्रिसाइज विथ योर आंसर्स, you cannot be writing too much. There's going to be a temptation if you have prepared the topic, there's going to be a lot of temptation कि आप ज्यादा लिखें, या अगर नहीं होगा तो आप वही जनरल पॉइंट्स लिखें। इनके बीच का एक बैलेंस बनाते हैं, आपका एक अच्छा आंसर वो होगा which is going to have case laws. UPSC over a period of 3-4 years has been shifting towards the legal aspects of things. आप कोई भी previous questions उठा करके देखेंगे, you will realize कि केस लॉज की तरफ, जुडिशियरी के क्वेश्चंस की तरफ ज्यादा शिफ्ट कर रहा है, टिल्ट कर रहा है। अगर आप प्रीलिम्स के क्वेश्चंस भी अगर आप देखें, इवन इफ यू लुक एट द प्रीलिम्स क्वेश्चन, वी फाइंड दैट it's no longer Lakshmikant is no longer meeting the requirement of getting answers to all your questions. In that particular aspect, you need to have a balance between polity and legal, some legal information, case laws, ये सारी चीजों के बारे में आपको बैलेंस बनाना जरूरी है। तो अगर हम लोग देखें तो प्रीवियस क्वेश्चंस, इससे जुड़ा हुआ कौन सा क्वेश्चंस आ चुका है, अगर हम लोग देखें तो हम लोग देखेंगे कि नेशनल ह्यूमन राइट कमीशन के बारे में भी ऐसा सवाल पूछा था, जहां पर ये बोलता है कि जुडिशियरी के साथ कॉम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहिए और प्रमोट करना चाहिए ह्यूमन राइट स्टैंडर्ड्स को, ठीक है। और हम लोग और देखेंगे इवेंचुअली। तो हम लोग सबसे पहले इस सवाल को सॉल्व करने के लिए हम लोगों को यह समझना चाहिए कि प्रॉब्लम्स क्या क्या है प्रिजन की। ये आप लिखेंगे नहीं, एक माइंड मैप बनाने के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से आप immediately question देखेंगे, you are going to identify the theme, you are going to have an idea about the context, and you are going to prepare your subsequent answer based on that particular context, ठीक है। तो सबसे पहला कारण क्या है, overcrowding of the prisons है, delay in the trials है। एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट केस है हुसैन आरा खातून वर्सेस होम सेक्रेटरी 1979 का केस है। हम लोग देखते हैं कि इसमें जुडिशरी ने बेहद इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले किया है आपका इस नालसा को इवॉल्व करने में। Justice Bhagwati, Justice Krishna Iyer, these people, these judges, these ex-chief justices have played a very significant role in bringing about these entities like नालसा वगैरह लाने में इनका बेहद इंपॉर्टेंट रोल रहा है। तो इसी में हुसैन आरा खातून एक लैंडमार्क केस है। तो आपको हमेशा अपने आंसर्स में ना कोशिश करना चाहिए केस स्टडीज, केस लॉज, उनसे जुड़े हुए एग्जाम्पल्स वो आप डालें 10 मार्क्स के क्वेश्चंस में. इट इज अ 10 मार्कर. You're supposed to have 150 marks to go about this particular question. So you need to be very succinct in terms of the answers that you're putting in. तो ये हुसैन आरा खातून का केस आप डाल सकते हैं, कस्टोडियल टॉर्चर के बारे में डीके बसु का एक लैंडमार्क केस है, प्रिजन रिफॉर्म्स के बारे में जस्टिस अमितावा रॉय और मुल्ला कमिटी, दो इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज हैं. If anybody has attended the governance class that I have taken, तो अच्छा नहीं, जिन्होंने भी अटेंड करा है, एक बहुत ही एक्सटेंसिव केस लॉज जो भी जुड़े हुए हैं उसे मैंने लिखवा रखा है कि डीके बसु एक लैंडमार्क केस है, हुसैन आरा खातून एक इंपॉर्टेंट केस है. ठीक है, कस्टोडियल डेथ्स के मैटर्स हैं, वुमेन एंड चिल्ड्रन जो है वहां पे लैक ऑफ सैनिटेशन है. ठीक है, इंडिया का अंडर ट्रायल पॉपुलेशन काफी ज्यादा है और बहुत सारे लोगों को ये सेक्शन 436A के बारे में नहीं मालूम है. ये भी आप अपने आंसर्स में डालेंगे. सेक्शन 436A क्या कहता है? सेक्शन 436A ये कहता है कि अंडर ट्रायल्स को रिलीज कर देना चाहिए पर्सनल बॉन्ड पर इफ दे हैव अंडरगॉन हाफ ऑफ द मैक्सिमम टर्म ऑफ द इम्प्रिजनमेंट दे वुड हैव फेस्ड हैड दे बीन कॉन्विक्टेड. अगर द पनिशमेंट फॉर हैविंग कमिटेड अ क्राइम वाज से 12 years. जस्ट गिविंग यू एन एग्जांपल, सेक्शन 436A ये कहता है कि भाई जो भी आपका मैक्सिमम इम्प्रिजनमेंट का टाइम है, अगर वो उसका आधा आपने सर्व कर लिया है, फॉर दैट इज 6 years इफ यू हैव सर्व्ड, देन दैट पर्सन शुड बी रिलीज्ड ऑन पर्सनल बॉन्ड. क्यों किया जा रहा है ये? क्योंकि हम सरकार की ये कोशिश होती है, अभी हम लोगों ने शिफ्ट भी किया है इंडियन पीनल कोड से रिहैबिलिटेशन की तरफ हम लोग बढ़ रहे हैं. तो वी आर गोइंग टू इनकरेज नॉट पीनल प्रोविजंस, वी आर इनकरेजिंग रिहैबिलिटेशन एस्पेक्ट. तो कम से कम लोगों को जेल में बंद करने की बात होती है. कई के बार हाउस अरेस्ट के बाद को इनकरेज किया जाता है ताकि प्रिजन के अंदर जो भी लोगों का इम्प्रिजनमेंट है उसको रिड्यूस किया जा सके. एंड हु आर दीज पीपल who don't even know, have legal awareness of section 436A? These are those people who are not having legal literacy. These are those people who are not having access to lawyers. These are those people who do not have sufficient resources to afford lawyers. These are those people who have to be supported by the state. Otherwise, they are going to end up languishing in the jail for the rest of their lives. है ना? तो these are those people जिनके लिए नालसा काम करती है. तो नालसा में बेसिकली होते कौन है? ये पैरालीगल्स होते हैं. पैरालीगल्स और लॉयर्स में थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस होता है ना. क्लाइंट को वो रिप्रेजेंट नहीं कर सकता है कोर्ट में, पैरालीगल्स, बट दे असिस्ट द लॉयर्स इन कैरिंग आउट द लीगल एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ थिंग्स. तो जैसे होता है ना कि हर जगह डॉक्टर्स नहीं हो सकते हैं, तो आपके पैरामेड्स होते हैं, है ना, पैरामेड्स होते हैं जो कि सपोर्ट सिस्टम एक क्रिएट करते हैं आपका ग्राउंड पे. तो दीज आर दोज पीपल एंड दीज आर दोज पीपल हु हैव बीन पुट हु आर इम्पैनल्ड टू इंश्योर कि लोगों की मदद करें. बट इनका बहुत ज्यादा इंसेंटिव नहीं होता है. दे डोंट अर्न एज मच एज दे कुड हैव अर्न इन द प्राइवेट प्रैक्टिस. ये मैं आपको कहानी बता रहा हूं ताकि आप इसके आंसर तक पहुंच सकें, दिमाग को कैसे यूज करना है, कैसे प्रिडिक्ट करना है, ये समझने के लिए. तो देखिए, एक डेटा अगर मैं आपको दूं तो 2016 में आउट ऑफ 1557 अंडर ट्रायल्स फाउंड एलिजिबल फॉर रिलीज अंडर सेक्शन 436A, ओनली 929 वे रिलीज्ड. 600 लोग अंडर ट्रायल्स हैं, इवन दो दे आर एलिजिबल टू बी रिलीज्ड. आपके आंसर्स में डेटा भी होना चाहिए. ये प्रैक्टिस से आएगा. When you are going to write more and more answers, your answers are going to become more, refined. और एमनेस्टी इंटरनेशनल भी ये बोलता है कि prison officials are frequently unaware of this section and are unwilling to apply it. Even those people who are in charge of the prison, even they are also not too keen, यानी उनके अंदर sensitization नहीं है. People who are languishing in the prison, if I am the one who is in charge of the prison, at least if I have sensitivity towards the person who is there in the prison, I should be at least informing them. Amnesty International का ये रिलीज किया हुआ डेटा कहता है कि prison officials also are unaware of this particular thing. ठीक है? तो अगर आपको ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट समझ में आया, if you have an understanding of this, then this question can be understood. ऐसा नहीं है कि कहीं से ये क्वेश्चन आ गया. और हम लोग देखेंगे अपने subsequent discussions में a list of previous questions. We are going to form a pattern and we are going to have an understanding of things. तो इस particular question को समझने के लिए पहले क्या हम लोग करेंगे? पहले हम लोग अप्रोच देख लेते हैं कि इस क्वेश्चन को कैसे. पहले तो आप मान के चलिए कि 10 मार्कर है. 10 मार्कर में 150 वर्ड्स ही लिखना है. 2 पेजेस आपको मिलेंगे. आई होप सम ऑफ यू मस्ट हैव गिवन मेंस. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू हैव एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ मेंस? है ना? अच्छा, ठीक है. वेरी फ्यू. देखिए, you are going to get 2 sheets, 150 markers. 150 वर्ड्स, ऐसे सिचुएशन में आपको हर चीज नहीं लिखना है. अच्छा आंसर, अच्छा जनरल नेचर ऑफ क्वेश्चन के साथ डिफिकल्टी ये है कि it becomes more difficult for a person to write a refined answer in comparison to others. So how your answer is going to be better than the other person? You have to make your answers replete with case laws, with facts, with data, with context, with case studies. अगर ये आपके आंसर्स में रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं करेगा और अगर आप जनरल नेचर के आंसर्स लिखेंगे तो मान के चलिए कि जितने भी लोग हैं 5, 4, 3 इसी रेंज में नंबर आएगा. द मोमेंट यू आर गोइंग टू राइट डेटा यू आर गोइंग टू इमीडिएटली जंप टू 6, 7, है ना. तो देख लेते हैं हम लोग. अब जो भी बंदा जिसको नहीं भी पता है वो सबसे पहले क्या बात करेगा भाई, सबको ये लिखेगा आर्टिकल 39 ये टॉक्स अबाउट, है ना, फ्री लीगल एड, ये सारी चीजें तो लिखेगा. बट आगे वो क्या लिखेगा, हो सकता है उसको एग्जैक्ट आंसर्स ना पता हो. तो पहले आप अप्रोच में लिखेंगे, ब्रीफली आप इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे कि ये फ्री लीगल एड क्या है इंडिया में और ये किस पर्टिकुलर सेक्शन में, किस पर्टिकुलर पार्ट में इट इज मेंशन. यू गोइंग टू मेंशन दैट, है ना, इन विच पर्टिकुलर आर्टिकल दिस पर्टिकुलर थिंग इज मेंशन. We know that Article 31 talks about it. You're going to talk about Part 4. You're going to talk about 42nd Constitution Amendment Act. You're going to talk about things like DPSP. ये सारे keywords आप add करेंगे अपने answers में. It is very important. जितने भी keywords हैं ना, you're going to introduce them in your answers. That is first thing. That is how your introduction is going to look like. And then you're going to switch to who is entitled to receive free legal aid in India. मान लो कि आपको बिल्कुल भी नहीं पता है, बुक्स में मेंशन नहीं होता है यूजुअली, कॉमन सेंस से आप मेंस के बहुत सारे सवाल को निकालते हैं, है ना. तो यू आर गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट देम और आप ये बताएंगे कि नालसा किस तरीके से इनके लिए डिफरेंटली प्ले कर रहा है. तो अगर हम लोग देखें तो इंट्रोडक्शन में आप ये लिखेंगे कि फ्री लीगल एड इज अ प्रोविजन ऑफ लीगल सर्विसेज जो कि वीकर सेक्शन ऑफ द सोसाइटी को दिया जाता है विदाउट एनी चार्ज और एट अ नॉमिनल कॉस्ट. थोड़ा एक नॉमिनल कॉस्ट, क्योंकि आप किसको हेल्प कर रहे हैं, ज्यादातर वो लोग हैं जो इकोनॉमिकली या सोशली इतने साउंड नहीं है. ठीक है, तो कोई भी चीज फ्री मत लिख दीजिएगा कि एकदम फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट. अगर नहीं भी समझ में आए तो एक नॉमिनल चार्ज लिख दीजिए. द पॉसिबिलिटी ऑफ इट बीइंग राइट इज हाई. ठीक है, फिर आप लिख सकते हैं कि इट इंपोजेस एन ऑब्लिगेशन ऑन द स्टेट. स्टेट पे ऑब्लिगेशन होता है कि वो जस्टिस के लिए सारे सिटीजन्स को ये फ्री लीगल एड दे. तो क्यों दे, क्योंकि बिकॉज ऑफ ऑल दीज थिंग्स दैट हैज बीन ऑन राइज. ठीक है, अब सोचिए मैं एक लिस्ट ऑफ पीपल आपको दे रहा हूं. इट इज नॉट एक्सपेक्टेड ऑफ यू कि आप हर चीज जाने, बट टिपिकली एक मेंस लिखने वाले बंदे को थोड़ा सा इंक्विजिटिवनेस होना चाहिए और थोड़ा सा उसको गूगल करके चीजों के आंसर्स लिखने चाहिए कि फॉर ऑल मतलब कौन. तो देखिए, somebody who is mentally ill or otherwise disabled person, a victim of mass disaster, an industrial worker, a person in custody under the Immoral Traffic Prevention Act, juvenile homes under the Juvenile Justice Act, a person with an annual income below a certain amount, जो कि usually 5 लाख रुपए से कम जिसका है, these are the people. इसके अलावा आप देखिए, हम लोग देखते हैं कि members of scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, ये section 12 में mention है. It is written in the law कि कौन कौन exactly आते हैं. पर worst case scenario बता रहा हूं, आपको नहीं भी पता है तो आप ये लिख सकते हैं, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, somebody who is a victim of human trafficking, है ना, a woman or a child who are in the jail, है ना. You can talk about mentally ill people, but it's not very difficult. ठीक है, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूं precisely आपको सब लिखना है. तो this covers your first aspect of the question. Now comes the second aspect कि नालसा क्या रोल प्ले कर रहा है. It is not mentioned in Lakshmikant and even in newspapers. आप देखेंगे तो बहुत ज्यादा उसको कोई कीनली रीड नहीं करता है, लेकिन मैंने आपको एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट दे दिया कि ये नालसा क्या कर रहा है, फ्री लीगल एड कर रहा है. केस लॉस कौन कौन से हैं? हुसैन आरा खातून वर्सेस होम सेक्रेटरी स्टेट ऑफ बिहार. ये एक इंपॉर्टेंट केस लॉ है जहां पर बोला जाता है कि ये सारे डिलेज की वजह से, डिलेज इसलिए होते हैं क्योंकि पीपल आर अनेबल टू हायर एडवोकेट टू डिफेंड देम. एक केस लॉ लिखा, उसके नीचे एक पॉइंट लिख दिया कि भाई हुसैन आरा खातून में ये सारी चीजें. ठीक है, दूसरा स्टेट ऑफ हरियाणा वर्सेस दर्शना देवी. इसमें ऑनरेबल जस्टिस कृष्णा अय्यर ने कहा था कि नो पुअर शुड बी डिप्राइव्ड ऑफ द जस्टिस मार्केट जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ द कोर्ट फी. तो देखिए, स्टेट ऑफ हरियाणा वर्सेस दर्शना देवी. थर्ड केस खत्री वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ बिहार. खत्री वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ बिहार में जस्टिस भागवती कहते हैं कि ये मैंडेटरी एसेशन जजेस के लिए कि वो इन्फॉर्म करे लोगों को उनके राइट्स के बारे में. इफ एनी सच पर्सन इज अनेबल टू हायर एन एडवोकेट, सी आई एम नॉट आस्किंग यू कि आप पूरे चीज को देखें, पर एक ब्रॉडर पिक्चर अगर आप बना लेते हैं, सो यू आर इन अ पोजिशन टू नो. एंड लास्ट इज शीला बरसे वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया केस. दीज आर द 5 इंपॉर्टेंट केस लॉज दैट टॉक अबाउट नालसा, है ना. ऐसे बहुत सारे केसेस हैं. अब इश्यूज क्या क्या है इनके. टिपिकली क्या होना चाहिए कि जब भी आप नालसा वगैरह के बारे में पढ़ रहे हैं, यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट एनी टॉपिक, यू शुड हैव एटलीस्ट 3 pages का नोट्स विथ यू. इन दोस 3 pages you should be mentioning all the case laws. Even if it is not mentioned in the book, you should be going and googling it up and finding it out, है ना. जो भी पढ़ रहे हो आप उसका अगर सोशल जस्टिस से रिलेटेड है, सोशल इश्यूज से जुड़ा हुआ मामला है, लीगल मैटर से जुड़ा हुआ मामला है, तो उसका सोशल, इकोनॉमिक, टेक्नोलॉजिकल एस्पेक्ट, जैसे जुडिशियरी के बारे में पढ़ रहे हो आप, यू शुड बी थिंकिंग अबाउट हाउ एप्लीकेशन ऑफ technology in the judiciary is a game changer. How emerging technologies like AI, machine learning is bringing about change in judiciary. And we are going to see it in the subsequent discussion, maybe tomorrow, that you are going to have. That previous year questions साफ आपको एक पैटर्न देता है. ऐसा नहीं है कि ये क्वेश्चन को प्रिडिक्ट नहीं किया जा सकता है. प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चंस हम लोग देखेंगे, we'll see कि जुडिशियरी का क्या मैटर है, नेशनल ह्यूमन राइट कमीशन का क्या मैटर्स है. वी आर गोइंग टू सी ऑल दैट, एंड इट इज एविडेंट कि प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चंस में आपको हिंट देता है कि यूपीएससी शिफ्टिंग टुवर्ड्स दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन. तो आप देखते हैं ना, इनके इश्यूज क्या है कि जो सर्विसेज दिया जाता है वो बहुत ही निम्न स्तर का होता है. इट इज सॉर्ट ऑफ अ सब स्टैंडर्ड. व्हाई? बिकॉज द मनी रिम्यूनरेशन इंसेंटिव इज नॉट टू हाई, एंड सो लोग नहीं चाहते हैं फ्री में जाकर के हेल्प करना. क्यों करें हेल्प, है ना. सो वी फाइंड दैट 22, ये बताने के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से ये आंसर में रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं करेगा. 22.6% of the beneficiaries responded that they won't opt for free legal aid services for the second time. They won't be going for it the second time. और कुछ लोग क्या कहते हैं, 75% of the beneficiaries responded that they opted for free legal services because they had no means and resources to hire a paid private practitioner, है ना. और अगर आप देखिएगा, 56% of these legal aid counsel spend an average of 1 to 10 hours per week. यानी 7 दिनों में 1 से 10 घंटे के बीच में, यानी दिन में 1 घंटा भी स्पेंड नहीं करते हैं. कहां? अपने केसेस में. क्यों? बिकॉज ये ज्यादातर जो है वो स्पेंड करना चाहते हैं प्राइवेट केसेस में. On an average 20 hours and above per week is spent on private cases. So these are those people who do not get monetary benefit out of these legal cases that they are obligated to serve because these are impaneled lawyers, है ना. These are impaneled. अब incentive है नहीं तो why would they be serving the poor? So we find that the quality of service that is being given out to the people who on whom the state is having an obligation, and actually 39A comes under DPSP. So we find that इसका जो outcome है ना, it's not serving the purpose for which it was placed in the very first place. ठीक है. But what are some of the roles? अब इट्स इजी टू अंडरस्टैंड. रोल्स क्या है भाई? लीगल अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करना, लोगों तक जाना, उनको बताना कि आपके क्या क्या राइट्स हैं. भाई ये लीगल अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम्स, लीगल लिटरेसी, मॉनिटर एंड इवैल्यूएट द इंप्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ लीगल सर्विसेज टू फ्रेम इफेक्टिव एंड इकोनॉमिकल स्कीम्स फॉर लीगल सर्विसेज. तो यही सारे पॉइंट्स आप मेंशन करेंगे. और इसने बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले किया है ऑर्गेनाइजिंग लोक अदालत, ऑर्गेनाइजिंग पैरा लीगल वॉलंटियर्स. अगर आप लॉ कॉलेज में, अगर आप में से किसी ने भी लॉ करा होगा तो आप देखते होंगे कि सेकंड थर्ड ईयर में प्राइमरीली, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन, यू आर एक्सपेक्टेड टू सर्व एज अ पैरा लीगल वॉलंटियर. लीगल वॉलंटियर के तौर पे आपसे एक्सपेक्ट किया जाता है कि यू गो टू दोस सबर्ब्स ऑफ दिल्ली, इफ यू आर स्टडीइंग फ्रॉम दिल्ली, to go and meet the people, try to have conversation with these poor people who are sitting out there and try to understand what exactly their problems are. ये इसी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से किया जाता है क्योंकि हर किसी को ये लगता है कि भाई आई शुड बी इमीडिएटली सिटिंग इन अ चेंबर ऑफ सम बिग लॉयर. So who is exactly going to work for those people whose human rights are getting impacted on a daily basis? है ना? So NALSA is doing that particular role. That is why NALSA has been put into place. ठीक है? So लोक अदालत को ऑर्गेनाइज करवाना, वॉलंटियर्स को ऑर्गेनाइज करवाना, अलग अलग तरीके के स्कीम्स बनाना, ठीक है, ये सब हाँ, they are not paralegals, they are not allowed, they are paranoids नहीं, paralegal है ना. They are not allowed for legal practice, but they associate themselves with a lawyer and help them carry out research, case studies को read करके बताना, ठीक है. गेटिंग द पॉइंट? तो ये आपका नालसा करता है. तो अगर हम लोग फिर से इस सवाल को एक बार रीड करें, इफ वी रीड दिस क्वेश्चन अगेन, who are entitled to receive free legal aid, ठीक है, and assess the role of the NALSA in rendering free legal aid in India. ठीक है, I think most of you are in a position to write a decent answer. Even if you did not have an idea about it, you could have written a decent answer pertaining to this NALSA. ठीक है, और हम लोग सब्सिक्वेंट क्लासेस में कल के डिस्कशन में भी देखेंगे प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चंस का पैटर्न. जेंडर जस्टिस के सारे क्वेश्चंस रिपीटेड हैं. सी आई एम गिविंग अ वेरी ऑब्जेक्टिव क्लेम ओवर हियर दैट 8 questions were directly from previous year questions, and I'm going to show it in terms of the questions that I'm going to discuss. Of course, ma'am is going to discuss 10, 11 questions, and I'm going to discuss 9 questions. 8 questions were from previous year questions directly, and 10 questions were in the form of modified previous year questions, and I'm going to show it to you guys in the next class. जहां पर how you can predict the question based on last 40 years, 30 years का question का एक pattern के basis पर how you can predict that what exactly is the question. And if anybody has attended the crash course that I conducted, and a lot many questions have come. See, most of the teachers, they claim all that. I avoid doing such things, but then we are going to have a look, a very objective and empirical analysis of how the questions came directly from previous year questions. So most of the students, they don't go through previous year questions, and I don't believe in dictating things. भाई क्योंकि होता क्या है, it's a wild goose chase. अगर मैं अभी dictate करवा दूंगा इसके बारे में, next year this question is not going to come. But if you have an understanding that how UPSC is following a certain pattern, maybe you can predict the question. And once you are in a position to predict the question, you are steps ahead of the person who is just going about writing answers to these questions. तो मैं आपसे ये कहना चाह रहा हूं कि जब भी आप ऐसे टॉपिक्स को, जुडिशियरी को जब भी आप पढ़ें, पुलिस, कोर्ट्स यानी जुडिशियरी, क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम, है ना, और क्या केसेस, जो भी, इन सबको जोड़ करके पढ़ें. क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम को आपको समझना पड़ेगा, प्रिजन्स, पुलिस एंड क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम, तभी आपको एक होलिस्टिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग समझ में आएगी. और अभी हम लोग देखते हैं कि सारे रिफॉर्म्स लाए जा रहे हैं, आईपीसी और सीआरपीसी, इन सब चीजों में जो चेंजेस लाने की कोशिश की जा रही है. तो दिस बिकम्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक. अभी जैसे एक टॉपिक आ गया ई गवर्नेंस. ई गवर्नेंस पे एक सवाल है विच वी आर गोइंग टू सी इन द नेक्स्ट क्लास. तो क्या आप इस ई गवर्नेंस को जुडिशियरी के साथ जोड़ के नहीं देख सकते हैं? बिल्कुल देख सकते हैं. हम लोग देखते हैं कि जुडिशियरी के अपने बहुत सारे इश्यूज हैं, एंड व्हेन यू आर स्टडीइंग एनी टॉपिक, यू हैव टू स्टडी इट थीमेटिकली, है ना. तो यू हैव टू स्टडी नालसा फ्रॉम द पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑफ लोक अदालत, जुडिशियरीज, द केसेस एंड एवरीथिंग. ठीक है, सो दैट इज वन क्वेश्चन दैट वी डिस्कस. ठीक है, अब हाँ प्लीज. क्या? हाँ, जो भी शॉर्ट कमिंग्स है, इश्यूज एंड चैलेंजेस में, यू कैन गिव द सजेशंस, वे फॉरवर्ड. यू आर गोइंग टू राइट द वे फॉरवर्ड की व्हाट वुड बी डन. फॉर एग्जांपल, आई हैव रिटन ओवर हियर वे फॉरवर्ड क्या है, देख लीजिए. जो भी शॉर्ट कमिंग्स हैं, यू आर गोइंग टू मेंशन ऑल दैट. वे फॉरवर्ड, इनका फुल टाइम एम्पैनलमेंट करो, इनको ऑनरेरियम दो, इनको रिम्यूनरेशन दो. यही तो प्रॉब्लम्स हैं इनके. That is how your 10 marker is going to look. ठीक है, I know that you guys are tired. ठीक है, चलो नेक्स्ट डे हम लोग करते हैं इसको फिर. ठीक है, ठीक है इसका